copy that. We are on I-10 headed west in just east of Lafayette, Louisiana, headed west, though, toward Texas, obviously.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hello. Test 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Let's go ahead and, as tradition, let's get everybody's location in the chat. Where's everybody watching from? We should have a lot of people here from Texas, Louisiana, because we've got a potential big-time severe weather outbreak underway. But we also hopefully have some people up in Oklahoma, northern Texas, into Kansas, Arkansas, Missouri, even up into some of the Ohio River Valley there, as a major winter storm is underway as well. Let's look at the radar. As you can see, this is a picture of what's happening right now. We got the tornado watch down here in southeastern Texas. We have just heavy rain in and around DFW over to Shreveport. And then some heavy snow is starting to break out here around Norman and Oklahoma City. That's going to expand and actually get a little bit more intense as we go forward. Actually, it's going to get a lot more intense, especially over there in northwestern Arkansas. So we're going to be covering two sides of this storm today. We are not just focusing on the snow. We are not just focusing on the severe weather. Obviously, whichever one is the most important at any given moment, that's where we're going to kind of, be looking at. But we're going to go back and forth between both aspects as we go forward. So please follow along and play along, especially if you're on the snow side. Send us your pictures and videos to my Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. And we'll share them live here on the air. Looks like some of us already have around an inch of snow around Oklahoma City. Down here towards Altus, though, 2 inches. And then back here, near Amarillo, there's a couple places that have seen 3 to 6 inches of snow. So that's, once again, going to break out and become even more of a situation, I guess, through eastern Oklahoma, around Tulsa. It's switching over right now. And the same thing's getting ready to happen over there near Fort Smith, Arkansas, up to Springfield. But unfortunately, it's not just a snow day, okay? This is also a very dangerous day. We've got a tornado watch down here in the pink box that includes Houston. In fact, we had a tornado warning not too long ago that included parts of the town of Houston. That's been allowed to expire. But there's a very tiny area underneath this warm front here, where we do expect for storms to be able to rotate and potentially cause tornadoes as this air mass kind of travels across the Gulf Coast like this. This is going to last all day. It's currently 1:39 p.m. on the East Coast. I'm going to be here with you till who knows when, to be honest. Like, we could be here until 1:39 a.m. Tomorrow. Or something, but we're definitely going to be here for a long time as we watch this really volatile air mass move across the Gulf Coast. If a tornado forms today, or if a supercell gets going today that is, by itself and it's discrete and it's able to take advantage of the atmosphere out there, we're probably going to see not only some tornadoes, but some big nasty ones. Okay, this is the kind of atmosphere that would promote maybe even very strong tornadoes, damaging tornadoes. So we're hoping that doesn't happen. The ceiling for the event today on the tornado side is very high. We could have some really bad situations unfold, but also there's a lot of factors that are helping us out, and that might actually keep the tornadoes from happening in the first place. It's just one of those things where we're no longer forecasting this storm. We're now casting it. We're paying attention. And whenever the warning comes through, you hopefully know what you're going to do. And you're going to, take every precaution necessary to protect your life and property. That's my job now, is to nowcast for you and let you know what's happening right now. But we are going to intermittently look at the forecast as well, just to see what the models are saying. What's this going to do in 6 hours? What's this going to look like in 12 hours? I'm sure there's plenty of you who would be very interested in that, and we're going to intermittently look at that. Of course, it's not just me here with you today. We have a plethora of chasers. We've got professional storm chaser Brad Arnold out there in Harris County, Texas. He's actually really close to Houston right now. We've got Brian Allen and Chris Hall out there in Chambers County, Texas. We got Mark Dries in Wakura, Oklahoma, where it's starting to snow. We got Michael Beard, too, but I think his feed's down right now. And then Brett Adair, of course, is out there in Arcadia Parish, Louisiana. So we've got eyes on the ground to help us tell you what's going on with these storms and the snow. So like I said, we're going to be covering the snow side of this storm as well. We're going to keep you updated on road conditions and all that good stuff. This snow is going to expand all the way up into, once again, Missouri, Arkansas, and eventually Illinois and Indiana is probably going to get a good snowstorm out of this. So we'll keep you updated on all that as well. Currently, we have 2 warnings. We have a tornado warning and we have a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's check on those, shall we? I'm going to come down here and I'm going to show you a couple storms. First off, I do want to show you the Houston storm. How many people do we have watching from Houston right now? Let me know in the chat. If you're on the northern side of Houston, you hear the thunder, the lightning, the wind. It's probably getting a little bit more intense. This storm that's getting ready to hit the northern side of Houston actually had a tornado warning with it at one point for this area of broad rotation, but they allowed that to expire because this is not rotating enough to where we believe it's actually producing a tornado, but definitely some very strong winds in there. And you're going to feel it as this moves by the I-45 corridor there near Bammel and Westfield here within the next couple of minutes. Also some hail likely in that storm as well. So that's for the northern side of Houston. If you're in downtown Houston or on the southern side, especially on the southeastern side, it might actually be a little while before the rain gets to you at all. Storm chaser Brad Arnold is right here. Okay, you see his little icon, and you also see a live feed of his stream above my head. So he's actually in Houston now. He is on Interstate 69 heading westbound towards Janetta. Okay, so he's going to try to get in on this next storm that's coming in that will impact all of Houston. And this is one of them that we've got to really keep an eye on. It's, especially this one down here near El Campo that has the severe thunderstorm warning on it. Large hail and damaging winds is getting ready to move into Luis, Plainview, El Campo, and all these areas along Highway 59 in Texas. And then, of course, we do have a tornado warning down here for Goliad and Victoria, Texas. Let's zoom in on that. And let's really try to figure out what's going on with it. Let's take a look at the velocity, see if there's any rotation. Actually, we can see it pretty well right here. There's definitely some rotation in the base of this storm, and this is kind of in the perfect spot to where it's in that area where we believe that conditions are ripe, are very favorable for potential tornado genesis down here. So we need you to get to your safe spot if you happen to live down here near McFadden, because this is a radar indicated tornado, and this is going to probably be a dangerous storm as it kind of interacts with the atmosphere and starts to like build up a little bit more as it moves off to the east. Right now, I'm not 100% sure whether or not there's a tornado down on the ground, but we're going to assume that that's the case and get to shelter. Everybody that lives in that polygon right there, the purple box, please get to shelter. And that's going to be for, once again, Refugio and Victoria and Goliad counties in Texas. That's the only tornado warning that we have right now. Let me zoom out a little bit, though, and show you the full scope of this thing. Once again, underneath this area right here, it's this little bubble. If any storm it was to root up and really take advantage of the atmosphere out here in this section, this is where we think the tornadoes are most likely today. And this air mass is going to kind of ride the Gulf Coast up to the north and east. So eventually, that area where we're really watching is going to include places like Beaumont, Lake Charles and Cameron, Louisiana. Later tonight, even Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Louisiana. And it's a very small window of opportunity, right? Like if you're behind this line of storms, there's not a lot of moisture. There's not a lot of, ingredients out there for tornadoes. And if you're north of the warm front, same thing. It's only people and storms south of that intersection area between the cold air and the warm front that are actually in an environment that's capable of producing tornadoes today. And it's very small. But the thing is, no matter how small it is, it's dangerous because this is some of the most intense parameters that we've seen in a while as far as kinematics go and wind speed and direction as you increase with height. All the signs are there for like, hey, we might see some big tornadoes today, but we haven't seen anything crazy yet. We're kind of on the edge of our seats and we're watching and we're waiting, and hopefully everybody in the area is ready to go. Like, you know what you're going to do whenever I start hollering about a tornado and the lights are flashing red and things start going wild. You're not nervous. You're not scared. You know, okay, we're going to gather the kids, or we're going to get everybody in our workspace together, and we're going to get in this hallway, or we're going to get in this closet. We know where the helmets are and all that stuff. Go ahead and prepare mentally, or maybe even write it down in a communal area somewhere so that everybody's on the same page. That way you're literally not going to be scared, because you're prepared whenever the storm comes through, and that increases your odds of making it through the situation unscathed a lot. So we do have an enhanced risk, a 3 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center here. And once again, it's right along the coast here, all the way through Louisiana and of course, southern Mississippi and Alabama as we get later into tonight and early into tomorrow morning. And this is driven by wind and the tornado threat. So let me show you that real quick. First of all, I want to show you the tornado threat because, man, we got 8.2 million people. 8.2 million people currently in a 10% hatched risk for tornadoes. That's New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Mobile, Alabama, Pasadena, Texas, and Metairie, Louisiana. Everybody in the yellow shading here is also in the little dotted hatched line zone. We call that a hatched risk. So basically the yellow is a 10% probability for tornadoes from the Storm Prediction Center. That's 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point within that zone. And then whenever they add the dotted lines on top of that, it means that those tornadoes are more than likely going to be EF2 strength or greater. So sometimes you have a risk for tornadoes and the risk is just general. But sometimes when the ingredients in the atmosphere are so intense that we can't ignore it. We say, okay, well, if tornadoes do happen, they're going to be strong. And that's what we're thinking today for everybody in the yellow. But it's important to not be too focused in on those zones. As we've seen in past severe weather outbreaks time and time again, sometimes the biggest tornado of the day happens just outside of the SPC zone. Okay, so even if you're in the brown or in the green here today, you've got to be extra weather aware. That includes the town of Houston. That includes Jackson, Louisiana. That includes Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And then, of course, early in the morning tomorrow, that includes places like Panama City, Florida, and then southern and southwestern portions of Alabama. So don't let your guard down. Tornadoes don't see this map, okay? Any tornado that happens tonight doesn't know that this map exists, so they're not going to follow the boundaries of where the 10% risk ends and where the 5% risk starts. Whether or not we get tornadoes, damaging wind is going to be a problem tonight, especially over here near New Orleans and Mobile and Gulfport. Everybody in the yellow here has got a 15% probability of seeing damaging winds, and then the 30% over here in the red. So tornado or not, it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a nasty, ugly, severe weather situation for everybody down here in the deep south. I'm sorry that you have to go through this again. I feel like this is a dream and it's just being repeated over and over again. How many times have we all been here together talking about this region recently? Like, I don't know what's going on, y'all, but the severe weather just does not want to give you a break. But hey, at least you can say that you've been through it before, so hopefully you're a little bit extra prepared for what might happen this time. And as you know, the odds of a tornado hitting your town specifically are astronomically low, even when you have a high chance of tornadoes on a day like today. So anybody that is afraid of tornadoes or has like weather anxiety or anything, I hope that I can help you through that a little bit, because really the odds of your house, your town getting struck by a tornado today or any other day really is very low. But in a worst case scenario where you're really unlucky, we just want to make sure that you know exactly what's happening and you know what you're going to do to get through it. So let's see here. Let's start taking a look at the weather models. We're going to take a look at the forecast once, and then we're going to come back to take a look at that tornado warning. We do have meteorologist Andy Hill with us today. We have meteorologist Ben Price with us as well. And we have producer Carly, and we have assistant Riley, all in the background, listening for information. And if my attention needs to be directed anywhere else, they will let me know. But until that is happening, I'm going to go through the models real quick. Okay, so I'm going to turn this back on, and let's take a look at what the radar could look like as we go forward, shall we? I'm going to see if, real quick, I'm going to see if I can refresh this. Okay, 18Z is rolling, but I don't know how far in we are. Not very far at all. Okay, so let's just look at 12Z just for fun. Give me just a second. Okay, so this is what the radar could potentially look like as we go into the future. If you want to keep up with the time, it's listed in Eastern up there in that black bar at the top. So this was earlier this morning. Let's skip to now, 2 p.m. So this is essentially what the radar looks like right now. And we're going to continue to see this line of storms approach Houston. Let's push this forward to about, 4 p.m., 2 hours from now. What we're likely going to start seeing is that this cold front is going to move through Houston around this time. And once again, everybody behind this, the severe weather threat is pretty much going to be over for you. After this moves by, you're going to get much cooler air coming in. And this is kind of like the all clear notice. So as long as this gets by you, you're going to be fine. But according to this model, in the next couple of hours, very soon actually, there's going to be a bunch of new storms that start to try to pop up here in front of that main line. And look at them, little curved beans here. We might see several curved bean looking storms. And in an environment like today, these are discrete supercells potentially. These are the kinds of storms that could potentially be producing big tornadoes. So that's what we're hoping doesn't happen. But if it does happen within the next couple of hours, we might see things start going crazy here with new tornado warnings and stuff. And that could be happening around Beaumont, Port Arthur, Galveston, all the way up there to Lake Charles. Now, a lot of these storms might start off as waterspouts, right? Out here in the Gulf of Mexico, and then kind of transition into tornadoes as they come onto shore. But we'll cross that bridge whenever we come to it. This is going to continue to be a problem all the way through 7 p.m. Okay, so now at 7 p.m., Beaumont, Port Arthur, all you guys are going to be in the clear. But now the warm front, the warm sector is a little bit farther inland. You see how it kind of arches up here a little bit higher. Baton Rouge is included now. Opelousas, Lafayette, Louisiana, you guys are included. And that's going to kind of make the area where tornadoes are possible a little bit bigger, especially if you're just counting the inland zone. And we're just still watching for those supercells to potentially pop up out in front of the main line. And those are the ones that we really have to pay close attention to and be concerned about, as those are the ones that will be able to produce tornadoes. That's going to come through Louisiana around 10, 11, 12 p.m. tonight. And then the warm sector is even bigger here by the time we get into midnight. It includes Mobile, Gulfport, Port Sulphur. And at this point, the ingredients are still there. There's still going to be very concerning upper air support for tornadoes, but the linear mode of storms looks to be a little bit more winning, I guess. There's less of a chance of supercells popping up out ahead of the main convection, which is good news. But man, still in a situation like this, tornadoes can still happen in the line. And we've got a new warning right now for Victoria County, Texas. All right, so now we're up to 2 tornado warnings, and we're going to get right into covering that for you. It looks like that's an extension. Yep, that's an extension of the warning that we just looked at. So they decided to extend this out and to include areas near Bloomington and Victoria, kind of in between them in Texas here. Let's get a more zoomed in look at this. Yeah, so I think this warning does not include Victoria, the town itself, but it does include places like DaCosta and Guadalupe and Woodhigh and Placido in Texas. So please take shelter now, because look at this, y'all. You see that? That is the most convincing sign that I've seen so far today that we might have a tornado trying to come together here. So please take shelter now if you are in Victoria County, Texas, because that right there looks a little nasty. Looks a little bit like something that we should definitely be paying close attention to. If I'm in Primo Stables in Texas, I am getting to shelter very quickly. Same thing if I'm in Hughes, Durnal, DaCosta, and Woodhigh in Texas. This could be a dangerous situation. I'm telling y'all, there's a lot of days like today where we just have an enhanced risk of severe weather, where we don't go live because, like, hey, the main threat's going to be damaging wind. Our specialty is kind of like helping you determine tornado coverage. So, sometimes we don't even go live for stuff like this. But today specifically, we noticed that the parameter space for potential tornadoes was so high that if, storms did start to root up and produce tornadoes, it was going to be a bad situation. So that's why today, every time we call out a county, every time we call out a new location for these warnings, it's very important that you take it seriously because these storms are not going to be playing around today. And I unfortunately believe that Primo Stables, Durnal, Guadalupe, and Woodhigh are all in the path of a very dangerous storm here. So please take shelter. Now, Chris Hall, y'all, is out there chasing for us today, and he's saying that it's just a little bit windy. This is his report. Hold on. No words. This is the whole report. You got to love that. So he's out in front of the storms there. He's feeling the bottom extent. The part of the nadir juice that grazes the ground, that 850 millibar jet, is one of the things that we've been looking at that's just bonkers right now. It's crazy. It's ripping. And that's one of the reasons why we think we might have tornadoes today. But he can feel it there on the ground out in front of these storms. And whenever you start to feel that kind of breeze going towards the storms where Chris is right now, that's when you know things are really starting to get crazy out there, or at least they might here soon. We're hoping for the best, obviously. We don't want anything bad to happen. It's just one of those days where nobody really knows. Every single dot, checkbox for like, could there be a significant tornado today? Every single one of those boxes are checked for the enhanced risk area. But even on days like today, there's a lot of things that can happen to keep the bad storms from actually coming into fruition. One of those things is storm interaction. So we talk a lot about discrete supercells and, storms, being by themselves and able to take advantage of the atmosphere. That's going to be really hard today because we're already seeing most of these storms immediately go linear. And, that's going to help us out a lot. But I'm telling you, even with that, there's a good possibility we see some tornadoes today. So we're not going to let our guard down just yet. All right, let's come back up here to Houston real quick and check on the storm that's going through the northern part of town. I bet there's some pretty good wind happening right now up here near Aldine and Parkwood Estates, Hardy Heights, and Greens Point. Wouldn't be surprised if we got some isolated power outages up here as this Boeing segment is kind of coming through and definitely putting down some heavy rain, some strong winds, and some on and off lightning there. That's going to be heading up towards Humble and Kingwood along I-69 here within the next little bit. No tornado warning associated with this for now. Unfortunately, whenever this goes by, Houston is still under the gun for a big storm. I think that this big area of precipitation and heavy rain, lightning, and thunder is going to come right through the city here within the next couple of hours. So we'll be watching you guys there in Houston closely for the foreseeable future, I think. Also, there's some rotation in this storm on the northern side of Houston right now. The part of the storm that's approaching Humble and Kingwood and Roman Forest along I-69, I would say that if the National Weather Service wanted to, they could probably issue a precautionary tornado warning for that. I'm not saying that that's what they're going to do or what they should do or anything, but I wouldn't be surprised. So make sure you're ready out there for them to do that. It'll probably look something like that. Just get to shelter. Get to shelter whenever those kinds of things happen, whenever those warnings come out today. Okay. So we've got the severe weather side covered. All right. Once again, I do want to emphasize that we're not just talking about severe weather today. This is a big storm, y'all. This thing is daggone huge. Look at this. Texas, everybody knows how big Texas is, right? Well, this storm is pretty much bigger than Texas. We do have the heavy rain and the severe thunderstorms down here. We've got the heavy rain and just the heavy rain through Dallas, Shreveport towards Jackson, Mississippi. And then we've got heavy snow on the backside starting to break out back here. Look at this. So how many people do we have watching right now from northern Texas, from Oklahoma, from southern Kansas, from Arkansas, from Missouri? Hopefully we've got a lot of people watching because I would love to see your snow reports. If it's snowing where you are, please send me a picture, send me a video. You can be a news reporter today, and we'll share your stuff live on the air here. It'll be really fun. Now, some people are going to get enough snow to make a snowman today. I don't know when that'll happen. I don't know when, it'll officially be piling up that much for you just yet. But if you are one of those people, if you're listening to me right now, it's snowing and you want to make a snowman, please send your pictures of your snowmen to me as well, because we're going to do some snowman ratings. All right. We're going to see who can make the best snowman out of everybody that's watching right now. And this is high stakes, okay? Because I will rip you apart if you make a bad snowman. I am a snowman connoisseur. I do not play around, okay? And I will tell you everything that's wrong with yours. So if you feel like you can, I'm like the Gordon Ramsay or the Simon Cowell of snowmen. But if you feel like you can handle it, send your pictures in. And we'll hopefully have a light side and a fun side of this stream in between the more intense moments there where the severe weather is happening. Currently, it does look like it's snowing in Oklahoma City. Let's take a look at the precipitation. Okay, pretty much all of Oklahoma is switching over to all snow now, I believe. This is why it helps to also get pictures and videos from you guys. So yeah, heavy snow in Norman. It looks like it's probably snowing in Wichita Falls, but it's still raining in Dallas. It's snowing in Tulsa. So let's just see. Go to my Twitter, send me pictures and videos, and I'll start relaying those reports. Assistant Riley has sent in a picture of his setup. This is how many monitors you have to work on the Ryan Hall y'all team. It's a minimum of this many. I don't even know how many there are. But as you can see, he's got a YALA meter on the desk, and he says it's snowing there, he promises. Oh, this is important too. This is a current look at the watches, warnings, and advisories. 4 monitors. Okay, thank you. The current look at the watches, warnings, and advisories across the U.S. All that purple is, I believe, a winter storm watch or a winter weather advisory. All that pink is a winter storm warning. So we have millions of people right now from Texas into Oklahoma into Arkansas, into Missouri, into Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio under winter storm warnings. A lot of you guys are going to see 4 to 6 inches of snow, maybe even more. And would you look at that, y'all? The lights have turned green. Therefore, it's time to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Hello. I did want to say, Ryan, if you could bring that National Weather Service graphic back up, actually, that's what I'm going to talk about right now. Good to see you all, by the way. If you could see, like right here next to me, there is a large area of brown as well, some brown colors in there, and those are wind warnings in particular, an assortment of them, some high wind watches, advisories, and warnings. And I remember James Spann. I'm sure a lot of you know about Spann talking about them, and the only thing he really referenced was that they're gradient winds, and what that means is that it's not exactly associated with a severe thunderstorm warning per se. A storm rolls through or the shelf cloud comes in and it's really gusty for a while, but actually it's just going to be gusty with any rain that falls across the entire state of Alabama, the entire state of Mississippi, even Tennessee, Arkansas, rather. That's because of those winds and the gradient winds. Essentially, that means we have a somewhat powerful low pressure system or storm that's rolling through. It's tightening up the pressure, and when those pressure lines, the isobars, what we call them, they're really close together, you're going to get a lot of strong surface winds throughout the entire region. So it's somewhat more rare to see, a bunch of high wind warnings in this area, and you may conflate them with, the storms that are expected later today across southern Alabama, southern Mississippi, southeastern Louisiana as this line progresses and we get some supercells. So just wanted to go over that. Those gradient winds are a little separate from, our actual, any severe thunderstorm that rolls through. They are tied to the storm altogether as it moves up to the north and east and produces all that winter weather on the backside of it too. So I figured I'd talk about that because a lot of people are going to hear those winds. You guys are going to know when it's raining, even if it's raining lightly, you're going to hear the winds. So I want to make sure that, those valuable meteorological variables that you experience are also things that we talk about.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Andy will be dropping in and talking to us intermittently throughout the stream. I'm sure we'll hear from him a lot more today. Let's see. Well, once again, if you're just now tuning in, we do have several storm chasers that are helping us out as well. We've got Brad Arnold, Brian Allen, Chris Hall, Mark, Bob, and Brett out there. Most of everybody's in Texas, but we have Brett Adair in Louisiana anticipating the forward progression of these storms later this evening. And we've got Mark out there in Oklahoma, where we're starting to see the rain change over to snow. So Oklahoma, somebody in Oklahoma is going to end up with a lot of snow today, and I believe we'll be able to see that through the eyes of our chasers as well as we go forward. I think we even have somebody in Illinois for later tonight. If we're going to be live that late, we'll have somebody in Illinois, Missouri, and all that good stuff. So we're going to be tracking the snow, the wind, and the rain all the way through the evening here. And I just want to say thank you very much to everybody who's tuned in. We're very honored to have room on your screen today. And I really hope that this is not like an action-packed stream full of tornado warnings and stuff. But unfortunately, there is a very good chance of that happening. But if not, we will have some fun with the snow coverage here. And then also I'll be trying to talk to chat as much as possible. It looks like Bama Guy says, I love the feeds. Keep up the hard work. Can we get a future prediction of snow for the Cincinnati area? Well, you know what, Bama Guy? Yeah, we can do that. And real quick, though, we need to talk to Riley. So go ahead, Riley. Oh, he's muted. You're muted, Riley.
I swear I clicked on you.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I was talking to Brian, he's one of the chasers that you just had up on screen, and he was just sitting there. People may be wondering, like, well, why is he just sitting there? The storm that he was planning on chasing has a forward motion of about 62 knots. So that's closer to like 65, 70 miles an hour. So part of the issue that these chases are having is these storms are unchaseable and they just can't catch up to them.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that makes sense. Thank you so much, Riley. So that's a good point. These are going to be hard to keep up with. These are going to be hard to intercept, and that's probably why Brett is where he is, so far displaced from the storms right now. So it'll be interesting to see what unfolds there. But yeah, things are moving along fast. That big storm that's heading towards Houston right now is about to get there. So hopefully everybody that's watching in Houston is getting ready for impact here. Even though we don't have any tornado warning or anything right now, that could change. But also, I think we're just going to have to be dealing with a lot of wind here and potentially even some flash flooding. There's a flash flood warning back here, I believe, for Sealy, just to the west of Houston. So heavy rain with this, strong winds, and potential tornadoes. We've got to keep a very, very close eye on it. Okay, so what did Bama guy want? A future prediction for snow? All right, I'm going to do that right here real quick. I've been meaning to do it for a while now. Let me change this to where it shows snow. And we will zoom out so everybody can see what's going on. All right, we still can't look at 18Z. All right, so obviously the daggone blue is snow. I hate the color scale on this. I'm going to be working on this in the future. But if you look at the snow side of this storm, where it's gray, it kind of blends in with the background, right? This is just like a regular part of the map. It looks like nothing's happening here, but this is actually heavy snow. If it's gray inside of the blue, it's heavy snow. Sorry if that is confusing. But anyways, this is what the radar could look like this evening around 6 p.m. So obviously we're going to see our storms down here moving off to the east. But look, lots of heavy snow in southeastern Oklahoma especially. It'll be breaking out in northwestern Arkansas, southern Missouri. And it'll kind of be back building a little bit to the north and west of Dallas. Is Dallas going to see any snow? Sorry, excuse me. I believe so. Some backside snow showers will be possible around 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern this evening, 7 or 8 p.m. Central. But look at this. There is going to be some snow breaking out into southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois around 9 p.m. tonight. Lots of moisture coming up. It's going to try very hard to snow in Cincinnati around 1 a.m., but it's probably going to start off as a mix, right? So it'll be a mixture of rain and snow. But in Indianapolis, 1 a.m., heavy snow is going to start coming in. It'll be snowing heavily in Evansville as well, in Bloomington. St. Louis even will likely be in on some of that heavier snow. But look at this, back here towards Tulsa, it's still snowing tonight at 1 a.m. Fayetteville, Fort Smith, northwestern Arkansas, you guys are getting in on some really heavy snow. And that's going to continue to be around until 3 a.m. before it starts to move out. But look at that, 4 a.m., some snow possible in Cincinnati. This is going to be a really hard forecast for Cincinnati specifically because you guys are going to be on the line between where the rain is happening and the snow, all right? So there's going to be a brief period of time where Cincinnati sees snow. It's probably going to start around 3 p.m. Going to start, 2 or 3 a.m. Tomorrow morning. It might even snow heavily for a while from 4 to 5 a.m. But look at this. As the storm moves off to the north and east, there's going to be a huge warm bubble that comes up in here. You guys see that? So even if you start off as snow in Cincinnati, it's going to change over to rain probably around, 7, 8 a.m. And then, all that snow is going to melt, unfortunately. And then it's very unlikely that you even get any more snow after that. It looks like that is a killer. That right there sucks. if you're in Cincinnati, like this right here was so close to being like a slam dunk snowstorm for Cincinnati. Now, obviously, I know not everybody wants snow, so congratulations, you win. But if you did want snow in Cincinnati, that big warm bubble is just going to it's going to try its best to keep that from happening. But definitely some big wet snowflakes 4 or 5 a.m. Before the rain kicks in. That warm bubble is also going to infiltrate Columbus all the way up through Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh will start off as snow. All of Pennsylvania will start off as snow. New York might even start off as snow. The interior Northeast. But look at that, son. The rain comes in right afterwards. What a system. What a system. The strong winds associated with this are kind of literally going to tear it apart here, separating it into two. A new low pressure center will probably form off the coast and ensure a heavy helping of snow for portions of Maine. The coastal cities are going to get mostly rain. But here's the thing, though. You're definitely going to get a lot of snow in Indianapolis. And I highly doubt that at any moment it'll switch over to rain. So this is all snow in Indianapolis and Fort Wayne. This is mostly, I would say, 95% snow for St. Louis, Springfield, and Chicago. So somewhere between St. Louis and Indianapolis is going to end up with a lot of snow, probably around Detroit as well. Toronto, Canada, probably going to get in on a pretty good amount of snow. Ottawa, you guys as well. So, and then another really interesting thing is afterwards, right? So after the storm goes by, we start seeing that northwest flow kick in. And we're going to see snow showers all the way through Illinois, off and on, Indiana as well, but especially down here in my neck of the woods in Kentucky. The closer you get to the Appalachian Mountains as well, we'll see some lake-enhanced snow. So a lot of that moisture, a lot of the moisture is wrapping around the low and coming down this way, but even more of it is coming off Lake Michigan, just kind of floating around here, hitting the mountains, rising, condensing, and then falling as snow around the Appalachian Mountains on Thursday. And some of this will be heavy at times. These are snow squalls here in Kentucky on Thursday and all the way down into Tennessee as well. So that is the path that this storm is likely going to take. All right, so I'm going to zoom out here, and I'm going to put this on play just so you guys can watch it. It'll play over and over again for you. And this is from pretty much now until Thursday, 7 a.m. Are you going to cover Texas today? Yes, we've pretty much only covered Texas so far today. We took a brief break to zoom out. We'll zoom back in, which, by the way, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. So we don't have any tornado warnings right now. We do have that tornado watch. I do expect more tornado warnings to pop up here soon, though. As soon as we need to, we are going to go back down there and focus on the severe weather aspect of the storm. Here's what it looks like right now in Mena, Arkansas, after a little over an hour of snow. So thank you so much for sending that in. Oh boy, we got a lot of people sending in stuff. Everybody's got their yolometers out, polishing them, right? Everybody's putting a little shine on them, getting them ready for the snow. I wish I could use mine. Let's see. Thank you guys for sending this stuff in, by the way. This is very useful. It lets us know that the radar isn't lying to us, because sometimes the radar will lie to you. Sometimes it'll say it's snowing, but it's actually not. There we are in Ada, Oklahoma. Big time, big snowflakes falling from Sarah. Thanks for sending that in, Sarah. And talk about polishing up the yolometer, son. This guy has got one of every size, and he's ready to go. He is ready to go. That's awesome. And he's wearing a Supercell shirt. Thank you so much for sending that in. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing live severe weather coverage. We've got a big winter storm going on here. And on the southern side of the winter storm, we have just a tremendous amount of severe weather that's likely going to take place. And then on the northern side, we have a lot of snow. So we're just going to be bouncing back between those two aspects all day long. And if you're on the snow side, especially, and you want to send in your snow reports, your pictures, your videos, your reports, your Yalameter submissions, whatever you want to do, you can send those to me through Twitter, preferably, at Ryan Hall, y'all. But also, I think that, if we get enough people who send them in, we'll probably do a Yalameter contest today. So this will count if you sent one in the other day as well. Whenever we had snow in Cincinnati, we'll compile those as well. But at the end of the stream tonight, sometime around midnight or something, whenever we start winding down, I am going to pick a couple of people who sent in snow reports, and I'm going to cash app you live on stream $1,000. It's fun. I love snow. So we do everything we can to really get into the snow spirit whenever we get the opportunity. So send in your Yalameter pictures. Little snow, no snow, lot of snow, whatever it is, send them in, and we'll share them around, and we'll put you in the pot, and we'll do that later tonight. But for now, we do need to kind of get serious again and take a look at the situation down here with our tornado watch in Texas and portions of Louisiana. We do have a tornado watch down here. We, however, do not have any tornado warnings right now. So let's inspect these storms and see if that's about to change. And I can tell you the storm that Brad Arnold is trying to get to might be the one that changes that. This doesn't look very intense as far as rotation goes, but this is the kind of storm that would maybe quickly try to produce a rotational area here that is, I guess, concerning enough to even issue a warning for. That might happen right here. And Brad Arnold, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, which you can see right above my head, is right in front of that storm. Without a tornado, though, this is going to be a strong storm. I mean, just look at how big that is. Lots of lightning, lots of heavy rain, probably some hail. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Brad there as we go forward. And of course, we got a bunch of other chasers out there as well. Let's get some updates from them. Brad, we are watching you right now, and we see that you're in front of this big storm. Just give us an update on what's going on out there and what your plans are for today. Mr. Brett Adair, we are live on YouTube. We're just kind of sitting around waiting for something to happen. Give us an update whenever you get a chance, and let us know what your plan is for the rest of the day. Mr. Chris Hall, y'all, we are live on YouTube. Let us know what's up, what's your plan, what are you thinking, whenever you get the chance. Thank you. Just getting an update from everybody.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brett. We are westbound on Interstate 10, going through Lake Charles, Louisiana at the moment. Going ahead into Texas for now. It's where we have a tornado watch in effect here across southwest Louisiana and into southeast Texas on the upper coastal plain. Looks like we're going to deal with the possibility of a couple of tornadoes this afternoon. Any of those could be strong in the presence of all this wind shear. We're going to travel over there and kind of monitor the situation. The return in Louisiana is not quite there yet. Dew point here is still around 51 on the west side of Lake Charles. Dews are streaming into southeast Texas pretty rapidly in the mid-60s, even upper 60s there. So we're going to see what we can catch this afternoon, but it looks like the I-10 corridor is going to be our friend as we continue back east. Later this evening into tonight, as we expect more of the west severe storms across the coastal sections of Louisiana, even southern Mississippi, Alabama. So we're going to be with it for quite some time, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, we are just south of Houston right now, near a city called Richmond on Highway 59, I believe. Maybe wrong about that. We're just kind of watching it right now. I'm not noticing any intense rotation within the storm. It's in a primed environment, though. This environment all the way up into Houston from down near El Campo to Houston is prime. So we're just kind of watching these storms, keeping an eye on them. As soon as something starts to produce, we'll drop down into it. Just kind of staying out in front of the line. And as far as what we're going to do the rest of the day, we're going to get back up to Houston probably and head east at some point just to kind of keep ahead of this line and try to put our chances of seeing a tornado better a little bit further east.
Hey Ryan, it is very, very windy, as you saw a while ago. Right now, I am just sitting here. These storms are racing off to the east, northeast. We're just going to sit here for just a little bit and let these storms get up towards the Houston metro and maybe interact with that warm front a little better. I think these storms are going to try to get going within the next hour, hour and a half. So, like I said, just sit here for a little bit and let these storms come to us.
All right, so there you had it. Some updates from our storm chasers out there who are helping us have eyes on the ground so that we don't have to just rely on this. Don't get me wrong, this is very helpful. I don't know what we would do without our awesome radar system and that we have in this country. But sometimes, what even is this, right? It's a bunch of paint splattered on a canvas is what it looks like. But I tell you one thing right now, whenever Chris Hall or Brad Arnold gets a tornado in their sights on the camera here, there's no question about it. And it's scientifically proven that whenever we can show you where the tornado is, what it looks like and stuff, you're more likely to take it seriously and take shelter, and therefore more people survive situations like that. So we are very thankful for the storm chasers, but we don't only have them chasing severe weather today. We also have people like Mark down there in Oklahoma, who's keeping an eye on the road conditions and stuff like that as the snow gets a little bit more intense. And now the lights are green, so let's go ahead and talk to Andy, the weather machine. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. In lieu of some active cells to talk about at the moment, I'm always constantly scanning for any rotation to look for here in order to relay as soon as I can. Well, there isn't really any that except for that storm that's headed towards Houston. So the most interesting thing that I have to say about that is that there are already several lightning strikes in the Houston vicinity and areas just the southwest as well. And given that that lightning is traveling so far down the forward flank, I think we might be looking at anvil crawlers, that spider-like lightning that travels along the cloud. I'm not sure if that'll be visible to anyone who is in the Houston vicinity, but of course, make sure you're safe and inside, but also maybe take a peek outside and see if you can see any anvil crawlers that might come through from that supercell. So that was one thing I wanted to point out, and that's for engaging our viewers in the Houston area before this storm arrives, this main one that looks to impact the area. The other thing I wanted to point out is that we got this tiny little shrimp, like the most shrimp-like shape I've seen since the last time I called one of these out, and the chat loved it. And that's just off the coast of Galveston, so to the southeast of KHGX. You can see it's actually got some pretty healthy rotation, and it is the smallest little supercell. It's so cute. So I figured we'd take a look at that. It's going to head up towards Bolivar Peninsula and Gilchrist, right there on the coast.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. I did a quick search for anvil crawlers just so I can show the audience here exactly what you're talking about. We'll get to that here in a second. But first, shrimp. A lot of these storms will take the appearance of shrimps today. And that's one of the things that Andy is looking at in the background while we, sometimes we're going to step away from Texas and especially when there's no active tornado warnings like right now. But don't worry. Andy and everybody else on the team is closely looking at all these storms so that whenever I need to like shift my focus to, okay, this one's getting ready to do something bad, we're going to do that. If I'm not talking about any specific storm at any time, there's no new information to give. So just pay attention to the crawler down there. Right now, there's no warnings at all, actually, other than a severe thunderstorm warning that does include parts of southwestern Houston. So that is what we're looking at there. Brad Arnold is in the middle of that storm. So this is what it looks like for Brad right now. And as you can see, like very heavy rain. I don't know if there's any hail yet, but he's actually not in the most intense part of the storm. He'll be there in about 5 minutes though. But this is what you can expect as this comes into Sugarland and Meadows Place. And there is a tiny little bit of rotation in this. So unfortunately, if there was a tornado out there somewhere, you wouldn't be able to see it. So we definitely want you to not be out looking around for tornadoes today. Just let Brad do that for you. I think that's all we need. And we'll just watch through him to see what's going on out there. Anvil crawlers, look this out. Look at this out. Check this out. This is Jeff. Everybody knows Jeff Piotrowski. This is from like August 1st, 2021. But that is kind of what Andy's talking about. Probably doesn't look as spectacular during the day, but certainly that is one of the things that we could be seeing out there associated with this giant embedded supercell that's moving into Houston right now. All right, so TJ, thanks for sending this in. They've got a Yalameter Mini out there in East Oklahoma near Fort Smith. No snow, just cold and raining there. Okay, this is perfect. You've got to give us an after picture. You're going to end up with some snow, probably, I don't know, 5 inches of snow or so. So make sure you don't move the Yalameter and you send us a before and after picture so we can see how quickly it piled up out there. Thank you so much for sending that in. And this counts, by the way. All right. This counts. It's technically being used as a mud-o-meter right now, but our moderators are putting you in the pot. And whenever we draw for $1,000 winners tonight, you will be entered to win. So thank you so much. Lots of people out here in Arkansas and Oklahoma have the minis. A good call, honestly. Victoria got it out and ready in Mansfield, Arkansas. It started at 12:50, so it's already snowing in Arkansas over here. Some places are actually approaching half inch or so of snow already, so that's really interesting. Oh, Andy Cuddy sent this to me. This is his video from a year ago, and this is an anvil crawler during the day. That looks pretty spectacular. That's actually awesome. Thanks for sending that in. So just another cool example of what Andy was just talking about. Not this Andy. This Andy is showing us. The other Andy was talking. Yeah, so I'm just looking through. So many of you are sending in pictures and reports. I really appreciate it. At Ryan Hall, y'all. On Twitter. You can also send them to pics@ryanhallyall.com. Hopefully we have somebody monitoring that email address, but that is a way you can do it too. Pics@ryanhallyall.com. So we do have a lot of kind of like embedded supercells in this like little confluence line here. Lots of, individual areas of small pockets of rotation, but nothing crazy yet. Nothing crazy yet. And hopefully we don't see anything crazy at all today. But unfortunately, we have to be here and we have to expect the worst on a day like today. Because if you get too loosey-goosey with your language and you don't effectively communicate the potential seriousness of what's happening out there, whenever the random storm decides that it is going to take advantage of the atmosphere and puts down a big tornado, people might not be prepared. So out in front of this, these several little supercells that are popping up here, we've got to watch closely because we could be dealing with tornadoes here very soon. Tracy, thanks for sending this in. This looks like a really cool setup. You've got it like on a table. I hope that your plan is to take a time lapse because that would be a very cool time lapse, I think. Very cool. If somebody could do a really good time lapse with the Yalameter, that's all I want on this earth, on this world. Why can't I talk today? I've been wanting to do one myself, but it just, all it does is rain here, unfortunately. It's currently 45 degrees at the Y'all HQ. Randy Smith has been a member for 21 months, almost 2 years. Hey, Ryan, thank you for doing this. Well, thank you for being a member. Nevin says, thank you for your time. I'm in Houston, and I'm always thankful for the easy-to-access coverage you're providing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, no problem. Paul says, how far up in Ohio does that warm bubble get? We are in Troy, north of Dayton, hoping for the rain to stay away. Dayton, you're in a slightly better position. A slightly better position than Cincinnati, but the warm bubble is still going to overtake Dayton. Unfortunately, I believe that. Extreme Risk member Deborah for 1 month. Birdie says, do you think the strong storms will continue in spring Texas the remainder of the day? Thank you. Not for the remainder of the day. Once that cold front gets by, if it's not already past spring Texas, I don't even know where that is. Let me see here. Spring Texas. Okay, yeah. So once I would say like in 30 minutes, you're going to be fine for the rest of the day in spring Texas. We've just really got to watch out for some of those training thunderstorms to maybe cause flooding, unfortunately. And 290 Rick, thank you very much for the extremely generous super chat. You didn't have to do that. And thank you to everybody. You should make a rain meter. That is something that a lot of people say, and that's something that we're trying to do. But I listen. I am not I'm not here to just throw our logo on a plastic rain gauge and call it a day. I like to do fun stuff. I like to make it unique and make it, you can't get this. You can't get this anywhere else. Okay? You can't. It's hard to replicate this. This is very cool. It's novel. It's weird. It's wild. It's wacky. I can't believe so many people are actually interested in getting them. But it's not just a rain gauge with our logo slapped on it, which is all we're able to figure out how to do right now. Whenever I figure out how to make a rain gauge as cool as this, I'm going to do it. I promise. I promise. That is a huge rain gauge. Yeah, for sure. Brad Arnold's in the thick of that severe thunderstorm now. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Hold on. Wait. This is good. Kat is always posting the best stuff. Paul's Kitchen, the internet's weatherman. I'm telling you, as soon as people start sending in snowman pictures, I'm going to let it out. I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. That's funny. I am the biggest snowman critic ever. And most negativity, no matter who it's coming from, right? Most negativity is bred from a place of jealousy or something like that. And that's what it is for me too. Like, if you can make a snowman and I can't, I'm mad at you. So if you don't make the perfect snowman, I'm going to let you know. Let's see here. Corey says, I'm waiting for the snow to show up in Pataskala, Ohio. Man, I hope it comes. I think it's going to. I don't know if we'll be here with you whenever it gets there, though. I think we're talking about 2, 3, 4 a.m. Before we're seeing snow there. Yeah, a lot of places are going to be seeing 4 to 8 inches of snow or so. If you guys want, we can go over snowfall totals if you want. Who wants to see forecasted snow totals? I do. Bada bing. Bada boom. All right, so this is on top of what you already have for the most part, except for in Oklahoma. So let me show you what we're expecting here. Right around Norman and Oklahoma City, 5-6 inches of snow. Closer to Tulsa, about 4 inches. Okay, and this is the official forecast from the National Weather Service. So this actually might be conservative to some extent. I think that some areas will get a little bit more than this. Just south of Wichita, 2-3 inches. A lot of southeastern Kansas is going to get 4 inches of snow. Northwestern Arkansas is going to be tough. It's going to be tough to figure this out. Who's going to get what? Fort Smith, I think about 4 inches. But maybe over here closer to Russellville, we're talking about 1.5 inches. There's going to be a dry slot that kind of works through here that's going to really mess up some snow totals for some people. And also, you got to think about melting too, because when the snow first starts falling after it's been raining all day, there's not going to be a lot of initial accumulation, and it's hard for the models to account for that sometimes. And even professional forecasters at the National Weather Service, it's hard to account for those kinds of factors. Maybe all the way up to a foot of snow, though, in northwestern Arkansas near Harrison and Green Forest. That looks to be the bullseye area. Springfield, Missouri, though, about 7 inches of snow. St. Louis, about 6-7 inches. How about you down here in Greenville, Illinois, with 6 or 7 inches? Springfield, Illinois, 4 inches. Bloomington, 4 inches. Peoria, Illinois, 4 inches. Chicago, 4 inches. Go ahead, Andy. What you got?
Hey Ryan, sorry to interrupt your snow. I've got one particular area of concern that is going to head toward the Houston area in general. So this might be a spin up, but as of the latest scan near Fairchilds, Texas, that's just to the south of the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to head towards Thompson's, Texas. That has tightened up pretty rapidly in the latest couple of scans. I think it could be a brief spin up, but what we're also seeing ahead of it is a pretty strong band of inflow. So the wind wrapping into, these embedded structures in this line of storms. So that's the area I'm concerned about. Would not be surprised if there was a tornado warning issued just for this brief instance of it. But I think we may see another couple tries at it as it approaches Thompson's and Arcola and Fresno, Texas.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing our attention to this very important situation that's unfolding down here. There might have been a brief spin up here, but if we look at the reflectivity, you can see that this is one of those embedded supercells that we've been talking about. You can see the base of it here. You see the kind of the forward flank out here. This is your inflow. This could be, even though it's in a line, this could try to be cyclical as it moves up to the north and east, and it will probably try multiple times to put down a tornado here as it approaches places like Thompson's, Texas, Trammell's, Texas, and maybe even on up into southern portions of Houston if it lasts that long. So we are keeping an eye on this. There is currently no tornado warning out for this right now. But there's a chance they issue one. So heads up, y'all watch out there in Thompson's and Trammell's, Texas. Okay. In the more immediate future, let me try to give you a better idea of where that rotation is right now. Really close to Wally's Corner. If there was a brief, spin up that happened here, it probably happened near Fairchilds or Long Point. And now it's closing in on Wally's Corner. And then, of course, next we're talking about Thompson's, Trammell's, and DeWalt over here. So no warning, no need to necessarily take shelter yet. But as soon as you hear that, beep, 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 whenever there is another warning, you're going to want to make sure that you're not included in it. But look at that little button right there. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all if we had something going on there. I don't know. There it is. Okay. So the National Weather Service
tornado warning
agrees
has been issued.
with us, and they went ahead and put out a tornado warning here. And as soon as we get the information on that polygon, we will show you that. But that's going to be for Brazoria County and Fort Bend County in Texas. Okay, so please take shelter now. This is a dangerous storm. There it is. Let's zoom in on it for you. Respect the polygon. If you're in there, you're going to want to take shelter immediately. That includes areas up to close to Fresno, Texas. And that is the storm, the very storm that we've been talking about, as we could have a tornado coming together here near Whaley or Wally's Corner. Take shelter now if you're in Thompsons, Texas, Trammels, DeWalt, and Duke. And we will keep a very, very close eye on this for you, as some of our storm chasers are actually trying to close in on this. I don't know where Brad is. Brad's very close. So Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, which you can see his live feed above my head here, he's just to the northwest of this. It's going to be hard for him to catch up to it, but some of our other Storm Chasers are in front of it, and they will have a good chance of potentially maybe intercepting it to the east of Houston here if they stay in that path that they're on. So that I'm talking about Chris Hall and Brian Allen. So if you're just now tuning in, we've been kind of waiting for this to happen. We found our area of interest for rotation, and it looks like the National Weather Service found it around the same time, and we now have an official warning here really close to Houston, Texas, for a potential tornado, and that's going to be for Brazoria, Fort Bend, those two counties in Texas there inside of this purple polygon. Very strong winds with this. Whether there's a tornado or not, I know I've said this a bunch, but this right here is going to be a very strong gust of wind that comes through in places like Thompson's and Arcola, Fresno. It's this tiny little bloop, right here that is concerning, as there could have been a tornado there. Actually, there definitely was. Look at that. Possibly what we're seeing here is a sign that debris is being or was lofted into the air. Whenever I switch the radar over to this version where everything looks purple or red, this is the correlation coefficient. So the radar's looking at stuff in the atmosphere, and it's like, okay, all this stuff is like the same, so it correlates. So we're going to paint it the same color. But yo, what's up? What's this? That doesn't correlate. There's leaves. Okay, there's a bunch of raindrops and there's leaves or dirt or, something like that. That doesn't correlate. The size of these hydrometeors or whatever it is don't correlate. So we're going to drop the correlation coefficient, and that paints it a different color here. And that's why we might be seeing a little bit of blue there. Makes sense because it lines up perfectly with our rotation indicator and our kind of hook on our supercell here. So yeah, there was likely a tornado on the ground there. It's probably still on the ground. At least let's just assume that it is, because if we're in the path of this thing, we don't want to, take any chances. Thompson's getting shelter now. And unfortunately, hopefully this thing weakens out soon, because it's over a pretty rural area right now. But I want you to look at all this. Look at all of this. Watch me zoom in here. You see all these little squiggly lines? Those are cul-de-sacs. Those are neighborhoods. This is a big, what do you call it? A residential development area on the south side of Houston here. This is near Sienna. Lots of houses, lots of stuff like that over here. And this tornado, if it's still on the ground, it's heading right towards you. So hopefully we've got people watching in Sienna, Arcola Junction, Halden, Palmetto, Trammels, all these places on the southern side or south and west of Houston. We need you to get in your safe spot. You're not going to be able to see this one coming. It's probably rain wrapped, but you do want to get into your safe spot right now. Very dangerous situation unfolding here near Thompson's in Texas. Oh, yeah. So the correlation coefficient has dropped even more. So this is definitely at least 5 minutes ago, it was on the ground and it was ripping stuff off the ground and throwing it into the sky. So we've unfortunately have to be pretty concerned about that as it approaches those subdivisions down there to the south of Thompson's. This is, I mean, we're talking minutes now before it gets to you. So if we know anybody that lives out there, if we've got any family or friends in this general vicinity, please let them know that this is a serious situation. We do have a tornado down here, and it's probably going to come right through that residential area, unfortunately. And this goes for everybody in and around Houston. Like this storm is going to impact places all around Houston. There's millions of people out here. So if you know somebody out here in Houston, Pasadena, Baytown, Sugarland, especially in Pearland, Brookside Village, places like that, got friends, family members, please let them know what's going on. You can share the link to my stream to them, or you can just text them, call them, be like, hey, the weather's getting pretty bad. You might want to pay attention, because that could be the final stimuli, the final stimulus that helps them actually pay attention and take shelter in a dangerous situation. Because sometimes just a tornado warning is not enough. Hearing the sirens is not enough. There she is. And we really hope that, because it's going this way, we really hope it lifts before it gets over here, because this is where we have all these houses. If I zoom in far enough, you can actually see them. Yeah, there's a lot of houses here. So yeah. Yeah, the debris signature is getting bigger with every scan, which is just not a good sign. And if I zoom out here and we kind of analyze the storm as a whole, it looks pretty healthy. The thing that might make it go away or weaken a little bit is, once again, storm interaction. This big forward flank from the storm just to the south of it, a lot of this cooler air is going to try to infiltrate the warm, moist air that's getting sucked into the inflow area, and that might choke the storm off and keep it from propagating any farther to the east. But we just can't assume that that's going to happen. We got to respect this polygon, and everybody that's inside of it needs to be getting to the shelter now. Get into the most interior room of your home. You want to make sure there's as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And get into the closet or the interior bathroom, whichever one has the least amount of glass. And bring me with you. Bring a phone, a tablet. Make sure they're charged. Bring a charger if you still have power. And a lot of times, even if you lose power, you won't lose internet or cellular data right away. So we'll be able to stay together until this thing passes. But unfortunately, this thing is probably still down. You can see the debris showing up on radar here. And it's still there on that last frame.
New information.
Okay.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Basically, what just happened there is the National Weather Service is agreeing with us, and they have upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning. So just to get everybody's attention, let's ring the alarm on that one. The National Weather Service has upgraded this warning to a confirmed tornado warning for Brazoria County and Fort Bend County, Texas. Unfortunately, guys, once again, this is the big subdivision. This is the residential area near Siena here that is getting ready to take a direct hit from a tornado, I believe. So, I mean, I'm talking as close up as, what do we got here? Heritage Park Drive. There's a roundabout, like that is, if you were on that roundabout, you could probably see this tornado. And unfortunately, that's going to come through several different cul-de-sacs, roundabouts, and streets here as it moves through the general Siena area. And also, this is probably going to go through Duke and Arcola directly after that. Okay. So we've got a dangerous situation unfolding here as we have debris in the air from an apparent tornado that's moving into Siena, Texas right now. Downstream, we are worried about Arcola and Iowa Colony and Palmetto. This is all on the southwestern side of Houston, Texas. This storm is going to, probably make it all the way up there near Pearland and Pasadena and South Houston at some point. Now, I don't know if it's still going to have a tornado hanging off of it by the time it gets up there, but it is going to make it up there. So we need to get those people ready for this just in case it does decide to be one of those long track cyclical supercells that produces continuous tornadoes. All right. So this is the area where we have a tornado here near Siena. And I'm going to wait one more scan just to see if things start looking better. But if they don't, I am probably going to try to dive into the mesoscale here just to kind of give you a better idea of where I think this is. But I'm really hoping that it's kind of dissipated. We always hope for that, but you can't really base what you're going to do off of that. There is a little bit less of a signature for rotation now, but we still see that debris signature. This right here, oops. Yeah, this right here is the debris signature. If I come over to this other radar here, you can see it a little bit better. Right there is where the tornado was likely at its peak. And then now the debris signature is a little bit less intense, but I still believe this thing is likely down near Arcola. So please take shelter now if you are in Arcola. Yeah, so this is going right through Siena now. Up next, we've got Duke and Arcola Junction. If this is still on the ground, it's going to cross over that Farmer Road 521, right there where 521 and Highway 6 intersect near Fresno and Palmetto. But that last scan looks even better, I guess. So that's a good sign. We don't want to let our guard down. We definitely don't want to assume that the tornado is going away. But basically what I'm seeing here is that this tornado picked up debris here. We could see it very well on radar just a few moments ago. And then you can see that the debris starts spreading out here right around the time it gets to Siena. And now the returns, the amount of, debris signature that we're seeing is less. So I'm hoping what's happened here is that the tornado was down, it was picking up debris, and then it kind of dissipated, but some of the debris was still in the air. And that's what we're continuing to see. If we come back to rotation, you can also see that there's less rotation now. It was very intense back here, and then it's kind of since let up. But I'm telling you, this is not the end. Unfortunately, this new little elbow, every time you see a little crack, little indentation like this today, especially when we're looking at these more linear systems, those are very suspicious. All right, any little divot, crack, crevice is going to be suspicious, because this is another opportunity for rotation to set up right here to the north and west of Arcola. So we had a tornado down. I do believe that it's lifted, but a new one might be trying to form just to the north and west of Arcola right now. So just another really good reason to always respect the polygon. And it doesn't matter which Walmart the storm is by right now. Everybody in Brazoria and Fort Bend counties in Texas needs to be paying attention to this one. Trying to see if I've got any reports, any new information coming in. 7 minutes ago, tornado on the ground southwest of Houston, moving towards the Arcola area. I believe that particular tornado is lifted, but we're going to assume that it hasn't, and everybody's going to stay in their safe spots. That's the most important thing. I'm trying to do my best to be as detailed as possible. All right. I'm sitting here, kind of just talking out loud as if I was somebody that was at the National Weather Service. What are they thinking as they're trying to issue new warnings and update their text products and stuff? But the only thing that really matters is what they end up doing. So the warnings, as long as that warning is in effect, despite what the radar is showing right now, we need to stay sheltered. That's the most important thing. Okay, I think they let the warning expire. They did. Good news. So as you can see, throughout this entire process, the National Weather Service and us have been pretty much on the same page. And now they've allowed that warning to expire because that tornado has lifted. I'm still pretty concerned, I guess, or interested in what's going to happen with this little elbow, this little divot right here. So we're going to keep watching this storm very, very closely, okay? It is not over yet. And you can still see the supercellular structure a little bit inside of here. So as long as that is showing up, we're going to we have no choice really, but to pay close attention to it. And I just want you guys to notice how fast all of that just happened. There are some days where you get a big supercell and that supercell puts down a tornado, and it's so easy to see on radar. And anybody really can tell you where it's going as long as they know how to read a radar, and it's just this big obvious thing. Days like today and what just happened are a little bit more dangerous because it's easy to miss this. It's very easy to miss this. And sometimes like this, like there was probably already a tornado down right here before the warning was even issued. Sometimes you're not going to get much of a warning. So everybody in the tornado watch today, everybody out in front of this line of storms needs to be hyper weather aware. And we're going to continue to try to do what we do of giving you an early heads up before the warnings are issued here. So yeah, the storm itself, the big storm is approaching Houston. The tornadic part is really going to the south of Houston right now, but still heavy rain, lots of lightning, possibly some hail in downtown Houston here over the next little bit. Brad Arnold's right here, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. You can see his feed above my head. He's going southbound on this road. He's going to try to get to that rotating part of this storm. So that'll be really interesting, actually, to see what Brad sees whenever he gets to this part of the storm. So we're going to keep a very close eye on him. And yeah, so we're just going to keep our eyes on that. Do we not have any other LSMs in the snow? I mean, any more that we don't actually have pulled? Oh, okay. All right. As you can see, we've got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, Brian Allen, Chris Hall, Brett Adair, and Michael Beard helping us out today. Michael's in the snow. And then there's a live shot from the University of Oklahoma, where it's snowing pretty good right now, actually. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Rachel is doing it. I'm in Rochester, New York, and I have a setup for a cam for a time lapse. I'll send you the final video. Rachel, thank you. One day I'm going to make an awesome one. But it has to snow here first. And I think that as long as I live here, it's just not going to happen. Snow avoids me. I'm sure some of you feel that way too. Oh, we got Barry Bones. Barry Bones in the house. For those of you who don't know, this is the most weather-aware dog on Earth. One of our biggest fans. Barry is always watching every time we're live streaming, and Barry is always impressively aware and in tune with what we're talking about. This dog is not. This is not an act. This dog is actually like very concerned about the weather, and it's a sight to see every time. We love seeing Barry. You're just now tuning in. We just had a big storm produce a tornado just to the south of Houston, Texas. But that tornado has since lifted. Now we've just got a big severe thunderstorm warning down here. That includes Lake Jackson, Manville, League City, Angleton in Texas. Big storm going through Houston right now, though. It's just not tornadic. Some strong winds, lots of lightning, heavy rain. But thankfully, no naders out there right now. Ten out of 10. Who is it? Does it look good? Okay, yeah, go for it. By the way, if you see me look over here and talk, Carly, why don't you throw your picture up real quick? This is producer Carly, who is helping me out here in the weather house, in the studio. So she's helping me keep up with all the storm chasers, the cameras, the buttons, the lights, the wee-woos, everything is kind of being operated by Carly over here. So huge shout out to Carly. Thank you. For a long, long time, I did all this completely by myself. And sometimes I'd get overwhelmed and have like 50 screens around me, and then I'd miss the daggone, something important. No more. Thanks to Carly. This is a... Wait, what? Daniel, I thought this was like an awesome setup. But like the Yolometer is supposed to be on the ground. Right? Like it's going to have to snow like 3 feet before you can even measure it. Oh, so this was temporary. Oh, that's like the storage place for the Yolometer. Like when you need it, it's like break glass if needed for the fire extinguishers. You just run out there and you grab it off of the porch. I love it. And that rain gauge is very cool. If we were to do a Yola rain gauge or whatever, I would want it to be like that. If the owner of the company who makes that is watching, hit me up. Let's work together. All right, Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. Once again, this cell that we're mostly concerned about has definitely reached its full cycle, and it's going to probably move straight into the Pearland, Texas area. You can see that both from the Houston radar and also the terminal radar right there has a more updated look from just about 40 seconds ago. That looks pretty concerning to me on velocity. So Pearland, heads up for you. I believe this is not tornado warned right now, but it likely will be pretty soon. So advance heads up, y'all watch out for Pearland.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is the area of rotation that we are watching. And this is kind of what we mentioned earlier, where this is the same storm essentially that produced the tornado that we saw come close to Siena earlier, but now the area, the part of the storm that's rotating is a little bit farther to the north, and this is where it is right now. So there is no tornado warning with this, but y'all watch out. In Pearland, Brookside Village, and even as far maybe north as Skyscraper Shadows, and this is on the southern southeastern side of Houston down here. This is the potential rotating area here. There are storm chasers out there. So I'm sure that if there is something on the ground, or if there's about to be something on the ground, we will hear about that very soon, because this is also like a really populated area. But no warning yet from the National Weather Service. So we'll see what happens there. Definitely concerning looking pocket here. This is one of those things where what we're seeing on the radar actually happened probably 5 minutes ago or something. So the radar beam has to like scan the sky, and then that data's got to go into a computer, and then it prints out all the colors. Then it hits the servers, and then it gets put into like our apps and our software and stuff. Sometimes that process can take 3 to 5 minutes. So right now, this area of rotation in real life could be a little bit more intense than what we're seeing here, right here. And that's why I think the Weather Service should issue
A new tornado warning has been
a tornado
issued.
warning for Brazoria County and Harris County, Texas, which that is now a real thing. So there you go. This is for, I believe it is for Pearland. Let me just double check here. And by the way, I think we're also going to start seeing some concerning storms out here in front of the line as well. So we got to start watching out for Beaumonts. But that warning specifically, is for Pearland right here. And that is immediately radar confirmed. So there you go. We've got a tornado down, more than likely here, near Pearland. Let's come back over to this app. And let's come back over here. Yeah, so right in here is where that tornado is. The tornado is confirmed via emergency management. Okay, so apparently an emergency manager has actually spotted a tornado here, and that's actually pretty concerning because this is going to move through Pearland, the center of Pearland, within the next couple of minutes. So let's get to shelter. Let's get to shelter. If you haven't gotten to shelter yet, please do so now in Pearland, Texas. We also want to get there in Humble Camp, Texas, as well as Golden Acres and Nassau Bay. Right here is where that tornado likely is. Confirmed by emergency management. Hold on, just looking for any updates. Yeah, so we've got a confirmed tornado warning for the southern Houston, Texas metro, including Pearland and Webster, Texas, until 2:30 p.m. Central. You're going to want to take cover now. Wear shoes, wear a helmet, safety first. That's a great comment I just saw in the chat. Yeah, so if you're taking shelter, you want to get there fast, especially if you're in Pearland. Okay, if you're in Pearland, you don't have much time. But let's say you're downstream a little bit in Humble Camp, for example. Go ahead and slip on a pair of shoes and pretend like you're going to have to go outside immediately after this tornado. If your house gets struck by a tornado or something like that, more than likely you might have to evacuate your house. You know, if the roof falls off, if there's a gas leak, some sort of fire or something, you might have to evacuate the place where you took shelter. Don't do that in your pajamas. You know, you might have to walk over screws, broken glass, or whatever. So wear shoes. If you have a helmet in the garage or something, grab it and protect your head as you get into your safe spot. Lots of kids out there have bicycle helmets. If the kids are at home, grab their helmets, put them on them. Sounds ridiculous, but it could actually save you. If you're going to get hurt in a situation like this, it's going to be from falling debris more than likely. Hitting you in the head. Once again, lots of storm chasers in this area, right under the circulation. So if there is a tornado down still at this very moment, it's very likely that we see that be confirmed via some sort of video or picture soon. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a confirmed tornado warning for Brazoria County, Texas, and Harris County, Texas. This was confirmed by emergency management. However, we are not seeing some of the more typical indicators on radar. So that's why it's important that you have ground reports once again. We are starting to get some preliminary reports that Pearland is taking some damage. We have no really concrete answers for you on how intense that damage is. Yeah, everybody that's in Pearland needs to continue to be in their safe spot. And this thing is like rocketing off to the north. Look at how fast that happened. So now the rotation is way up here near Brad Arnold. And we do have a live feed from Brad Arnold here. So Brad is technically right underneath the circulation right now. We'll come back to this live feed right here in a second. You can see it above my head. But look at this. This is where the circulation is. That's where Brad Arnold is. And obviously, if there was a tornado out there, I mean, it could be 20 feet in front of him. We wouldn't know. This is a really strong storm with blinding heavy rain. It's one of the reasons why storms like this are so dangerous. You can't see the tornadoes coming. And there's one probably right around him somewhere. Brad, just to let you know, you just went right through the rotation area there. Just wondering if you saw a change in direction of the winds or anything suspicious in that big rain blob you're in.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, we just saw a power flash just to the north of the highway right now. There was a chair that actually fell from the sky and landed right next to us on the interstate. Lots of leaves and limbs being lofted in the air, but it is north of the highway right now. We're trying to get better position for it, but it's definitely on the ground. It's completely rain wrapped.
Okay, so there you go. Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is confirming to us that this is still on the ground. We've got power flashes. We've got debris falling on the highway. And he's saying to me that it is north of the highway now, north of Humboldt Camp, probably up here near Giona, moving up towards Golden Acres in Texas. Take shelter now. This is in a very populated area, and it's ripping up debris, and it's producing power flashes. This is a terrible, dangerous situation. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, I was here just to relay that. We've got quite the couplet there now, and also a deep tornado debris signature now. So even if it wasn't previously on the ground in the city of Pearland, it now has a pretty straightforward look to us that this is now on the ground doing damage north and east of Pearland. So I expect a new tornado warning will be issued for this likely tornado or radar confirmed. And that'll include the Deer Park area ahead of time. So make sure you guys are ready for that and getting to your safe spots.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Guys, just to get everybody's attention, once again, I am going to ring the alarm here. We have a really probably a big tornado down on the ground right now in South Houston, south of Pasadena, near north and east of Pearland. It's doing damage. It's doing significant damage. And these are communities. This is a populated residential area, and the tornado is moving fast, and you cannot see it. We just had Brad Arnold drive probably within a half a mile of the thing, and you couldn't see it. I mean, he saw the power flashes, he saw the debris falling from the sky, but he did not see a tornado. This is going to continue to be the case as this moves up to the north and east. I think the Weather Service is probably going to issue a new warning that goes up a little bit more like this and probably does include Deer Park. So we want everybody to get into their safe spots as quickly as possible. Then, of course, if we look at the correlation coefficient, we can see that debris signature right here as this tornado is throwing debris into the air. Take shelter as quickly as you can, especially up here near Golden Acres. That's where it's going next. Looks like it's going to try to ride or parallel BW8 up there towards Golden Acres, and that's the direction that it's going. I'm going to bring up the correlation coefficient. Can't see anything there yet. I'll go back to velocity then. I'm really want to give you kind of like a street level view of what's happening here, where the storm is, and where we think it's going to go next. Oh, wow. Look at this. This is a big one, guys. This is throwing up a lot of debris into the air, and right here is Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. So you can see his picture above my head. This is what it looks like outside, and there's a huge tornado right next to him here. Let's pull him up full. I think he sees it. It's going to be hard for us to. This is just south of South Houston. This is in the South Houston metro. Let's see here. South Houston, Texas. All right. That's that. This is this. Okay, so Brad Arnold right now, I believe, is on this BW8 road here. And the tornado is currently riding that road up here near the village or village at the park in Burke Meadow. So right now, this tornado is more than likely. There it is. Now we've got a PDS warning.
This tornado warning.
So we
has
have
been
a
upgraded.
large damaging tornado on the ground here in the metro area of South Houston. This is right around the Days Inn in near Pasadena. This is near the HCA Houston Healthcare Southeast. If you guys know where Walnut Hill is, Parkview South, if you know where Parkview Estates is, if you know where Preston Manor is, that's where this big tornado is right now. It is doing a significant damage out here. This is a life-threatening situation. If you are in, let's say, the Spencer Highway Gardens, all right? Everybody knows where Del Taco, Ocho, and Papa's Barbecue is there along the parkway here. This is the Sam Houston Tollway, okay? If you live near here, your life is in extreme danger as this is where the tornado is right now. It's likely going to cross the road there near the Cinemark Hollywood movie theater, okay? Right next to Papa's Barbecue. It's going to go across the road. And then we're terribly worried about the Battleground Golf Course, that area, West Side Manor, Aaron Glen, Beverly Terrace, Deer Park. All of these places are in extreme danger as this storm is moving right along. Okay, let's come back over here to the radar. You can keep up with our storm chaser above my head there. By the way, he is very close to the tornado. If it was a clear day, you'd be able to see a big, nasty tornado right in front of them there. But guess what? You can't, because this is a rain-wrapped tornado, which is one of the most dangerous kinds. Huge tornado on the ground here, getting ready to cross BW8 near Golden Acres. It's currently lofting a significant amount of debris into the air, and we have a PDS tornado warning here. And my goodness, guys, look at all this. All of this is neighborhoods. All of this is commercial areas. Next up, we're going to see this go across Spencer Highway. We're going to see it go across Spencer Highway and then eventually up there towards Deer Park. So I'm really concerned about the Battleground Golf Course. If you guys know where Palm Terrace is, Beverly Terrace, Aaron Glen, that's where that tornado is going to be within the next couple of minutes. It's eventually going to make it up there near Deer Park and then probably cross the Pasadena freeway near the Whataburger and the Granger Industrial Supply Building. And this thing looks like it's probably big. It's a big tornado. So if you can imagine in your head the distance between the Whataburger at Deer Park and the Granger Industrial Supply Building, that's how wide the tornado could actually be. So these locations that I'm saying, this is just a general. Okay.
A new
now we have a
tornado emergency has been issued.
This is just a general idea of where the tornado could be. It's not exact. We need everybody in the polygon to take shelter. But unfortunately now, guys, we have a tornado emergency. This is the highest level tornado warning that can possibly be issued by the National Weather Service. And they only do this whenever we have storms that are producing tornadoes that are capable of producing catastrophic damage. And we've got a big 18-wheeler turned over here. Brad Arnold is on.
Hey, Ryan, we've got power lines down. You can check on the stream right now. An 18-wheeler's been flipped. We're on Highway 8. Very significant tornado just crossed right in front of us.
My goodness, guys. We had a tornado. The tornado went through right across Highway 8 here, just south of Deer Park. We've got an 18-wheeler flipped over. You see Brad's actually out there checking on him right now. And we'll keep up with him. But guys, we've got a lot of people's lives are in danger here. If you're in Deer Park, you got to run.
That's why we did good. Ryan just went and checked on the driver. He's okay. He's standing up in the cabin. He can't climb out.
Okay. All right. You got to run. You got to run. Don't walk to shelter if you're in Deer Park. Let's go ahead and start getting there in McNair and Baytown, all the way over to Cove in Texas. This is on the southeastern side of Houston, y'all. This is the real deal. This is a tornado emergency. Catastrophic damage is likely as this storm continues to rip on up to the north and east. My goodness. So there it is right now. It's going to continue to move up through the La Porte Freeway, Highway 225 here within the next little bit. And it's going to probably destroy everything between where it is right now and by the time it gets there. And once again, one of the big landmarks in this general vicinity is the Battleground Golf Course. We've been hollering about that for 10 minutes. It's now over that general vicinity.
Ryan, we've got damage to houses now. We're going to go check it out.
All right. All right. My goodness. All right, Brad, we're watching you. And if there's anything at all that we can do remotely, if there's anything that we can do, just let us know. All right. So we've got a big tornado causing damage here. And guys, I just want to kind of explain what's happening right now. There's a big tornado here that is currently over top of the McDonald's, the Cuban Cafe Deer Park, the Popeyes, the Whataburger, this is a commercial area. And then also we've got the Deer Park Junior High School right here where this tornado is going through right now. And this is not a light situation. This is one of the biggest tornadoes that you'll ever see in this part of the world. So all we can do is hope that those people got the warning. And all we can do is continue to try to relay the message here. Okay. This is why we went live today. This is why we talked about how volatile the atmosphere was earlier this morning. There is a life-threatening catastrophic tornado on the ground right now, moving towards Brownwood, Lynchburg, Baytown, let's see here, Coati, McNair, Cedar Bayou, and Eldon in Texas. And if it stays on the ground, if it continues to be as intense as it has been, it's going to be there very soon. So we need you to run. Don't walk to shelter. This is not a normal tornado. This is the big kind. It's probably EF3, EF4, maybe higher. Who knows? So this is the kind that can completely destroy buildings. So obviously, the first thing that you want to do, if you have the ability to, is get underground. You want to get underground. If you can't get underground, you want to get into the most interior room of the most sturdy building that you're near. You want to barricade yourself with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and you want to protect your head. Wear a helmet. You got a football helmet, you got a baseball helmet, you got bicycle helmets, put it on. Run, don't walk to the bathroom, the closet, whichever one is. If you are punching through the wall, your hand doesn't end up on the outside, you're in a good spot. If you don't have a helmet, grab the mattress off the bed, put it over your head, bring me with you. Put on a pair of shoes. You might have to evacuate your house and walk over glass and screws whenever this is over with. So put on a pair of shoes, put on clothes that you wouldn't mind to, walk through the rain in for a little bit, and bring me with you. Tablet, iPad. More than likely, we'll be able to stay in contact with each other through cellular data, even if the power goes off. Unfortunately, this is still down. This is now crossing the road here near Deer Park. If we look at the correlation coefficient, you can just see how intense this got. And it happened so fast. You guys remember, it feels like just 5 seconds ago, we were talking about a maybe tornado down here near Pearland. And then very quickly, this turned into a monster that is now continuing to wreak havoc here as it moves off to the north and east. This is where the tornado is right now. We know that because the blues indicate debris that's being lofted into the air. So the radar can actually tell that there are pieces of houses, there are tree branches and stuff floating in the sky that shouldn't be there, and it drops the correlation coefficient, and that's how we know for sure exactly where that tornado is right now. It's going to continue to move off to the north and east towards Lynchburg. The good news is at least for the next little bit. It's hard to tell how long this will take, but at least for the next little bit, it's going to be in a not so populated area, as this is some sort of bayou, some sort of inlet here towards the Gulf of Mexico. So as it crosses over that, it will have a chance to weaken or diminish, and we're going to hope to goodness that happens. But if it doesn't, then it's coming right for you in Lynchburg, Texas, in Brownwood, in Coaddy, McNair, Highlands, and then eventually maybe even all the way up there towards Old River Winfrey and Old River Community and Timber Lake Estates, okay? Sorry. So it just crossed 225 there. We've still got Brad Arnold. We still got a live feed from him. I'm trying to see where he is. Okay, so Brad's over here now. And by the way, we just saw a flipped over 18-wheeler. We saw all the damage that it did on Highway 8 there. I think what Brad's going to do now is he's going to come up here and try to make it to Lynchburg and intercept the storm again as it moves up to the north and east. He has to go around that water, though. He can't just... Actually, he probably could have went this way, but this is definitely what he's trying to do here. So, we've got damage, and we know that it's on the ground still. So really, we don't need to see it, right? We know that it's there, and we've got to make sure we are taking shelter. We got to make sure we are in our safe spots. The debris ball, or the tornado debris signature with this right now, is more than a mile wide. That doesn't really tell us how wide the actual tornado is. But generally, whenever you get a debris signature that is that big, you're dealing with a very serious and unfortunate situation. So that's what we're dealing with there. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado emergency for Chambers County, Harris County, and Liberty County, Texas. This is on the south or the eastern side of Houston. It includes Baytown, McNair, and Old River Winfrey in Texas. A tornado emergency is the highest level tornado warning that can possibly be issued, and it's only issued whenever the Weather Service believes that the tornado in question is a violent tornado that's capable of producing catastrophic damage. Yeah, that definitely escalated quickly. Thankfully, for the next little bit, there's going to be some time for this to weaken. I hope that it does. It's going to cross over some water here. And my goodness, all we can do is just hope that it weakens. And this is the kind of storm that it definitely could. Man, I'm just blown away by how fast that happened. This is why we really have to be hyper weather aware all through the rest of the day today. That is nuts. This went from 0 to 100 in 2 minutes. Still got the big giant rotating area here. Still got debris in the air. But for a brief moment here, it's kind of over the water. But we need to get to our safe spots very quickly if we're in Worcester or Brownwood, because we've got a couple of minutes and it's going to be back in that area. Lynchburg as well. And then Coaddy. I think I'm saying that right. And then, of course, McNair. That's where this tornado is going next. The good news is the debris signature looks a lot less impressive. You see here that obviously we had a giant tornado right here. Some of the most recent scans, though, make it look a little bit less intense, but maybe that's because it's over water and it's not necessarily picking up big debris. I don't know. We don't need to be taking any chances. We need to be in our safe spot regardless of what this looks like right now. There's tons of plants in that area, oil refineries. My goodness, that's one of the most populated tornado emergencies we've had too. This is the graphical information on that. Tornado emergency. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. Includes Baytown, Mount Bellevue, and Cove. 130,000 people in that. 35 schools, 3 hospitals. It's 3:36 p.m. on the East Coast. 2:36 in the Central. What is the day? What is it? Tuesday? It's Tuesday, right? So school's more than likely in session. Hopefully we've got all the administrators and stuff paying attention here. We had a tweet earlier that somebody sent of a classroom watching. Honestly, sometimes a school, especially in some of those interior brick hallways, sometimes that's like one of the better places you can be. Ugh. So the good news is the tornado debris signature has significantly let up. The bad news is that the rotation is still very intense here. So I'm interested in seeing what's going to happen next. We still have an embedded supercell here. This is your base. This is your big forward flank. So this is sucking in warm, moist air into the inflow area. We've got a rear flank downdraft here that's rotating. This could produce another tornado. If that initial one has, in fact, lifted, it could very easily produce another one here as it approaches McNair. And I think that's what it's trying to do. So nobody should be letting their guard down. Nobody should be coming out of their safe spots between McNair and Old River Winfrey. We're still under a tornado emergency in Chambers County, Harris County, and Liberty County, Texas. If you're just now tuning in, we do have this tornado emergency for parts of southeastern Texas. It's a particularly dangerous situation. There was a deadly tornado on the ground, producing potentially catastrophic damage near Deer Park. And I do have a team of people in the background listening in to emergency management. A lot of times, police officers and fire departments and stuff are watching our stream anyways. A lot of EMA offices are. So as soon as we start hearing from them, and as soon as we start understanding the scope of what just happened here, I'll start relaying to you the news. Is there damage? Like, how much damage is there? What's going on in Deer Park? I promise we'll let you know that as soon as we hear something. Update from Brad Arnold. A rain-wrapped significant tornado just crossed in front of us on Highway 8 near Deer Park, Texas. We checked on the driver of an overturned 18-wheeler, and he is okay. Visible roof damage to commercial and residential structures. Repositioning now and heading east on I-10. And lots of people in the comments are saying that channel That bay that the tornado just went through is just full of oil refineries and chemical plants. So that's not good. And what else isn't good is I'm seeing evidence now that this could more than likely still be producing damage here, still lifting new debris into the air as we're starting to see a new TDS near Cody. Cody? It's probably Cody. Why am I overthinking it? Is that what you would say, Cody? All right. Have you seen chat or people? Tell me how they say. I think I should say it whenever you see it. I believe this is Cody. I've been saying Coady all day. I'm sorry. But yeah, I believe we still have a tornado down right here, and that's going to come up towards I-10 within the next little bit. It looks like the National Weather Service has downgraded that tornado emergency to a PDS warning. So we still have a particularly dangerous situation. Still, it's got a tornado on the ground, and it's moving up towards Cody and McNair in Texas. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know where Coady came from. So yeah, now it's just a waiting game pretty much to see what the next radar scans have in store for us. The good news is I think that we definitely don't have as significant of a tornado down if it is still down. I want you guys to look at what we just went through here. Right here, the velocity information was so strong, it just didn't show up. The software just gave up. Same thing right here. So at that point, the tornado was gigantic. Now, the rotation is still there, but it's honestly, it looks less impressive, which is very good news. And also the indicators of debris are less impressive as well. So there's a good chance that this tornado has lifted. But boy, should we not let our guard down because this, unfortunately, because this happened, it's almost inevitably going to happen again. This is one of those kind of days like where, okay, now we understand that these storms are capable of taking advantage of the environment out here. We had the opportunity for maybe they wouldn't, but now that we know that they can, we know that they will continue to do so. So we're going to be here with you all the way through midnight or later as these storms move on to the east towards Beaumont, and then eventually even Louisiana, Lake Charles. You guys are in for it out here. So this is going to be a very dangerous evening. Deer Park it was definitely hit. Are you hearing anything over there? We've got any news pouring in, Carly? Nothing confirmed, nothing big. Okay. Well, that could be good news or bad news. But we'll let you know whenever we hear about it. Obviously, the first thing people are doing after getting hit by a tornado is not tweeting about it. And a lot of times, even emergency management in situations like this, where it kind of comes out of nowhere, a lot of times they're scrambled. The information coming through from them isn't very streamlined. So as soon as everybody figures out what's going on, we will let you know what's happening there. Man, I really hope that everybody was in their safe spot for that one. I feel like the warning was good. The National Weather Service did a great job with the PDS warning and the emergency. And yeah, all we can do is hope that the people got the warning. Carly, if you can flip my cameras around. Thank you. Let's see here. Keith White, bless these people and help them to a speedy recovery. JB, for those affected, do what you do. Y'all squad. Flower Child. Thank you guys so much for the support. Thank you for getting the word out, Ryan. I have family in Deer Park and Baytown, sharing your stream with them. Prayers to all those impacted. Yeah, so we still don't know the extent of what just happened there. So I'm honestly, I'm just waiting to hear about it. If you see anything, please feel free to tag me in it on Twitter. If it's novel, if nobody else has seen it, if it's an original report, also tag the National Weather Service as well. Very important that we do. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. In light of this tornado passing through, whether or not it's on the ground at the moment, I hope everyone's taking shelter in the warning, but there are still other things happening just right over Algoa, Texas, to the southwest of the Houston radar. There's what appears to me to be quite a hefty possible downburst or even a microburst. I'm not sure quite what's happening here, but I'm seeing a pocket of nearly 100-mile-per-hour winds right over the town of Algoa from this cell. So that's an incredibly dangerous wind situation. If it is properly showing up on radar, it looks like it has persisted for at least a frame. So 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds are approaching the Houston radar in the Dickinson and League City areas right now.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Very strong winds down here. And once again, even without tornadoes, it's going to be a big concern today, a big problem. And by the way, I just showed a video here. This is from Laney D. Tornado damage on Center Street in Deer Park. So yeah, definitely some significant damage there. And I can't tell much from this, but definitely I see some power lines kind of flipped over. I don't see much else than that. So I don't know where exactly this is, but that's kind of like the first indication of like, okay, something definitely did just happen there. Nora says 38,000 viewers and 10K likes. Liking helps get the word out. That's true. Thank you, Nora, for bringing that up. One of the ways that we end up helping people, and I hear it all the time, this is one of our most common testimonials, is there are people out here that are browsing YouTube right now in Port Arthur and out in front of these storms that have no idea about the severe weather threat today. And maybe one of the only ways they'll figure it out is by us popping up in their recommended feed or their suggested videos feed. And the way that's going to happen is by YouTube promoting us. So if you guys want to, just go ahead and hit the like button like you would on a normal video, and that'll help us reach more people. Thank you very much. All right, some more damage here from in and around Deer Park.
Harris County.
Hard to see anything in that video. Yep, tag me at Ryan Hall, y'all, if you see anything newsworthy there on Twitter. Here's a tweet from the Pasadena Police Department. We are aware of a tornado touching down on the southeast side of our city. Our officers and fire department are working towards assisting those people who were immediately affected. I really appreciate y'all. Teamwork makes the dream work. We've got all kinds of internet sleuths, internet researchers out there helping us get the latest. Okay, here we go. At Deer Park, Harris County, Texas, emergency manager reports numerous reports of home and property damage, along with downed trees in and around the Deer Park area. But yeah, we still don't know the extent, but we're working on finding it out. So far, everything that I've seen is not. I mean, obviously, it's bad, but it's not terrible. But maybe we just haven't seen the worst of it yet. I don't know. All right, let's flip the cameras back. Thank you, Carly. Here's a little bit more of a telling image. Tornado damage somewhere around Pearland. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy how quick that happened. This is from Kenneth. Damage with big trees down and some snapped in half near the intersection of Red Bluff and Spencer Highway. Oh, wow, that's a big tree. Okay, so that's pretty much all the news I have for you so far. I don't want to spend too much time, looking for that, because as it comes in, there are people that are here to let me know. But Ryan K did say the Deer Park tornado just passed my office building. Crazy experience. Significant water wall. Threw around a few pole mounted transformers. Look at that. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we had a pretty significant tornado go through or near Deer Park, Texas. Big debris ball. Looked to me like it was throwing debris in the air about 10,000 feet. And we had a tornado emergency. Now we still have a tornado warning. It's a radar indicated for Chambers, Harris, and Liberty counties in Texas. We want to make sure those people are still in their safe spots. But the big nasty tornado has lifted. And now we're just we're trying to figure out what happened down there. And we are seeing a lot of damage reports and pictures coming in. So I'm sure we'll have more of that as time goes on. Nicholas has got an interesting analysis here. Track of the intense tornado that moved through the Houston suburbs a few moments ago. This was made using radar, so it might not be 100% accurate. So it started off down here near Pearland. Went up right through that intersection we were talking about near Golden Acres. Went through or just to the east of Deer Park, and then kind of dissipated once it started going over this waterway here, the channel view, and then kind of really lifted once it got to Cody in Texas here. I think that it was most intense right in here. So this is a lot of the damage photos and videos and stuff that we're getting are coming from that area. But this is all residential pretty much. Andy, why don't you and Ben talk about what you just sent me here while I take a quick drink of water? I'll pull it up.
All right, Ryan, I got you, and then I'll lead in Ben here.
Okay.
So yeah, okay. So guys, look at this. I just tweeted this, by the way. So you can find my Twitter. It's somewhere on Ryan's page. You'll be able to find it. But this right here, right above my head here, that's our correlation coefficient product. And if we didn't have time to do this while this tornado was on the ground and in progress, we needed to relay the the path of it, where it went. But while it was ongoing, we actually looked up a couple tilts in the radar, so it scans at different beam heights. And a couple tilts up, we saw, Ben and I both saw that, or Ben relayed to me first, and I was like, what in the world is that? It's actually what we think is a ring, literally a ring of debris around what would be the tornado. So we're sampling it, maybe 1,000 feet in the air at that point. And at that point, the tornado literally probably had nothing in the center of its funnel, and then the debris was circling around it. That's my interpretation of it. Ben, if you want to give some more in depth about that, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, what you said is pretty much what is happening here. I would say that it might be similar to like centrifuging of the debris out. So centrifuging meaning, since there's such strong rotation, pretty much the debris CC drop on that scan lines up with the radius of max winds of that tornado. So how long the tornado is. So since the fastest winds of the tornado are farther out, it's probably bringing all that debris out to the side and keeping, the center clear. So, that's probably what's centrifuging that debris out, and we see it show up on radar as a ring. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that is so wild to me. It's, something like that is something you see when we have those, we call them the Dow intercept trucks. The trucks come in with the satellites on the roofs of the van, and when they're that close to the tornado, they can sample it. And actually, we can see radar returns on reflectivity. Looking at the rainfall, we can see things like that. But it's very rare that you actually see this from one of our Doppler radars. So I definitely wanted to point this out. It's probably one of the most unique returns I've ever seen from a Doppler radar. And that happened while it was near Deer Park, if you can't tell from the resolution. So clearly, to me, indicative of a strong, maybe like a cone tornado was possibly in progress at that point.
All right. Thank you, guys. That was meteorologist Andy Hill and Ben Price. Something went wrong with our overlay there. But I retweeted both of those tweets. If you guys want to see that, it's on my Twitter. Or you can go straight to them, Andy, and then Hail Havoc WX on Twitter there. So Yeah, really interesting stuff. Definitely in the moment, there's a lot of stuff that you kind of want to talk about as just like a holy smokes, like this is crazy kind of meteorological deal. But I think the most important part of what we do is relaying the up to date, like where's the storm, where's it going next, and then we can kind of reflect on it afterwards. So that was awesome. I'm glad to hear from them, and of course we are still watching these storms that are continuing to produce severe weather right now. This isn't over. All severe warnings have been allowed to expire, but this is not over. In fact, now we're starting to see some new cells pop up out here over the Gulf of Mexico that are concerning. Once these make it up onto land, they're going to be in that really ripe atmosphere for tornadic production. And unfortunately, these are discrete. So it's very likely that these are also going to try to produce tornadoes as they come up towards Port Arthur, Beaumont, Bridge City, Cameron, the border between Texas and Louisiana. This is going to continue to be a big problem for us as we go forward. The existing line of storms that has produced all of these severe thunderstorms and tornadoes is currently just a big time damaging wind maker. But we've got to watch it closely because there are little areas that could produce new tornadoes here in the very near future. Definitely don't want to let our guard down. Actually, look at this right there. That might be the next one that we need to watch. And we all saw how fast that other one happened. There's no warning for this right now, but definitely got to watch that close. Brad Arnold is pretty close to it. We can see his feet above my head there. This is obviously going to be another rain-wrapped tornado if it decides to produce, and my goodness, it is. I think it is producing. Let's see here. Yeah, look at that. Out of nowhere, debris ball. Where's the warning? There it is. Okay, the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for Chambers County and Liberty County, Texas. There it is. Once again, y'all, it's crazy how fast this happens. And now we got another big tornado on the ground. Let's get a hold of Brad. Brad, I don't know if you know this or not, but like in the past minute, a big tornado has just formed right in front of you. They just issued a warning for it. We got a big CC drop just to your north and east. All right. Let's see here. All right, so Brad's right here. Tornado is going to be up here north of Wallaceville, moving up towards Shiloh. So now we have another tornado on the ground that has just kind of popped up. And now we've got a tornado warning for Chambers and Liberty County. That's radar indicated, but I'm surprised they didn't go ahead and go with confirmed because that's definitely on the ground. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Right there's your rotation just to the west of Hankomer, and that's your correlation coefficient drop indicating that there is debris getting lofted into the air. Went from nothing to a big old storm in no time. This is a little bit less of a populated area, but Handmaker and Devers are in the path. Take shelter now if you are in anywhere in Chambers or Liberty County, Texas, though. This is why I think it's so important that we try to share and get the word out about what we're doing here before the warnings are issued, because like a lot of times that early heads up is important. And it's sometimes if you're at the National Weather Service, in order to issue a warning, you got to type up a daggone paragraph about it. You got to use the antiquated system that the government provides you. It takes a while before the public actually gets the warning. So by watching this stream, you're kind of getting a behind the scenes look at the process of finding the tornadoes in the first place. And if you're paying attention, if you want to be hyper weather aware, you'll see that usually before the warning actually gets put out. So here we are. We got another severe thunderstorm producing a tornado here just to the west of Handmaker. And it's moving up towards Shiloh. I do think that Shiloh is in the direct path of this. This is in Texas. It's going to go between Shiloh and Abshire Settlement. It's going to cross FM 563 here within the next little bit. And then beyond that, it'll go towards Devers. Overall, this is a much less populated area. But there's still homes, there's still businesses along this 563 road here. And of course, we've got some developments, homes and gas stations and stuff like that in and around Shiloh. So we want to make sure that those people are in the loop and they know what's going on.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay. Let's go ahead and ring the alarm on that. The Weather Service is kind of agreeing with us here, saying that the tornado is on the ground. So we can officially say that this tornado is on the ground as it approaches Devers in Texas. Okay, this is just to the south and east of Liberty, but this is in Liberty County and Chambers County, Texas. So please, you take shelter now. Take this serious, y'all. You saw how fast that other one turned into a really big deal. Okay, we're not sure of the extent of the damage in Deer Park just yet, but we do know that there's home and property damage all over the place. Unfortunately, this is probably a similar sight will be seen out here near Abshire Settlement and Shiloh in Texas. So we want you to take your tornado precautions right now if you haven't already. Let's see here. What do we got? What is this looking like here? The placement of this is actually really weird. Man, that picked up a lot of debris. So this debris field is like 2 miles wide here. But I'm hoping that we see another instance where this is kind of like a brief touchdown and it's going to lift. But if that doesn't happen, then it's going to go right towards Shiloh, unfortunately. Timothy, thank you for the extremely generous super chat. Everybody say thank you to Timmy. You didn't have to do that, man. Says, watching from Everett, Washington. Thanks for all you do and keeping people informed. Hope this will help someone in need. And yeah, by the way, if we hear about Deer Park, if we get some more stories and information about what's going on down there, and it does seem like the Y'all Squad needs to show up, we will. We just got to get in contact with the correct people, emergency management, and just make sure that we're needed. Last thing we want to do is go somewhere where, the current resources, current, officials and stuff have it taken care of and then get in the way. That's hardly ever the case. So yeah, we will go down there if needed. Oh boy, this is probably the most impressive. This is from near Pasadena. Damage left and right from the tornado down there. This was near Deer Park. This is why we tell you, this is a great representation of why we tell you to get into the most interior room of your home. All right, so if you're here in the middle of your home, in the most centralized part, it's better than being over here, right? More images from the Pasadena area and Houston. Lots of tree limbs down.
Flare gas recovery system.
Chill Deer Park Chemical says we're currently experiencing an incident due to severe weather. We're taking steps to minimize any noise, light, or smoke associated with the flaring activity. This is being handled within the boundaries of this facility. There is no threat to the community, so that's good. Well, everybody in the chat while the tornado was going through Deer Park was like just freaking out about the oil refineries and the chemical plants out there. It does seem like maybe the Shell one took some sort of damage, but it seems like they have it handled. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. An update for our friends in the Galveston area up to Texas City. down along Interstate 45. I think that Galveston, you guys will probably get what is becoming the leading edge of a bow echo here, especially with this latest radar return near San Leon. There's a decent area of this reflectivity is being pushed forward. So the storm's literally being pushed forward by a rear inflow jet. And that means that it's going to be really gusty in Galveston and Texas City when this gets to you guys. So primarily a more of a wind threat, it looks like, with this part of the line. I wouldn't count it out at all. So be ready for some gusty winds in Galveston. No severe thunderstorm warning, but you have a special marine warning encompassing the area. So that's what I'm seeing right now, developing just east of the radar.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Big storms happening all up and down the eastern side of Texas right now. Strong winds, some hail, but the most, I guess, impressive storm right now is producing a potential tornado near Abshire Settlement. Or it was.
Can you guys hear me?
It was
Okay, cool.
producing a tornado near Abshire Settlement. Now we're not sure, but the let's see here. But there is still a debris signature showing up here near Shiloh. So hopefully everybody in Shiloh is still in their safe spots. And we're staying in our safe spots in more settlement and Devers as well. So this tornado picked up a big bunch of debris right over the road here, lofted it into the air. Some of the most recent returns here. So one of the things that we look at when we look at this is how deep is the correlation coefficient drop, right? The darker the blue, the more abnormal whatever is in the air is. So, if we're talking about bigger debris, more debris, it's going to be a deeper, darker blue. So whenever you start seeing the debris fields kind of spread out like this and become less tight, a little bit more loose, the edges are kind of bleeding into the yellow, and you start to see less blue and more green, that tells me that there's a chance that this isn't picking up new debris, but instead what we're seeing is just leftover debris flying in the sky, like just floating up in that mesocyclone as it slowly tries to fall down. But certainly that doesn't mean that we should come out of our safe spots and Devers. We should stay in there. But there's a chance that this is lifted, and we're just hoping for the best. There is a chance that this is going to reform, though. And honestly, all up and down this big bend right here, from here all the way up through the top part, a new tornado could form at any moment, and it could cause big damage like we've been seeing. So even though we're not under a tornado warning in Winnie or High Island or Beaumont or any of these places, we need to be alert as to what's happening here, because we're going to see these storms really continue to try to produce tornadoes as we go forward. So we still have a tornado warning for Chambers and Liberty County, Texas. It's not the same PDS tornado big time situation that we were just dealing with, but it's still a dangerous situation. So we want you in your safe spot. But this is a much bigger storm than just down here in eastern Texas. We've got heavy snow trying to break out back here in Oklahoma. It's really starting to break out in Arkansas. And we're already seeing some places with 3 inches of snow south of Oklahoma City, 2.4 inches there near Norman. 1.5 inches, 4 inches down there near Altus, Oklahoma. So that is what we've got going on there. And we've got a lot of people sending in photos and videos of the snow. And we will get to that. I promise we're going to cover this. We're going to cover the snow portion of this storm just as thoroughly as the tornado portion, after the tornado emergency situation is kind of calmed down a little bit. And that's good news anyways, because it's going to take a while for the snowstorm to really get ramping up here. Right now we're focused on this big tornado watch and that one tornado warning, and we're also focused on the news that's coming out about the damage here. Oh wait, real quick, this one's too good. The no snow-o-meter. I feel you. Same thing here. Let's see here. More damage reports, pictures, and videos coming in. Lots of damage in the Pasadena area. Lots of damage. That's from Rangel WX. Is this real? Can somebody tell me if this is real? I'm sending this in Discord. I feel like it ain't. But it very well could be. I would not be surprised. Would not be surprised. But I'm not going to show it until I know for sure.
Hey, Ryan, sorry, I just got your message from a while back. I was on the phone. I apologize about that. I was checking on damage that may have happened in Deer Park. Yeah, we were aware of that. We did see a lot of siding metal sheet metal that was across the I-10 corridor, and then there was a car that was blown off into the median as well. But as far as that goes, that's a pretty urban area, a pretty sparse area as far as population goes. So I wasn't too worried about structural stuff, but yeah, it was just east of us.
All right, so there you go. That was
Ryan, have you heard of any big time damage in the Deer Park area? When we were going through it, we noticed a little bit of roof damage, but nothing as far as like walls collapsed or anything like that. Have you heard or seen anything about that?
yeah, so far I haven't seen anything terrible. A lot of down trees, power lines, a couple areas with some roof damage, but I haven't seen anything significant. But we haven't seen a whole lot at all, so we're still waiting for reports and stuff to come in. BK says when refineries have an issue, they have several redundant lines and systems to address the damage. From there, they push it to the flare stacks to burn off the pressure harmlessly. It may just look weird to the locals. Nice information there. Really appreciate everybody tuning in and sharing the stream.
Okay, thank you. If you hear of any damage, substantial damage where like walls have caved in or collapsed homes or anything like that, let me know. As of right now, we're heading east on I-10, trying to catch up. It looks like there's a street cell that's popping up just coming on the coast right now of the Louisiana-Texas state line. But if we hear that there's structural damage and people need help, we're going to turn around and go help them.
All right. That sounds good. I think we got 102,000 people without power right now in the Houston area. So definitely a lot of power outages, a lot of down power lines and stuff. But I haven't heard a whole lot of anything else. I think the worst damage that I've seen so far, this is a screen grab from Reed Timmer's stream, I think. He's got a drone in the air, and he's like looking at some of the damage. This is definitely the most intense that I've seen so far, and obviously that's bad. But it's kind of localized. You see the roof on this house over here is still there. So we're going to wait, and we're going to wait for more damage information to come in. But definitely there was a tornado that went through there. I just hope that the biggest part of it just missed some of the more populated areas, which is maybe what happened. We can hope for the best. We currently have no tornado warnings, by the way. We're getting ready to see that big strong storm that Andy was talking about earlier go through to Galveston. Strong winds with that one for sure. Yeah, very strong winds with that one. So we've got to watch out for that. But as far as tornadoes go, I'm not seeing a whole lot to worry about right now. But as we know, that can change in the blink of an eye. Hey, Rhonda, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. I really appreciate it. You guys have been super supportive. Hey, Ryan, my family is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Please keep them updated as this storm moves through. Absolutely. We're going to be here until I fall asleep. We started the stream at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. It's currently 4:30. We're going to go to at least midnight or 1 a.m. Mobile home turned over in fire where the tornado hit near Baytown. Yeah, just continuing to look at some of the new information that's coming in. There have been multiple instances today where we have seen little things like this turn into big tornadoes in a matter of minutes. So I've been watching that closely, but it doesn't look like anything's happening with it right now. What's happening instead is just a wall of wind is coming through Texas City and Smith Point right now. That's going to try to move towards Galveston. That might cause damage without a tornado. Really watching these supercells as well. As these move into Louisiana, they might try to cause problems with maybe some more tornadoes. Uh-oh. See here. This is from the Atascocita, I think, fire department. The MPV AM bus has been dispatched to a tornado-related structure collapse in the San Jacinto Manor Nursing Home in Deer Park. So that is from one of the fire departments down there. That's crazy how many tornado emergencies and PDS tornado warnings we've had this January. I think we've had more tornado emergencies and PDS tornado warnings this January than we had all like traditional tornado season. It's crazy. Yeah, so big storms still out there. No tornadoes right now. That could change in the blink of an eye, as we've seen a billion times today. We've got strong winds and maybe some hail getting ready to move into South Lake, Bevel Oaks, and Beaumont and China in Texas, as well as Winnie and Port Arthur. You guys are getting ready to get hit by a very strong storm. An even stronger storm, in my opinion, is getting ready to go through Crystal Beach and Kaplan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now we got a new tornado warning for Orange, Jefferson, and Hardin counties in Texas. So let's check on that as soon as we get it. As soon as the polygon pops up here. That's way over yonder in southeastern Texas in Orange County. Let's zoom in here. There's your polygon. That includes Beaumont. So how long have we been talking about Beaumont today? Get ready, get ready, get ready. Hopefully you're ready, and now you're getting into your safe spot. We've got a tornado warning that includes China and Rose Hill Acres. So there you go. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just fixing to tell you about that when I was looking at that from the Lake Charles radar, actually slightly further away, but the previous scan gives you a really good idea of why they warned this. This is a warning from the Lake Charles office too, which is why it's just east of where the rotation is near Nome, Texas, headed towards China, Texas, and then eventually areas near Beaumont.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. You can see near Nome, we've got that rotation here, and that's going to continue to move up towards China and Beaumont. We want you to take shelter if you are in Hardin, Jefferson, or Orange County in Texas. This is a dangerous situation. We've saw who knows how many times today storms like this very quickly produce big tornadoes, and that's what's trying to happen right here. That's what's trying to happen right there. If it isn't already happening, within minutes or seconds, a tornado is going to come out of this storm right here near Nome. So it's more than likely just to the west of FM 365, and then it'll come up towards Nome from the southwest. It might go right through Nome, especially where Highway 90 and 326 intersect here. We've saw this happen multiple times today. There's no reason to assume that this is going to be different. This might very quickly turn into a big tornado as it comes through Nome, Texas. We've also got to be ready downstream in China, in Westbury, Pinewood Estates, and Bevel Oaks, as this is a dangerous situation, and this could be a very big tornado. Now, the city of Beaumont, Texas, is included in this. I'm hoping that this circulation goes north of town, though. That's what it looks like right now, but it could change. So we're going to get to shelter in Beaumont as well. Look at that. So fast. And it's happening in you remember I talked about how this was a bit suspicious on the top of that? Look at this. There's another one of those right here. Watch what happens. Boom. It's kind of like, imagine this curved line here is a hand, all right? You've ever put your hand in the pool or in the bathtub and like moved it like this? Off the top of your fingers, the water, a cyclone will form. That's kind of like what's happening in the atmosphere here. Watch how it just spins off the top of that frontal area, and then boom, got a tornado up here near Nome. So we've got to watch those closely today. There's another one right here. We'll have to watch that. So Yeah, there we go. This is down. This is on the ground. We've got a debris signature here just to the south and west of Nome. This has happened a bunch today. So Nome, Texas, take shelter now. There's a big tornado just to your south and west. It is not going to be visible. You can't see it. So don't go looking for it. Just get into your safe spot. We're going to hope that this crosses Highway 90 to the west of Nome. This is a small town. But there's a chance that it goes right through the daggone center of it. So if that happens and you live out there, you're going to wish that you were in your safe spot if you're not there already. So beyond that, we're also pretty concerned about Sour Lake and Pinewood Estates. So you guys are next in line. Take shelter, though, if you're anywhere in Hardin, Jefferson, or Orange counties in Texas. We don't have any chasers on this one. Storm chaser Brett Adair is in Beaumont, but he's a significant distance away from the actual tornado, which is right here. Just waiting on the next scan. Looks like the rotation was very intense right here, but might have been going down a little bit. Yeah. So that was brief, I think. So now we've got that debris signature still here going over Nome or just to the west of Nome. But the rotation doesn't look as bad, but still we want to be in our safe spots. Regardless, we want to stay in our safe spots. And what's really interesting here is the National Weather Service issued this big warning box that goes all the way out to Beaumont, but it's very likely that this tornado never makes it inside of that, as it's kind of veered off to the north here a little bit. So that's our area of rotation. It looks a little bit less concerning, but we're staying in our safe spots just in case. All the way over to Beaumont, because like we've been saying all day, tornado or not, this is going to be a strong storm with very, very strong winds that could cause tornado-like damage, whether there is actually a tornado or not. Yeah, that looked like a brief spin up to me, but it could change fast again, so we're not letting our guard down. Whenever I say stuff like that, please do not think that I'm saying that you can just like come out of your safe spot now, because that is not what I'm saying at all. We follow the National Weather Service warnings here. That's Heidi. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan. I have an update for you that there is some sustained damage to the Deer Park Animal Shelter. And I looked up the location, and it looks to be south of Pasadena Boulevard and right off of Luella Avenue. So there looks like that's an area where there's quite a bit of damage right now.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Heidi Oberlin, helping us out here, relaying some information on the damage that's coming in. So thank you very much for that. Sounds like we're starting to get more information, and that's what I figured would happen. And I think we're going to start hearing about some more significant damage, because it does look like some of the more harder hit areas we're not seeing any pictures or videos from just yet. So we're going to see that very soon. So thank you, Heidi, for that update. I'm sure we'll be hearing from her a lot more tonight. If you're just now tuning in, behind the scenes here, we have, it's not just me. Whenever I started this channel, I called it Ryan Hall, y'all, because it was just me. I never thought I'd need help making weather YouTube videos and stuff. But now we've got a team of some of the best storm chasers in the world out there helping us out. We've got a panel of meteorologists. Andy Hill, Ben Price, Heidi Oberlin in the background, watching the radar, helping us, figure out where to focus in on next. We've also got producer Carly over here, which you can see from the studio view. And then way more than that. It's a big team that makes all this happen now. So a huge shout out to everybody that's a part of this. And honestly, we couldn't do it if it wasn't for you, everybody that's watching. So thank you as well, especially the people who are liking the video and hitting the subscribe button. That helps propel us without needing to, go to commercial break or, worry about big corporate sponsors or anything like that. We got good old Polly Puree here, keeping us going. So thank you very much for that. I did not know that was going to be the name. I just clicked it. Worked out I love the name. That's awesome. Yeah, that is Carly, why don't you pull up your picture again? People are always confused when I say your name. Yeah, this is Carly Hall. It's actually my sister. So there you go. That's who's over there at the production desk. And yeah. Got a lot of Hall y'alls on the team. Chris Hall, y'all, is not my brother, contrary to popular belief. It doesn't really matter, but a lot of people ask about that. Looks like some pretty significant damage up here in
Tornado
Deer Park.
right through here. Picked these cars up out of the air. Look at that. Smashed them into each other. Turned that car sideways. Busted out all the windows. Busted out their windows.
That's crazy.
Fucked
That
all these
is
cars up.
crazy. Oh, and by the way, it's snowing in Arkansas. Big tornadoes in Texas today, and just to the north in Arkansas. Honestly, in northern Texas, it's snowing. Very dynamic storm. And speaking of the snow, as soon as we get a free second here, we are going to do a snowman competition. If we get somebody that gets enough snow to build a snowman, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. Who can build the best snowman? Ryan is live covering severe weather and winter weather right now, and we want to see who can build the best snowman. I am very interested in seeing everybody send in their snowman pictures. I really hope that we get to a point of this coverage where we can focus on that and we're not dealing with a bunch of naders. But yeah, if you've got enough snow, start thinking of how you're going to construct your snowman, because I'm going to criticize it. Okay. That's what we do here. And the goal is to just make you a better snowman maker. It's not to make you feel bad about yourself or anything like that. And then, of course, also, if you have a Yolometer, if you've got a way to send pictures of your snow reports, the depth of the snow that you have right now, we're compiling all of your submissions right now. And at the end of the stream, we're going to give a couple people $1,000, $1,000 for sending in snow reports. So we're just trying to encourage people to help us learn more about the weather and get snow reports. How many other times can you watch the weather and have a chance of getting $1,000? I don't think that happens. Definitely don't happen on the Weather Channel. So if you're just now tuning in, we are continuing to watch the development of the severe weather situation that's happening in southeastern Texas. It ebbs and flows in its intensity. We've had a couple of really intense moments today. Right now, we are in a less intense moment because The tornado that we did have earlier has lifted. We still have a tornado warning for Beaumont, Texas, and we want to stay in our safe spots until that tornado warning is allowed to expire. But I don't think that the original tornado that prompted that warning is still down. In fact, I don't think it even made it into the warning box. Right here, there was a tornado down southwest of Nome. The warning got issued. The tornado just didn't even go into it. So there you go. That's how fast this is happening today. We could see this reform right here near China, so that's why we need to stay in our safe spot. Oh, and here's a picture of the animal shelter that took some damage there. It looks like the roof was damaged. Parktown townhouses in Deer Park, Texas. Yeah, that's pretty significant too. Oh. Are the animals okay? I don't know. I don't know. Well, I'm sure we'll get more updates from that soon. Robin, thank you very much. Helen, thank you for becoming a member. Billy, thank you. Appreciate it, y'all. What's Central Louisiana looking like right now? The worm sector is evolving into the state. But there's currently no tornadic sales that are happening right now. I think that's going to change. I really think that's going to change. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it. Right now, though, like there's really not a whole lot going on other than the storm over here that's promoting the tornado warning that includes Beaumont. The original tornado, I think, has lifted, but there's two areas that could be trying to produce new tornadoes here near Bevel Oaks and China. This one especially, we've got to keep an eye on because it looks like the CC drop, the correlation coefficient TDS there is coming back a little bit. So go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, this one's going to be a bit tough to relay, but if you look north of High Island, Texas, and Gilcrest at the coast, right where the bookend vortex would be, if you know where that is, right on the northern edge of this line. That looks like an area of concerning rotation to me. I can see it on both Houston and Lake Charles radar. It's coming together, and it's going to go towards Stowell or Stowell, right about where Brad Arnold is. So he's in the path ahead of this on Interstate 10. That's what I'm watching right now.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. There is another one of those situations where we might see something spin up off the top of this, like we saw earlier. So there's no warning out here for Winnie or Taylor Landing or any of these places yet, but heads up, y'all watch out, as this could be another concerning area that we watch here in the very near future. Right now, though, well, we do have a tornado warning for Bevel Oaks, Rose Hill Acres, and Beaumont. There's an interesting area of rotation here and here. And then we did have that little bit of a tornado debris signature just north of China, which either was some new debris being picked up or maybe even just some leftover debris from where the tornado touched down near Nome. But still, I don't know for sure. So it just makes sense for you to get to shelter and stay there until that warning has been allowed to expire. That includes the town of Beaumont as well. Wow, this is a clean setup. Sorry, I know that we've got a tornado warning, but like, I can't ignore this. This is that's beautiful, man. I love it. Thanks for sending that in. One of our team members said, I do not approve of the cable management. I didn't even notice the bad cable management. So it must have not have been that bad. All right, flip the cameras back. Somebody said I'm so easily distracted. No, that's just not true. Not true at all. So I just want to reiterate that Houston and Baytown, El Campo, Bay City, Lake Jackson, everybody behind this line here is fine. You're in the clear. There's no more severe weather threat for you. Everybody in front of it, though, is going to have some more problems tonight, including Lake Charles, Cameron, Lafayette, Franklin, Houma, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans, Louisiana. Eventually all the way up there into Mississippi as well. So we're going to be with you until we can't anymore. And yeah, that's that's pretty much what we're looking at here. We're just watching these little circulations pop up. So what we've seen so far has been bad. We've seen a lot of spin up tornadoes. We've seen some big spin up tornadoes. But what I'm concerned about, and one of the reasons why we had such a increased risk for tornadoes today, is stuff like this. If any of these supercells out here can kind of root up and become a force of their own and produce a tornado outside of the line, that's going to be a big problem. This is where we could see some of the bigger tornadoes. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But there's two threats. There's two areas where you could see a tornado in a prefrontal sail or along this line. So that's the two areas that we are watching very closely right now. Some rotation out here in the Gulf of Mexico with that storm. Some rotation out here with this one as well. It's another shrimp for you. A tiny little storm. And we're going to continue to watch those very closely as we go forward. Right now, though, the most intense storm by far is the one that's approaching Beaumont. As far as the potential for tornadic activity, I think. So we're going to continue to watch this, and hopefully everybody's in their safe spots in Beaumont, because there's all these little weird areas that could produce a tornado. So better to be safe than sorry. In fact, that might be a tornado right there already. It's hard to say for sure, but you see that? That could be debris coming up just to the west of Beaumont. So let's hope that's not what's happening, but you are under a tornado warning out here anyway. So if that's what it takes to get you into your safe spot, let's just say it is a tornado. It might actually really be, though. And this is out here near Pine Island and Meeker. So, and what's crazy is you're under a tornado warning out here, but this is not even close to the same area that prompted the tornado warning. This is a whole different area of circulation, just happened to pop up in the existing tornado warning. Yeah, that's intense. Right there, just to the west of Beaumont. Brett Adair is our closest one to that, and he's above my head there in the number 1 position. So you can see his camera. But I don't think we would be able to see the tornado yet from his view. He's pretty much in the town of Beaumont right now, though. All right, latest scan has arrived. It looks less. It looks less impressive. Another little spin up, I think we just had there. So I mean, like, who knows how many times that's going to happen? Who knows if it's going to happen again here south of Beaumont and then go right through the town? So we do want to stay in our safe spots, regardless of what's happening here on the radar. Unfortunately, I can't give you much more information than that. This is the kind of storm this is. There's a lot of rotation in the atmosphere out here. Just randomly, parts of the storm are going to latch onto it. And you know, if that happens to happen over your neighborhood, you're going to wish you were in your safe spot. So just respect the polygon. Everybody in the purple polygon should be in their safe spot. Here is a Yalameter submission from Chrissy in Harvard. That is from the storm that they got Sunday night through all day Monday. A little bit more snow on the way, probably not much though. Here's a view from the LaPorte Freeway. Some of the damage there. I believe this is some of the same stuff that Brad Arnold saw after the tornado went by. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm watching the supercells that are coming onshore now in southwestern Louisiana to the west of Cameron near Holly Beach. There's a couple of some tight couplets. One of them may be side load, but I think this one that's approaching Holly Beach is legitimate. So I imagine an advance heads up is a good idea for those who may be in the Holly Beach area on the Louisiana coast.
All right, thank you, Andy. These are the storms that we visited earlier. The shrimp, it's getting a little bit beefier, and could be rotating enough to potentially produce a tornado as it comes ashore here near Holly Beach. So no warning yet, but y'all watch out. It could be coming. Go ahead and know what you're going to do when the warning does come through so that you're not scared and rather prepared. Get that plan ready. Where's your shoes? Where's your helmet?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And now we've got a new tornado warning for Jefferson County, Texas. Jefferson County, Texas. That's just to the south of Beaumont. Oops. Zoom in on it here. Wow. Yeah, right here. That's your new polygon there. Look at that over here. What is that for? Okay. So there's your new polygon. That's for this area of rotation, I believe, near Winnie. This is what Andy was talking about earlier. We now have an official warning for this now for Taylor Landing and Fannet. And Brad Arnold is in the direct path of that. So if we can get Brad back in the number one, we'll watch him above our head there. Yeah, so Brad, I don't know how he's doing it, but Brad has been right in like the perfect spot for these little random tornadoes throughout the day. So Brad's been I think the MVP storm chaser of the day. I don't know. What do you guys think? Here's something really interesting too. So this is coming from Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is an observed hodograph. Basically, the fact that it is curved like this and it has such a long extension up here is a bad sign. This essentially shows you wind speed and direction as you increase in height, and a lot of times storms will take the shape of the hodograph, right? So if a supercell looks like that, then down here more than likely you're going to have a tornado. So that is a pretty concerning sign for the future of how this evening is going to go. We do have a very favorable atmosphere in and around Lake Charles, Louisiana, for tornadoes. I mean, honestly, that's very favorable. So it's not very often that you see that. So unfortunately, that's something that we're going to be dealing with all throughout this evening. It's currently 5 p.m. on the East Coast, 4 p.m. out here in Central Land. We'll be going until 1 a.m. or so, at least. It's a curved noodle, yeah. Whenever the noodle is curved, it's dangerous. James says, Ryan, please make a Nader Juice t-shirt. We have one. It's on the website. Oh man, I can't wait until we start getting snowman pictures in. Y'all got talent, snowman edition. That's Simon Cowell with my face on it. How cool is that? Hey, thank you, Megan. Seriously, that's cool. Yeah, right there it is. Not only shirts, but daggone long sleeve shirts, phone cases, the whole 9 yards. Just another way you can help me continue to not have to cut to a commercial break. I really appreciate it. Link in the description, shopryanhall.com. Still looking to see if there's news that's coming in from the Deer Park area, and we're getting a lot of videos and pictures. A lot of them. I'm trying not to show all of them though, because sometimes people don't want you to show them. So like I'm trying to avoid it unless it's important. But it does look like there's significant damage down here, but nothing as bad as maybe what it looked like on radar, which is good news. Very good news. Okay, so the tornado warning for Beaumont has been allowed to expire. There is no longer a tornado warning for Beaumont, Texas. But there is a tornado warning still for Jefferson County, Texas, which is... We got to respect the polygon, stay in our safe spots. Look at all these... Whew. Look at all these, though. I mean, this right here pretty much takes the exact shape of that photograph we showed earlier. Look at that. And it is rotating. These are going to cause problems, I think, unfortunately. It's a very messy storm mode, but I think what we're going to see happen here is another kind of like confluence band set up right in here. And then that's going to increase the tornado threat in a similar way that the original line did here for a lot of south central Louisiana between Lake Charles and Lafayette. Oh, look at this. Bree, I don't have a yolometer yet, but I made this stick to measure the snow in Manitoba, Canada. 17 inches. Bree, thank you so much for sending that in, and I love the shirt. Yeah, so there was a animal shelter that took pretty significant damage down there in Pasadena earlier. I haven't heard anything about the status of the animals or anything, but definitely know that there has been a lot of damage. So we're keeping an eye out for that. I see a new area of interest here for rotation, potential new tornado. And Brad Arnold's right in front of it, son. Like he knows he's
Hey,
got
Ryan,
a
I
sixth
think we have
sense.
a strengthening rotation southwest of Taylor Landing. I think that's in Texas. Just to my southwest, it looks very suspect. I got a lowering as well on the stream. We're going to go check it out.
All right, so this is a live view from Brad Arnold, who's just to the south and west of Taylor Landing. Definitely something's happening just to his southwest here. I think a tornado is developing. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this. This is going to go right towards Brad, by the way. So yeah, he's above my head. You can keep up with his feet above my head, but this is the radar. That's that interesting area of rotation. You can see it's at the top of that wave, and tornado is going to try to spin off the top of it here. I don't know how long it's going to last. These have just been really quick today, but definitely if you live out here to the south and west of Taylor Landing, get ready because this is probably going to do some damage as it moves through Jefferson County, Texas. But this is another one of those situations where the original rotation that prompted the tornado warning is not even like, it's not what this was issued for. This just happened to pop up inside of that polygon. That's why we got to respect him. And this is coming right towards Brad. So I say we take him full. Oh no, he's frozen. How does this always happen? Every time Brad gets close to the tornado, which is very often.
Hey, Ryan, we got a tornado on the ground right now, right in front of me.
Can you see if you can is he frozen on the CDN? No? All right. Make sure we're on directs on the scenes and make sure that let's try to refresh him. Okay, so Brad Arnold's got a tornado down right in front of him. Oh, wow. There it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. This is live from Jefferson County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road right in front of Brad Arnold here. This is Highway 73. Holy smokes, Brad, you are way too close to that. Daggone. Okay, that is going to continue to go up towards LaBelle and Taylor Landing. Did y'all see that? That was a big tornado, and it's still on the ground. It's moving towards LaBelle and Taylor Landing, and then eventually it's going to make it all the way up there to Lovell Lake and Hillebrand. My goodness, Brad was, I don't know, a couple football fields away from that thing, and you saw the RFD, the rear flank downdraft, kind of really take over as soon as the tornado passed. Hopefully we got somebody out there that took a quick clip of that so we can go back and watch it again. Okay.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So now obviously this is a confirmed tornado moving right towards LaBelle and Taylor Landing. LaBelle and Taylor Landing. This is, if this stays on the ground and it stays as strong as what we just saw, this is going to cause big time damage up here near Lovell Lake and Hillebrand as well. This is all in Texas. This is to the west of Port Arthur. All right. So it's kind of rural, the area that it's going through right now, but Lovell Lake and Hillebrand, there's definitely some houses out here. If this stays on the ground for, much longer, it could make it all the way up there back to the area between Beaumont and Nederland and Port Arthur. So unfortunately, Beaumont, you're not out of the woods just yet. This thing could curl up right towards you. I'm telling you, Brad can just smell them today. Oh, wow, there it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. This is live from Jefferson County, Texas. Oh, wow, there it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. This is live from Jefferson County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road right in front of Brad Arnold here. This is Highway 73. Holy smokes, Brad, you are way too close to that. So, yeah, I believe that that's still on the ground there. Like right here, right next to Taylor Landing. And we do have a correlation coefficient drop here. So this thing is picking up debris And that is where the tornado is now. This is where Brad is. He's still on the road. He's going to go up 73 here, probably going to go to Port Acres and might try to get out in front of the tornado again, but it's moving fast. You guys saw that, I'm sure. But it's going to go through LaBelle, and then it's going to go over FM 365 and then up there towards Level Lake and Hillebrand. Take shelter now. That's a big one. That is a big, nasty tornado if I've ever seen one. And it's crazy how fast it's moving too. And unless you're as close as Brad Arnold was, you're not going to see this. You're not going to see that. You're not. So there's no point in going out and trying to look for it. It's going to hit you out of nowhere, and you're going to want to be in your safe spot. This is a big one, and you definitely don't want to play around with it. Man. Yeah, you got to get in your safe spot, especially in Taylor Landing, Level Lake, and Hillebrand. Somebody in chat said, why didn't Brad stop the tornado? I tell you what, when this is over, we'll ask him. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado on the ground here near Taylor Landing. We just saw it go by Brad Arnold, who's near LaBelle. The tornado is in a pretty rural area, so there's not a lot of location call-outs that we can do other than just LaBelle, Taylor Landing, Level Lake, and Hillebrand. You guys are in the path of this very dangerous storm. We know that it's a big tornado. We saw it with our own eyes. And it's continuing to come down the road here, specifically FM 365 over the next 10, 15 minutes or so. It's still down. Like this is a lot of these storms today have been really quick, kind of like spin up tornadoes, and this one might not last a whole lot longer, but it's still on the ground here to the north and west of Taylor Landing. We also have to watch this now just to the south of Beaumont, which might be trying to produce a new area of rotation. Man, these things are like just so sneaky today. Another reason why I'm so impressed that Brad has been right there next to pretty much every tornado that's happened today so far.
A new tornado warning.
Got a new tornado warning for Beauregard Parish, Louisiana, and then Jasper and Newton counties in Texas. That sounds different. Wait for that polygon. Once again, that's Beauregard in Louisiana, and then Jasper and Newton County in Texas. Okay, so that's for this polygon up here. Oh, I see. There you go. Another area of concern for more rotation. This is north of Beaumont now. Another tornado is trying to form here near just south of Bunker Hill. That's probably going to move towards Gist, between the towns of Gist and Bunker Hill here within the next little bit. This is a huge warning, though. This is a very big tornado warning for a small area of rotation. I think the reason they're doing that is because of how many times today have we seen a little spin up tornado happen here, and then it kind of fizzles out, and then that rotation kind of gets passed off to another part of the storm, and then so like they're expecting for this to happen several times in this big cell, and they're just going ahead and highlighting the whole area under a tornado warning, which is honestly a W. Great move, NWS. Not that you need my approval, but major W. So everybody in the polygon, get to shelter now. Sandjack, Bancroft, Salem, Bunker Hill, Besme, all these places, you're under a tornado warning. Get to shelter now. Additionally, back here towards Taylor Landing in Port Arthur, we still have a tornado, I believe, ongoing. Let me double check here. Actually, that's probably lifted by now, but I'm telling you, it's going to try to do it again. Right here, look at that. I would say we're going to get a new tornado warning that includes Nederland and probably the northern extent of Port Arthur. So please get ready to take shelter here over the next little bit. Now, Beaumont, you're in the middle of a big storm. It's probably hailing, raining like crazy. It's probably starting to flood. But there's no tornadic circulations in the town of Beaumont right now. There is a little something to watch just to your south and east. And then, of course, we've got the tornado warning to your north and to your south. But after this rain ends here in Beaumont, we're finally going to be done talking about you for the day. Oh, hold on. Warning to all tornadoes. If Brad Arnold looks like he's not moving, he's coming right at you. That is too good. Thank you, Hank, for that. A lot of times you'll hear, I'm sure you guys have heard, if you see a tornado and it looks like it's not moving, the tornado is coming right at you. But in this case, the tornadoes need to know that if Brad's not moving, he's coming right at you. Oh, boy. Feeds in Taylor Landing have confirmed a tornado on the ground. That's a report that comes in from Jefferson, Texas. Official National Weather Service observation radar indicates a TDS. And then we've also got officials reporting that as well. We got a new warning here. Did it not go beep? Did we get no beeps? Are we beepless right now, Riley? Can you check on my beeps?
We beeped. You just did not hear the beep.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. Well, we got a new tornado warning for Nederland, Bridge City, and it does not include Port Arthur, but this is pretty much exactly where the area that we highlighted for the potential for this earlier. So now there is a tornado warning. Please take shelter. The tornado that went through or just to the south and west of Taylor Landing, I don't believe it's on the ground anymore. There's a new circulation, though, that's going to try to do it again, and that's going to try to come right up through Nederland. So please take shelter now. No beeps.
Okay, so there's chat saying they didn't hear a beep, but I heard a beep. I'm on RTMP, so I think maybe you need to reset NDI.
Okay. All right. If you're in touch with Ryan, just have him refresh it because I can't do it from my end. But it's moving, so it might have just been a temporary problem.
Okay, I might push a test warning real quick. So, test warning.
This is a test warning, just in case anybody didn't get that. Looks like our little shrimp didn't do anything. But I'm interested to see what's going to happen as these storms grow up here near Hackberry. These are definitely going to cause problems. That's not working. Okay. All right. So we'll just need to refresh our thing. Working now? Okay, well, I didn't hear it. Yeah, we just need to tell Ryan, tech guy, to hit the fix button. Or refresh it, whatever he does. It always works every single time. Smokes, Brad, you are way too close to that. Daggone. This is from earlier. Oh, wow, there it is. Oh, wow, there it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. This is live from Jefferson County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road right in front of Brad Arnold here. This is Highway 73. Holy smokes, Brad, you are way too close to that. Daggone. Okay, that is going to continue to go up to. Oh, wow. This is cool, too. So Brad's got scientific equipment on his vehicles. And as we all saw, Brad was incredibly close to the tornado. And where he was almost essentially inside it, he says, I just registered a huge pressure drop inside of the tornado near Taylor Landing, Texas. So that's actually a big deal that he was able to do that from his vehicle. There are institutions out there that will spend millions of dollars trying to put probes in tornadoes to try to do the exact same thing. When this whole time they could have just had Brad out there. Ashton says, Ryan, I know I don't got a Yalometer yet, but I have a Y'all Lego meter. We have about 3 y'alls of snow on the ground as we speak. Air temps aren't at freezing, so it hasn't stuck. We have. All right, Ashton. Thank you very much for that. Love the effort. Love the creativity. That's awesome. All right, so we're hearing from somebody on the team here that Near the Willow exit on I-10 around Taylor Landing, we've got streetlights dangling over the road and almost 3 feet of standing water. Flooding is bad in that area. Some tractor trailers have been turned over as well. Do we have our own clip? Okay, we do. I see.
A new tornado
There we
warning
go.
has been issued.
Okay, the beeps are working now. We got a new tornado warning, though, for Newton County, Texas, and Orange County, Texas. And also Calcasieu Parish. Man, I don't know. Somebody tell me how to say that. Magic fix button pressed. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Tech Guy Ryan, the magical tech guy that helps all this crazy stuff happen, for hitting the fix button. And let's take a look at that new tornado warning, which actually is up here a little bit farther to the north, or in between these two. Okay, so the storm that was promoting the rotational signature near Beaumont is now ramping up a little bit, and the National Weather Service is putting out a warning for this one now. This includes Vidor, Little Cypress, Deweyville, and Forest Heights and Big Woods out here on the border between Louisiana and Texas. Okay, so that's what we're looking at there. I don't think I see any major zones for rotation. I think what they are looking at is this, or maybe even this. So it's hard to pinpoint where the tornado is or where it could be. So that's why we've got to watch all of the storm and take shelter no matter where the tornado actually is. Can we flip the cameras? So that's why we need to be taking shelter everywhere inside of these polygons. We've got a big area under a tornado warning now. If you're inside a purple polygon, you need to be taking shelter. Yeah, and if you guys have any pictures or videos or reports you want to relay to me, this is a team effort. We all try to work together, specifically through Twitter. That's one of the main ways that we try to do this. But if you have pictures and reports or anything that you want to share with me, the best way to do that is through Twitter, and my username on there is @RyanHall, y'all. I'm also retweeting a lot of stuff from like Brad Arnold, a lot of these clips, a lot of the videos of the tornadoes and stuff that we're getting. There it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. So if you want to see this stuff, go over to Twitter. County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road right in front of Brad Arnold here. This is highway. And it also helps me. It helps me relay more information. More images from around Pasadena, Texas. This is from that earlier tornado. Look at that flipped over UPS truck. Lots of sheet metal, lots of roof damage out here. Definitely significant damage. I don't think that we've heard of any sort of injuries or fatalities yet, thank goodness. But obviously we're keeping an eye on it. Jennifer says no snow in Tennessee, but hoping to see some at some point. Hey, same here. Thanks for sending that though. And that counts. We'll count that. Once again, you're put in the pot at the end of the stream today. We're going to pick one of these snow measurement pictures to win $1,000. We might do 2 or 3. We might, because we just haven't had very much snow this winter. It's pronounced Calcasieu for Calcasieu Parish. Thank you so much. That is, I would have never got that without your help, to be honest. It looks like well, now that you say that, I see it. But it looks like Calcasieu. But now I know. Calcasieu County or Parish in Louisiana is under a tornado warning. Please take shelter. Really, we're just kind of looking at the whole situation and waiting for these areas of rotation to pop up that we need to zoom into. But everybody in these warning polygons needs to be taking shelter right now, because every once in a while we'll get something like this that happens, and that could be a new tornado that's trying to ramp up right now. In fact, I think that's what's happening right here. So this is really close to Orange, Texas. Yeah, that's definitely happening. This is a tornado that's forming right here. It's happening in real time. Honestly, I like in situations like this, I feel like there needs to be a new warning that's issued just to kind of like wake people up. That's like, because technically this tornado, there's 2 warnings in effect for it, but both of them were issued a while back, and for completely different areas of rotation. But now there it is.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new warning for Orange County, Texas, and Calcasieu Parish, Louisiana, and that's going to be a PDS tornado warning, which means it's a particularly dangerous situation. And that's going to be for this storm right here that's approaching Orange and Little Cypress in right between Texas and Louisiana. Brand new tornado coming together now. Take shelter immediately. I'm going to wait for that new polygon. There it is. Brand new PDS polygon. The city of Orange, the whole city of Orange is included in that. But the tornado itself, I think, is going to cross I-10 somewhere between Stark and Bancroft. Okay, there's a bunch of storm chasers out here. So once again, if this thing is on the ground, which obviously it is right now, we should start hearing of damage reports, and seeing pictures and videos of this thing very soon. It's probably another big one. And this is unfortunately coming up to a pretty populated area. We've got some residential roads here near Tulane and Pikeville. These areas will unfortunately be impacted by a big tornado soon. PDS tornado on the ground near Pinehurst and Little Cypress, Texas. Take shelter now. A lot of people in the chat are asking, what is a PDS tornado? It's basically a particularly dangerous situation. So whenever the National Weather Service issues a tornado warning, a lot of times it's radar indicated. So it looks like there might be a tornado trying to develop according to the radar. And then whenever we start to see the correlation coefficient drop, whenever we start to see a debris signature like this, we can say that, okay, that is that's confirmed tornado. And then whenever we see that the tornado debris signature is getting really big, or something like that. Or if we start getting reports on the ground of people talking about the tornado or getting pictures and videos of it they'll upgrade that to a PDS warning, meaning that, okay, this is not only do we know that there's a tornado down, but it's big, it's doing significant damage, and your life is in significant danger here. 38,000 people are under that kind of warning right now. 13 schools, 2 hospitals. This includes Orange and Little Cypress. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. Yeah, this is rain wrapped. There are storm chasers on this storm right now, and what we are hearing from them is that this is a rain wrapped storm. You can't see it. Unfortunately, that's not very good because it's just going to come out of nowhere for the people down here on 2-lane road, and also Interstate 10. This is going to cross Interstate 10 near Pikeville and Stark. And unfortunately, it's going to do some damage there. We've seen so many, 18-wheelers overturned today. It's kind of inevitable in a situation like this. It's impossible to clear that interstate at this short of notice. But we do have, probably within a minute or so, a big tornado that's getting ready to cross the interstate here in Texas. Man, still really blown away by how fast this is happening today. It's nothing, and then boom, big tornado. All right, so now we see the debris signature here. The tornado is over the interstate now. It's unfortunately probably damaging homes here in Pikeville and Bancroft. Up next, it's going to go up towards Kennard Estates and Little Cypress. And in between there, it's going to go over Bancroft Road. It's going to go over Alley Payne Road and Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. And it'll also parallel this Highway 13 here between Pikeville and Kennard Estates. What you're looking at right here is a large, dangerous tornado on the ground, and it's picking up debris, and it's moving up towards Little Cypress. This radar image shows us stuff that's in the air that shouldn't be there. All the purple, all the red, that's raindrops, right? Normally, those are in the sky, so we don't think anything about it. But the radar notices that there are shingles, pieces of wood, tree limbs they're floating in the sky right here. So it lets us know that by dropping the correlation coefficient, and that's what's happening right now. Large tornado on the ground near Pinehurst, Texas, just to the west of town. It just crossed Interstate 10, and it's continuing to move off to the north and east. I'm just trying to see if there's any new information floating around out there. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan. I cannot stress enough about the flash flooding that is starting to occur in the area. They just put a flash flood warning out for anywhere from the area west of Beaumont all the way to Lake Charles, all along the I-10 corridor. And it's being told that already up to 3 inches has already fallen, and another 3 could also fall. It's just torrential heavy rainfall in this area. And I know from the past that I-10, specifically in this area, is very known for really bad flooding. So I think we're going to see this increasing over the next couple of hours.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Heidi Oberlin with the update there, and that is very important that we bring that up. There's a lot of rain happening here. We've got flash flooding going on, and a lot of times in situations like this, the tornado event is the show stealer, right? That's what everybody pays attention to, and obviously tornadoes are terrible and they kill people. But flash flooding actually takes the lives of more people than tornadoes
A new
usually.
tornado warning has
so
been
if
issued.
you live in a flood-prone area today, especially down here along I-10 where these new flash flood warnings are being issued, you need to be extra weather aware. And unfortunately, the whole situation is a little bit more complicated because, usually we say get to higher ground during a tornado warning, but a lot of these people are under tornado warnings and flash flood warnings at the same time. We want to stay on the lowest level of our home if we're under a tornado warning, and then immediately get to higher ground after that passes to anticipate the flash flooding situation. So a really nasty mess is unfolding here across southwestern Louisiana, and we just got a new tornado warning, and that's going to be for, I believe, some of the same places: Calcasieu Parish and Orange County, Texas, and then Newton County, Texas, all under tornado warnings. We have 4 warnings right now. One of them is a PDS warning. The rest of them are radar indicated. So we've got this debris signature now over Little Cypress, but I think the tornado might have lifted. Did Brett see anything? Did we have anything on Brett's feed? It looks like it's frozen. Is it frozen on both? CDN? Okay. Okay, so, I mean, the rotation went right over Brett. So I don't know if he saw anything or not, but let's just assume that he did, and let's just assume that this is still on the ground and it's moving towards Little Cypress. We got to get there now. There's also a chance, though, that this is just leftover debris. But anyways, this is going to come up towards a Niblet Bluff and Morgan Bluff here within the next little bit. Just a mess of tornado warnings. All kinds of warning polygons right here. Yeah. Calcasieu. Sorry. It's wild, but Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is also close to this tornadic storm. He's right here. Brett Adair's up here, and the tornado just went through like this area, so it'll be interesting to see what happens from there. Still got some pretty impressive circulation, some rotation up here, but I don't believe that's down anymore. A new area of rotation is popping up down here right over the town of Orange, and I think that's one of the reasons why that other tornado warning was issued. But just a mass of polygons right now. Let's see here. Tulane Road, there was a tree that fell onto a deputy's house, and everybody in there is okay. So that was one of the roads, one of the very specific roads that we talked about earlier. And it looks like there was some damage on that. This is cool. Space Mama Crochet. Getting ready to send Ryan Hall y'all a Ryan Hall y'all doll. That's cool. Appreciate all that him and his team do, especially now that I live in Texas. Man, that's so cool. Thanks for that. That's one of the coolest things. We have a P.O. box. I believe it's in the description. Oh, here's some more imagery from that animal shelter in near Pasadena. No injuries. No injuries, so that's good. Yeah, this is the rotation that I'm watching now. There's so many polygons. The only once again, I think I think that the Weather Service, and it's something I know for a YouTuber to sit here and say this. I understand it's a very complex process, but I think they need to rethink the warning issuing thing. I think there needs to be a way where they can erase all of these and then just issue a new one. It would just make so much sense, because now there's no reason for orange to be under a tornado warning anymore. And Starks needs a new one. They need an update to theirs. And I don't know, but yeah, that's the only area of rotation that I'm extremely concerned about right now. That's probably going to produce another brief tornado and come up towards Starks. So take shelter now. So we're just waiting on the newest frame to come in to see what's going to happen next with this. In the meantime, Melina says that her Yala meter is on the way, but for now, she's created the noodle meter, which I think works. Definitely works. So keep us updated on that. That's awesome. Thank you. Thanks for sending that in. At some point this evening, we may be switching over to a snow coverage. I don't know. The tornado situation is popping off. And actually, I feel like Andy is getting ready to tell us something about that. So go ahead, Andy.
Indeed, Ryan. That cell you were just on now has a tornado debris signature, and you can see a couplet both on tilt 1 of velocity and tilt 3 of velocity. Some pretty powerful returns showing up on tilt 3, 120 mile an hour inbound winds. In addition to that, I want to relay also these cells that are coming on shore again near Cameron, Louisiana, and Holly Beach. One of them did produce a water spout. If you go back a few frames, the one south of Cameron did have a brief water spout ongoing, and you can see that show up on the reflectivity. There was an area of yellow and green that is sort of where the hook echo would be. So that tells us how that there was something kicking up, spray in the water.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, turning our attention to all of these interesting and important aspects that we're going to cover here. We're still watching these dangerous storms move up from the Gulf of Mexico onto land, at some point these are going to start producing big problems for us. Unfortunately, I think that is going to happen. Thankfully, so far we haven't seen anything come out of these, but this is this is just that's not looking good. And up here, we do have a tornado on the ground now because we can see the tornado debris signature south of Starks once again. And this is kind of the most dire situation. So we're honing in on this for now. As soon as there's a new warning associated for one of those supercells coming out of the Gulf into Louisiana, we will go look at it as well. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan, I am seeing reports of extensive damage on I-10, 4 miles northwest of Orange, Texas. Several vehicles have flipped and there's extensive damage as well as power lines. It looks like when I looked it up in that area, it's just east of exit 874A.
Okay.
Where it potentially crossed at.
Okay, thank
New
you
information.
very much.
This tornado warning
Meteorologist
has been
Heidi
upgraded.
Oberlin. We've got a confirmed tornado now in Calcasieu Parish, Louisiana. That's going to be this. I don't know what happened there, but the rotation is intense, to say the least. And now we're seeing a big tornado down. And like Andy was talking about earlier, you not only can you see the rotation of this storm at the surface level tilt on the radar, but the radar scans at different angles, and we can see that rotation very tight and very obviously even at the third tilt, even a little bit on the fourth and fifth tilt. So this is a very strong return coming in here. This is probably about to produce, if not already, producing a very significant tornado here just to the south of Starks. So that's why we have a confirmed tornado warning for Calcasieu Parish, Louisiana. Please take shelter now if you haven't already. That's not looking good. You can see, whenever you can see on reflectivity, the shape of the supercell associated with causing all this to happen. That's just another sign that we're dealing with a stronger than usual storm here. So that's what we're dealing with. Very strong rotation up here near Big Woods, and that's going to continue to go on up towards Big Woods, Lunita, and Lucas as we go forward. A lot of shrimps out there for sure. We've got another strong tornado on the ground south of Starks, Louisiana. Super huge shout out to the Storm Prediction Center. Nailed this forecast today with the 10% hatched risk for tornadoes. Yeah, there's your tornado debris signature. We've got new debris being lofted into the air here south and east of Starks. Next up, this is going to go across the road here near Big Woods. That is going to be Starks Big Woods Road. Within the next couple of minutes, it's going to cross the road and go into Big Woods. And Big Woods is a small community. It looks like there's definitely some houses here. We can go all the way in and look at how many houses there are along these roads. Unfortunately, this tornado is probably going to come right through that community. So if you're in Big Woods, you've got to get to shelter. This is not one that you want to play around with. We've seen this happen so many times today. It's going to produce a very big tornado. So yeah, and this one, I don't know, like this one looks a little bit more intense than usual. Like you see how it's curling up down here. There's not a storm on this backside that's going to try to infiltrate the inflow. So this one might actually try to last a little while longer than some of these other ones have. And if we look at where is Chris Hall? Okay, I see now. Chris Hall is out here just to the east of Lake Charles, and I just want you guys to look at how intense the low-level jet is. Like, look at how fast those clouds are moving. That's crazy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm seeing what looks like a really impressive possible tornado coming onshore, producing right as it comes onshore, halfway between Cameron and Creole, Louisiana. And I think that might
A new
be
tornado warning
getting
has
ready
been
to
issued.
produce and be confirmed soon here.
All right, thank you,
Hey,
Andy.
Ryan, hope I didn't interrupt. We just had a transformer blow somewhere near us. We've got winds gusting over 50, non-thunderstorm gust. We got a railroad track crossing right here beside
A
us.
new
that actually
tornado
just
warning
broke
has been
as well,
issued.
so.
All right, that was Chris Hall. Thank you very much, Chris. And so we just had a couple of new tornado warnings issued. One of them is for the storm that Andy was talking about, the tornado situation that's coming onto shore here. Once again, we've talked about how this is likely going to be a problem. It is now a problem. Look at that. This is a dangly bit and a half. Right there's your tornado. That's going to come up towards Gibbstown and Creole here within the next little bit. So now we're really having to watch these storms that are coming ashore in Louisiana. These are water spouts out here. They're going to come onto the beaches and probably persist as tornadoes as we go forward. So that's one of them that we're watching. Additionally, there's a new warning up here that takes this circulation and covers us all the way up to Perkins, Highland School Park, Pine Acres, New Edition, and Gordon in Louisiana. So currently, Beauregard and Calcasieu Parish in Louisiana, if you're anywhere in those parishes, you need to be hyper weather aware and taking shelter, as we've got some serious stuff going on here with our tornado warnings. Damage coming out of Pinehurst, Texas. Lots of trees down, lots of power lines in Pinehurst, Texas. Thanks for sending that in, Jacob Harrison. Oh, and we talked about this while the tornado was going through Deer Park. We talked about Deer Park High School. It looks like they did take a hit, lots of vehicle damage, but I don't see any significant damage to the school, which is great news. Yeah, look at that hook. We got to watch that one close. If it organizes anymore, that's gonna cause a big problem there. Looks like most of our significant rotation and tornado signatures from our existing storms up here to the north are this is calming down a little bit, but as we've seen time and time again today, we will see this ramp back up at some point. Now we're kind of focusing on different areas for our newest tornado warnings that are coming in. So all of Louisiana, all of South Central, Southwestern Louisiana needs to be on high alert now as we continue to watch just a ton of tornadic supercells move into the area. This is kind of a, I'm really interested in seeing what's going to happen with this. Like, how does this interact with land? How does this storm continue? Like, what does this look like? Because if this ends up producing a tornado and lasts a while, then that's kind of a worst case scenario, because look at how many other opportunities we're going to have. All of these curved beans, all of these nadir beans down here, every single one of them has an opportunity of producing a water spout and then ultimately a tornado. So we really hope that these things kind of fall apart as they get onto land or something. But that might not happen. So we're going to keep a very close eye on it. And another thing to mention here, part of the one of the things that we're watching for is the just incredible dynamics in the atmosphere that are allowing for this kind of a tornado outbreak situation to happen. One of the things is a very intense low-level jet, and that's, the speed of the winds just above your head pretty much. And you can clearly see that through Chris's stream here. Like, those clouds are ripping 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. And he's around Lake Charles, which is where these supercells are getting ready to enter. So, yeah, there's even like non-thunderstorm gusts are causing power flashes and stuff right now out here. So it's really intense, the environment that we have for tornadoes. Hey, thank you, Nick Sieber. Let's see here. JP on the road. Thank you very much for the very generous super chat. He says, hello from Canada. I wonder how common are these January tornadoes? It seems so odd to me. Well, January tornadoes are not uncommon, especially in the deep south. Tornado season down here really starts in November and goes all the way through May or June. But I think that this year we have seen more than usual. I think this so far is like the third or second highest year on average, or I'm sorry, the third or second highest year ever for tornadoes, at least since we've been keeping records. I think 1997 is the only year that has had more tornadoes, or 1999. I'm sorry, I don't know this off the top of my head. But 1997 or 1999 is the only year that has had more tornadoes than this year. And there was like 200 and something that year. And we've only had like 120 this year. Which only 120 is nuts for January. Don't get me wrong. Brofessor says, I came across your channel while I was trying to gain a better understanding of the big winter storm. Now I think I have a new interest in general weather. Well, welcome to this. I call it being a weather weenie. You are now a weather weenie. It's a world of you'll never get bored ever again, because this stuff is always changing. You'll always learn something new. It's always crazy. It's always different. So yeah, I'm glad I could help introduce you to it. Barry Bones is very focused on that hook echo. Very focused. Yeah, we started the stream today at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And it is currently 6 p.m. And we're going to keep going until at least midnight. Unfortunately for you, they haven't come out with a adequate AI YouTube weatherman yet. So I have to sleep. I'm human. It's got to happen at some point. Also, just a friendly reminder, that if you have damage reports, if you have any sort of weather reports at all that you're sending to me, I really appreciate that, and we do need it here, and I encourage you to do that. But if you can, if you know who your local National Weather Service office is, if you know their handle on Twitter, I would look into that, and I would also ping them. I would also tag them because they obviously need the information, that they need the information. I understand that most of you probably don't follow your local National Weather Service, so that it's important that you do that.
A new tornado warning
Go
has
ahead,
been issued.
Andy.
Hey Ryan, a couple of areas of interest. I think our mesocyclone is restructuring very rapidly. That was what our new tornado warning was for. I think near Butler to the northwest of Lake Charles. In addition to that, there's also another area of interest that's wrapping up and is much closer to the Lake Charles radar due west of it. You can see a very small area of rotation there that is difficult to catch if you're not close to the radar site. So that's going to impact Prion and areas south of Carlis.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. That was the new warning too. So that area of interest that Andy just talked about. National Weather Service has issued a warning for Carlis, Prion, and Lake Charles. So now we're entering a new situation where we have so many cells kind of merging together here. It's going to be a mess. We're going to see so many spin-up tornadoes happen here over the next little bit. We've seen these things be really dangerous and really, kind of damaging over the past couple hours. So this could happen in Lake Charles. So now we've been talking about Lake Charles all day. You are officially under a tornado warning, and there is a dangerous storm headed right your way. So we've got to pay attention, and we've got to get to our safe spot. We got to get there now. Also, we're continuing to need to be in our safe spot up here near Butler and Gillis in Louisiana as well. It does look like the storm that came ashore that had the big old dangly bit on it. Look at that right here. That we had a tornado warning issued for this one. It does look like it kind of got sheared apart. Like it's kind of fallen apart here. So that's good news. But now we've got another big one coming in, and we'll see what happens with it as this is also rotating like crazy. But the threat isn't over for these storms either. We'll see what happens as that continues to go up to the north. We're looking at central Louisiana here near Lake Charles. This is where everything's kind of culminating together right now. We do have a tornado warning for Lake Charles, so please take shelter right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, as of the latest scan, I do see a debris ball showing back up for our northernmost tornado warning north of Butler. So that looks to be on the ground. It's going to head towards north of Gillis and south of Ragley in Louisiana along Highway 171.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. There it is. Tornado on the ground here, south and east of Perkins. Get to shelter. Let me see if I can't give you a better view of that with some street and road data. My goodness. All right, yeah, so it's going to cross Highway 171 here near Terps. Let me see if I can get tell you, we really need hotkeys on Radar Omega. Okay, so there is the debris ball or the tornado debris signature here. That is where the tornado is. It looks like it's going to continue to go this way, and that's going to put it going across 171 near Gaytine and Terps.
New information.
And now we have a
this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Confirmed tornado warning for Calcasieu Parish and Beauregard Parish in Louisiana. Take shelter now. This is a dangerous storm. Can't stress this enough. We've seen this happen so many times today. Little area of interest gives us a tornado warning, and then boom, out of nowhere, it turns into a big, nasty, damaging tornado. And that's what's happening right now out here as the tornado warning had just got upgraded to confirmed. And that's going to continue to move up towards Terps, Fulton, Edith, and Reeves. Come back over here. Whoa. Whoa, that's one of the deeper TDS's tornado debris signatures that we've seen today. So this is picking up new debris, and it's picking it up fast, and it's moving up towards Ragley. Daggone it. If you're just now tuning in, we got a dangerous situation unfolding here in Louisiana as we have a big tornado on the ground indicated by the blue dot on the screen. That is a tornado debris signature. And thankfully right now it's over a pretty rural area. It is going to go over Camp Edgewood Road within the next couple of seconds, but it's really not going to hit anywhere that's populated, at least for the next 1 or 2 minutes. And that's going to actually put it over Highway 171. And this does look like a residential area up here near Gaytine. I think that's what it's called. It's south of Ragley along 171. So pretty much everyone between Gillis and Ragley along 171, if you live along that road, you got to brace for impact because this thing's coming right for you. You're not going to be able to see it. And there you go. Now it's a
new
PDS.
PDS tornado warning.
So the National Weather Service has upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning. That means it's a particularly dangerous situation. They only issue these whenever there is a tornado that's likely causing significant damage. So we know for 100% certainty that there is a tornado on the ground. We know that it's big, and now we know that the National Weather Service is indicating that it's a life-threatening situation. You got to get into the most interior room of your home. You got to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and you've got to brace for impact. If you've got a helmet, please put it on. Please put it on. If you've got shoes, go ahead and put those on. Get ready. You might have to evacuate your house. You might have to walk over broken glass, screws, nails, who knows what. Get ready now and then run. Don't walk to shelter. This is the graphical information on that. This includes Reeves and Dry Creek, Louisiana, and Ragley, Louisiana, until 5:45 p.m. Central. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. A damaging tornado is on the ground, and 6,000 people are in the path of it for schools. And that's what it looks like. And here is unfortunately what it looks like on radar. Big time debris signature here, moving up towards Gaytine, Terps, and Fulton and Ragley in Louisiana as we speak. Whoa. Yeah, that's a big debris ball. This you can see it on reflectivity too. This thing has picked up a ton of debris and it's lofted it up into the sky here. And that's what it looks like. Once again, look how fast that happened. Nothing, boom. This is almost certainly still down, still lifting new debris into the air as it's getting ready to cross Highway 171. Yeah, that's a deep debris ball. We don't have any storm chasers on this storm right now. We do have Chris Hall and Brian Allen down here. I don't know if they would be able to make it in time, so they're probably going to stick around where they are. And then Brad Arnold somehow is in the picture. I mean, he was just in that tornado in Texas not too long ago, but now here he is in Louisiana, getting ready to come into Lake Charles. So he's behind a little bit, but still, if this ends up being a problem all the way up to Reeves and Mitty, they might be able to make it to it. All right, so the tornado is crossing Highway 171 now. It's going through the community of Gaytine. Once again, really unfortunate here. There's so many places that this could have hit where there's nothing. but it's picked the one little spot here where there are some towns or some houses as a residential area here. We got Carter Road. We got Barbara Hill Drive. Let's see here. We got Sport Drive, John's Circle, Bills Road. So, yeah, unfortunately, if this is still on the ground, and I believe it is, those towns are going to take a direct hit, or those streets really are going to take a semi-direct or direct hit from this tornado. Brad is hauling. Yeah. We got a PDS tornado warning for Reeves, Dry Creek, and Ragley, Louisiana until 5:45 p.m. Central. We got about 150 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear on that last velocity couplet that we saw out of this. It's a strong one. This is a strong tornado. Honestly, this might be as strong or stronger than the one that prompted the tornado emergency earlier. Just from looking at it on radar. Especially right there. I don't know if it's still that strong or not. But I do think that this is still putting new debris into the air. So it's still down. And you can see that this one's a little bit more intense because now we're starting to see a debris field, right? So some of the more intense tornadoes that we've covered, Mayfield, Selma just the other day, what you'll see happen is that there's a debris ball, there's a tornado debris signature, and then you'll start to see some of that debris take the shape of the supercell out ahead of it as the debris gets sucked up all the way up into the cloud. And that might be what's happening here, as this looks like it was a stronger tornado for sure. Zach, thanks for the 5 gifted. Yeah, honestly, just waiting to see the latest scans here. Ooh, what's this report? Okay. Yeah, I think this is definitely still down. It's still putting new debris into the air. So we need to take a look at that. Currently, it's still in that community of Gateton. And I think next in line, the tornado's somewhere in this general vicinity right here. So next in line, we've got Fulton and Edith in Louisiana. And then if it stays on the ground, it could affect Bell and Reeves and all the way up there to Dry Creek. So take shelter now if you guys are, if you're in the path of this storm. Everybody in the polygon needs to take immediate shelter. This is a PDS warning. It's not a everyday thing. Yeah, this is a significant ongoing tornado in Louisiana. And that's why the National Weather Service has decided to make this a PDS tornado warning. It's a life-threatening situation. And if it's still down, which we think it is, it's likely going to. I mean, thankfully, it's in a pretty rural area, but these are cul-de-sacs. You see these right here? These are cul-de-sacs. So we've got houses out here. So next in line is going to be like Dave Cole Road. Also, we're concerned about places up here near Bell, for example. Also, Ford Road, Highway 190, all the way over to Reeves. Take shelter, y'all. Hopefully, we've got these people listening. I mean, we're talking about, it's crazy how up close and personal we're getting here. We're talking about a collection of like 20 or 30 people that live in the direct path of this thing within the next 30 minutes, or I'm sorry, the next 3 to 5 minutes. And we can literally like see their houses. I don't know if they know that it's coming. I don't know. I just really hope that the warning's getting out there. This tornado is getting ready to come over that area right now. This is one of the unique situations where I think a more fine-tuned warning situation or a system would be really cool. It would be cool if somebody at the National Weather Service had the ability to, like, obviously the National Weather Service is awesome. They killed it. They issued this big warning. Everybody inside of that polygon should be taking shelter. Everybody. But like, the National Weather Service needs to be able to like click on this house and it like calls their phone. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be, or like gives them a push notification on their phone or something like that. That would be super awesome. Because it's very rare that whenever a big polygon like this is issued, a big tornado warning is issued, it's very rare that everybody in it gets a tornado. Right? Tornadoes are small. So like, just imagine how much more it would mean if you got a direct push notification because your house was in the path of the tornado. Like that would definitely help people more, I think, than the big polygon. And we have the technology to do it now. And obviously, you got a push notification from your EAS system on your phone, but not because of there's a tornado coming right towards you. You got it because of this big polygon, which I think everybody should take seriously, and you should pretend like that is what I was just talking about. But that's not what happens. Half the people up here in Dry Creek are disregarding this warning right now. I know that for a fact, because like, how many times have you been under a tornado warning and then you don't get a tornado? Like, it happens every day, it seems like. So that's why I think that it would be cool if there was an additional level of warning that could be as specific as that. The way we do it now it works. It's efficient. I think that would just be even better. There's never, ever a reason to like sit back and look at this stuff and be like, what we're doing is good enough. Okay. New tornado watch for portions of Louisiana. This includes New Orleans, Slidell, Franklin, Houma, Baton Rouge. 3.2 million people out here in Louisiana. And this goes all the way to 1 a.m. 3.2 million people. So there you go. I'm retweeting this now. If you want to help me get the word out, go retweet that. DEFCON, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Zach, thank you as well. So I think the big tornado has lifted, but we're staying in our safe spot in Reeves and Dry Creek until that warning's allowed to expire. Yeah, this is insane.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Technically, you'd want to push to all devices connected to particular towers. That might work too, but I still don't think that would be fine-tuned enough. We have the ability to tell within a margin of error of like 10 miles or maybe even 5 miles. In certain situations, we have the ability just through radar alone to tell where a tornado is. Sometimes. Now, sometimes it's not as easy as that. Sometimes we need the polygon just to be extra hyper aware of like all the different places where the tornado could be or where it could go. But there are some situations where like I could tell you what house or what street is getting ready to get hit by this tornado. And that street should like there, it would be cool if there was a way for that street to get an even more specific level of warning. I don't know. There's really no point in discussing it. I'm spitballing. I'm always trying to think of things like that. Because I don't think you guys understand how much, like everybody that's watching this right now is probably like a weather aware person. I don't think you guys understand how many people aren't. And how many people disregard tornado warnings. And it's a lot more than you think. So this was our most recent tornado, right there across Highway 171 south of Ragley, just minutes ago. And I think that's around when it started dissipating and weakening, and now it's gone. It could come back though, so that's why we're staying in our safe spots in Dry Creek. But yeah, we're down to only 2 tornado warnings now. One of them is, and it includes Lake Charles still, but we need to stay in our safe spots, but I don't see anything terribly concerning there. The other one is our PDS warning. That's, I think, getting downgraded to radar indicated now. It ramps up really fast and then it goes down just as fast. What is this? We have our Yalometer. Let's see how much snow we end up with in Townville, Pennsylvania. Black Diamond Farms.
Well, we now have a y'all meter from Ryan Hall, y'all. Big thanks to my Aunt Darlene for getting us one. So, Ryan, we're ready to see what this snowstorm is going to bring us here in northwestern Pennsylvania. Whether we get some rain or we're going to get some snow, we're going to get some ice. I guess we'll find out tomorrow, won't we?
That's right. Hey,
well,
thank you for sending that. You got it set up very nicely there. Black Diamond Farms on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. Love the plug. This is shameless. This is awesome. This is great. Thank you. I'm retweeting it. Debbie and Jessica, thanks for becoming members. Ryan, thanks for being a member for 8 months. My Mimi was watching the stream from North Pasadena, Texas. Your stream allowed her to stay up to date on the tornado while her satellite was down. Thanks. No problem, Ryan. Thank you for being a member. I meant that in a good way, by the way. That was a very good plug. All right, let's flip the camera. So we currently have one tornado warning. Thankfully, it doesn't look like there is currently a tornado on the ground, but we still need to be in our safe spots regardless in Dry Creek. Ryan, do I get bonus points for my snowman being on your stream? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. So these guys are at the University of Oklahoma. And that's them right there. You guys should have like drew something in the snow like really big. That would have been funny. But yeah, nice snowmen. They're a little dirty, I've got to be honest. I know it's not your fault. You need more snow, but hopefully you get it. Yeah, guys, please remember to hit the like button. That'll tell YouTube to promote us out in front of more people who maybe are unaware of the dangerous situation that's unfolding out there. And what is this? The holometer. Ready for snow in Bartlesville, Oklahoma with the holometer. I love it. This reminds me of a prototype for a really special piece of technology that we are developing here at Y'all Enterprises. Do you know where that is? The halometer? Will you reach that to me? I think it's over here somewhere. I'm going to give you guys a sneak peek at what the scientists and meteorologists are developing here for our next breakthrough product. Now, obviously, a rain gauge is at the top of the list for what we need to do, but this is also just revolutionary here. The halometer. It's a radial measurement device. So you put the hail in the middle, and it'll tell you, how many inches in diameter it is. And there's also cool little things like, the size.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
In like a DVD size, hot dog size, it'll be interesting, but we're still developing it. And we got a new tornado warning. So let's go look in on that and see what has the Weather Service seen now. This includes Lake Arthur, Morse and Crowley and Estherwood. So that's your newest tornado warning there. It includes I-10 again. I-10 is it's the tornado alley for today. And I believe it's for that. Yeah, it's for that circulation right there. Look at that. Right near Lowry, we've got an area of rotation that could be producing a tornado here as it approaches Lake Arthur. This is in Louisiana. Very evident supercell structure here. So that's where the tornado could potentially be. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this as it continues to move up towards Lake Arthur, which is a pretty decently populated area. Yeah, you can see the hook inside of it's like an embedded supercell. And I really appreciate everybody sending in their snow measurements and their snowmen. I hope we're compiling them so that whenever things calm down on the severe weather side, we can do our giveaway and our snowman rating. Okay, we are. Good. Can always count on the y'all team. Always. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning for Arcadia, Cameron, Jefferson, and Vermilion parishes in Louisiana. But severe weather is not the only thing that we're dealing with today. We also have millions of people under winter storm warnings here from Texas and Oklahoma into Arkansas, Missouri, Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio. So we're also watching the snow start to break out up here, and we are just living vicariously through you. Y'all HQs way down here in Eastern Kentucky where it's just raining. So if you want to send your snow reports and all that stuff in, please do so to pics@ryanhallyall.com if you want to do email. But the best way to do it and the easiest way for me to share it on air is through Twitter. @Ryan Hall, y'all. Devin says it's snowing out here in OKC, just like he said it would, repping the Ryan Hall, y'all car decal. Very cool. He's even got a y'all squad sticker. That's awesome. Thanks for that. Thanks for sending that in. And it should continue to snow for a little while. Nicole Skipper says, Mitch West gave you a huge shout out this morning. He was telling all of his viewers to go to your page for a live stream of tonight's weather. That's awesome. I love Mitch West. He does similar style like weather videos as I do. I think he focuses more on the southeastern U.S. Like he lives in South Carolina. So Mitch is awesome. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a couple tornado warnings out there. Actually, I take that back. We now have one tornado warning. It does include Lake Arthur, and there is a little weak area of rotation here. So we need to be in our safe spots all the way up into Etherwood, Mermentau, Egan, and Morse. But, yeah, there's not... I don't see any sign that there's a tornado down at this very moment. We have a chaser that's live in Illinois right now. I think we're going to have a couple. I think it's too soon to put them up. The snow is still, honestly, the snow is not breaking out as much as we thought it would. It's definitely heavier in the Fayetteville area right now. But the backside moisture is just not there. I thought the models thought that this was going to be much heavier snow back here, I think. It's still got some pretty good totals in and around OKC, 3-4 inches or so. I think we're going to end up with a lot of snow around Fort Smith as well. I'm already seeing 5 inches, 1.5, 3. So it'll be interesting to see what unfolds here. But all of this moisture is going to turn into snow. And I really think that probably the winners here are going to be somewhere between St. Louis and Indianapolis, like somewhere right in there. That's where the sweet spot for snow is going to be with this storm. And if you want to, if you want to take a quick look at the future, let's do that. Let's look at the future radar or radar. What's she going to look like as we go forward? I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to zoom out so everybody can see their location, and I'm going to let her loop. So the blue is snow. Obviously, the green, the yellows is rain. Heavy snow where the blue turns into gray a little bit. So you can see that there's a big warm bubble that's going to infiltrate into Kentucky and Ohio that's going to cause a lot of snow to melt. But back there between St. Louis, central Indiana, and Illinois, it's going to be all snow for the most part for you. And it's going to be heavy at times. So that'll be probably where the biggest snow totals end up happening. Oh, let me put the time up there for you. So oops, sorry. So yeah, so the time in Eastern is up there at the top as well. Does a tornado warning mean a tornado will happen? No. A tornado warning generally means that a very smart person at the National Weather Service has saw something on the radar that seems like there could be a tornado. A lot of times it's precautionary. And a lot of times that's important that they do that, because if they didn't, those last minute, like, oops, kind of situations where the tornado happens out of nowhere wouldn't be warned in time. So every tornado warning should be taken seriously. But one of the reasons why we really go hard on trying to talk about the differences between a radar indicated, a radar confirmed, a PDS, and a tornado emergency, we really try to differentiate between those, is because there's way more of there's less of a failure rate whenever there's a confirmed tornado warning, for example, than a radar indicated one. But every single warning issued from the National Weather Service needs to be taken equally seriously. Hey, y'all, a small TV in your shelter on a UPS backup with a cheap roof attic antenna is a great way to keep up with the weather if all local utilities, including cellular, are out, plus free local TV. That is true. Yes. A lot of people don't know this. A lot of cable TV, a lot of news stations you can pick up for free if you just have an antenna. Like, you don't even have to pay for cable. I don't know how that works. So I don't have any more information for you other than that, but it is possible. Okay, so we're going to go back to the now radar. Hopefully everybody got a good idea of the future from that. And as soon as we have no tornado warnings, we'll go through another detailed, like, zoom in forecast. I might even take some locations from the audience and do a forecast that way. Mike James says, I've got my GoPro ready for a time lapse in St. Francis County, Missouri. That's going to be good. That's going to be real good. Look, he's got it covered in a box. He's got a flat surface out here. That's going to be a good time lapse. I'm excited to see it. Oh, I think they already canceled school for tomorrow in St. Louis. The superintendent is watching right now. They just heard me talk about the how that's going to be the bullseye for snow, I think. So you're welcome to any youngins out there watching in St. Louis. People are going to in chat are going to be like, "Can you say that, like, this city's going to get a lot of snow?" Oh, wow. It's starting to look like a daggone snowstorm out there in Arkansas. This is from Andy in Marshall, Arkansas. That's beautiful. Heavy, wet snow, though. You see how it's kind of accumulating on the trees and the power lines and stuff. Too much of that, and you will get power outages. Schools in Dayton, Ohio are also closed tomorrow. Barbara, thank you so much for becoming a moderate risker. A 10-to-1 ratio for the snow, probably close to that. It's definitely going to get colder tonight. When the snow first starts, absolutely not. But that's around the average of what we'll see for sure. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Arcadia Parish and Jefferson Davis Parish in Louisiana. And that's this polygon right here. We want you in your safe spots in Estherwood and Crowley and Mermentau and along I-10 between Jennings and Crowley. But thankfully, this is not producing a big tornado right now. It might in the near future. That's why we want you in your safe spots. But that's the only warning that we have at this very moment. It looks like things might start ramping back up as this moves into the more eastern areas of Louisiana. But right now we're having a tiny little period of a lull in activity. So send me your snow reports. Renee says, I'm in Eastern Pennsylvania and my 6-year-old daughter has a message for you using her unused Yalla meter. Please send snow. It's been 3 years since we've had a good snow, and her snow pants still have tags on them. We love you, but we need snow. I'm sorry. I wish I could make it snow. I know there's a lot of snow hungry people out there. There's a lot of people who hate snow too. It's very mixed. When I first started my channel, it was a small group of weather weenies that tuned in. I think we all loved snow. And now that it's, I feel like there's just like general people who don't necessarily care about the weather usually, unless like it's affecting them. Now that more of those kinds of people are tuning in, like everybody's like, what are you guys talking about? Like, you want it to snow? So if you like snow, you're probably in the minority. Yeah, I feel bad for Little Rock. Little Rock, Arkansas, is just getting all rain right now, and like literally just a couple miles to the north and west, it's snowing heavily, and unfortunately, it looks like that rain snow line's not going to budge. So you're very close to getting some snow, but not quite. Numerous discrete cells are moving into south central Louisiana right now. None of them are rotating enough to cause a really significant concern, but we think that's going to change soon. Dang, son. Ivan. Now that's a lot of screens. I've got a lot of screens. Producer Carly has a lot of screens. But I think you're taking it to the next level. You got like, what is that, 2 55-inch TVs there? And then 4 monitors up top, 2 verticals on your peripherals. I love it, though. I think I see is that a scanner or amateur radio, 2-meter radio there? Got a weather station. Of course, you've got a Yalla meter. I mean, this is one heck of a weather command center, son. I love it. Thanks for sending that in. Marcia, thanks for becoming a member. Violet, thanks for becoming a high risk member. That's super awesome of you. Gerard Nelson, thank you. Techno says, here in St. Louis, we've been very lucky this whole winter as this storm has gotten more severe and shifted a little bit more north. Is 5 to 8 accurate? Yeah, I think 5 inches is very realistic. 8 inches wouldn't surprise me. It's just, I wouldn't expect that. Here's some more pictures coming in from Greenwood, Arkansas. Big, giant snowflakes there. So back to our severe weather real quick. We've got a new band of storms. All of our kind of discrete mode supercells have congealed together in another band of kind of embedded supercells. Now we've got one tornado warning. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with it, but as these storms get closer to Lafayette, Louisiana, I'm seeing some concerning signs. One of those is down here. I see an area of rotation that we need to watch that could promote a new warning, a new tornado there. Also, something's happening here between Gallatin and Morse. And then, of course, we're starting to see a new Boeing segment come out here that's going to cause a lot of strong damaging winds. And then, as you guys remember, on the southern side and on the northern side, we've got to watch out for tornadoes to kind of spin off of that wind as that propagates off to the east. So Lafayette, I would definitely be paying attention because this is things have slowed down a little bit, it seems. But I do think they're going to ramp right back up as this confluence band moves right towards you. Yeah, that right there will probably get a warning. What did I say? Oh. Gay. Wait. Gay Dawn? Is that how you say that? I said Gallatin. Sorry. Once again, it's a part of the show here. Somebody's got to find the meme because I always crack up at it. You guys, the people who watch all the time, already know what I'm talking about. Please help me find it. It's probably on Reddit. It's the one with Joey from Friends, and it's like when Ryan says your town name wrong. When Ryan says your town name wrong, you know what I'm talking about. Please find it and send it to me on Twitter. Okay, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire for now. We'll see if they issue a new one here. In the meantime, just look at this storm, man. Very intense. Center of low pressure somewhere back in through here. Cold air on the northern side, bringing heavy snow into places like Oklahoma City and Fort Smith, Arkansas. It's starting to break out into Springfield, Missouri as well. Also, look at this. It's going to snow at some point in Dallas. Some backside snow is going to work in there. And then just a hop, skip, and a jump away down here in south central Louisiana, we've got a severe weather situation underway. We've had several tornadoes hit in and around Houston, all the way up through Orange in Texas. More tornadoes are going to happen today between Lafayette and New Orleans, and probably into the early morning hours tomorrow in southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama, and into the panhandle of Florida. This heavy rain up here is going to turn into snow, and then back into heavy rain for a lot of us in Kentucky and Tennessee. But it's going to be all snow for y'all up there in St. Louis, up into Indianapolis, into portions of Ohio. Unfortunately, the farther east you go into Ohio, the more likely it is that you're going to get cut off by that warm bubble. But lots of snow possible in this zone right here. And you can see that on our future radar. Let me do this point by point here. Currently 7 p.m. This is pretty much what the radar looks like. That enhanced risk of severe weather continues all the way out and includes the panhandle of Florida and the southern tips of Mississippi and Alabama. Heavy snow is going to be happening still in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Fayetteville, Fort Smith, Arkansas, around 10 p.m. This model is showing that maybe the snow is going to tease Little Rock, but I wouldn't count on it. But definitely up there, Mountain Home and Cherokee Village, you guys are going to be getting in on some heavy snow around 10 p.m. tonight. It's probably going to start off as some light rain up here in St. Louis, but that's going to switch over to all snow by midnight to 1 a.m. And that's when we're going to start seeing snow in Evansville. It's going to start raining in Cincinnati and Indianapolis. It will have been snowing heavily in Tulsa and back here in Arkansas and Springfield, Missouri for a while. This is when snowmen are going to be being built like crazy, especially if you're up at 1 a.m. to build a snowman. But hey, no school tomorrow. Why not? Anyways, this is going to break out and kind of really start dumping heavy snow on Indianapolis and places like Cincinnati around 3 a.m. But unfortunately, Cincinnati, you're going back to rain more than likely around 5 or 6 a.m., whereas Springfield, St. Louis, Chicago, you guys are staying all snow. Columbus, you're still snow at this point, but the rain is going to make it to you by 9 a.m. It's raining only now in Cincinnati. That rain snow line is going to try its best to make it up to Indianapolis. It looks like that's definitely a possibility, but if you stay all snow in Indianapolis, it's going to be heavy. It's going to be a very heavy snow for y'all. And just definitely like Fort Wayne's going to see a good amount of snow out of this. Springfield, Urbana in Illinois is. I think Detroit's going to see a good snowstorm out of this as well. Cleveland, sorry, not for you. It's going to start off as a good snow for a lot of the Northeast. Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all of the Northeast is going to start off as a pretty good snow. But the rain's going to take over as the warm bubble comes in. Not before a pretty significant snow gets laid down in Maine, though, before that warm bubble moves through. So, and then, of course, we do have the backside snow. So some additional snow showers that might add an inch or two to your accumulations in Ohio and Kentucky and West Virginia as the moisture comes flying off the lakes up against the Appalachian Mountains here. So that's a full progression of what our storm's going to look like tonight. And of course, we do have a very slight chance of severe weather on the East Coast tomorrow, like in Georgia, I believe. We'll take a look at that here in a second. But it's definitely not as intense of a threat as what we have today. Big snowflakes now. In what is that? Winewood, Oklahoma. This is LSM storm chaser Jason Cooley giving us a live view of the Phillips 66 down there. So big time snow is starting to occur in a lot of the Oklahoma and Arkansas area. And a lot of it is going to be this big snowflake like kind of thing. And snow totals, right? We want to talk about how much snow are we going to get. Let me do that for you real quick. Now, this is on top of what you already have. Okay? So it looks like an additional 11 inches is possible up here near Harrison and Green Forest in Arkansas. Tulsa looks like another 2 inches, but down here in southwestern or southeastern Oklahoma, maybe near Wilburton, we're talking about an additional 5 inches. Fayetteville, 6 inches. Springfield, Missouri, 8 inches. Ooh, these totals are actually up a lot through a lot of southeastern Missouri. Fredericktown, 8 inches. Right here on the border between Illinois and Missouri near St. Genevieve and Bloomsdale, we're talking about 10 inches of snow. And look at this. Official National Weather Service forecast just to the north and west of Indianapolis, 11 inches of snow. Downtown Indianapolis, 7 inches. Fort Wayne, how about you, Fort Wayne? 9.5 inches. Bluffton, Indiana, 11 inches. Van Wert, Ohio, 10 inches. Toledo, Ohio, 8 inches. Detroit, how about 6 or 7 inches? Columbus, Ohio, 5 inches. Cincinnati, maybe 3 inches. But remember, Cincinnati, a lot of that's going to melt. Okay, a lot of that's going to get hit by the rain. Unfortunately, this section right here, if you get 7 inches of snow down here near Westerville, Ohio, a lot of that's going to probably get melted when the rain moves in. 7 inches possible through a lot of Pennsylvania. Some lake effect snow over here off of Lake Erie is going to put us over 12 to 13 inches for some people in western New York. And then, of course, in the higher elevations, especially over here in Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, some places will see an additional 20 inches, 13 inches, 13 inches over here near Lincoln, Maine, and way up here near Caribou, an additional 15 inches. So lots of snow on the way, especially right in through here. So bada bing, bada boom, that's it. We currently have no tornado warnings, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Estherwood, Crowley, Rain, and Dewson, all along I-10 there in Louisiana. Strong winds, some hail is possible. Storm chaser Brad Arnold is in that, and I believe Chris Hall is as well. As you can see here through his feed, he's in a very strong storm there. Yes, and he's near Crowley right now. So that's the severe thunderstorm that is producing what you see there. That's coming for you in Lafayette. The conditions that you see here through Chris Hall's feed is what you're about to see in Lafayette, Louisiana. And I'm still concerned about the potential tornado possibilities as this storm gets closer to Lafayette as well. So we've got to watch that very closely. How crazy is this, y'all? We are watching live severe weather and heavy snow at the same time. Remember, if you're seeing snow right now, please send me your snowmen and your snow measurements, especially if you've got a Yolometer, because we're going to be giving away at the end of the stream today. I'm going to be cash apping some of you $1,000 each just for sending in your snow reports. Our moderators are monitoring my inbox, pics@ryanhallyall.com, and they are monitoring Twitter and pretty much all the social media stuff. But Twitter's the best, all right? @RyanHallYall on Twitter. Send in your measurements. And if you want to play along in the future whenever it snows for you, shopryanhall.com. We got the Yolometer 2.0 on there. Just another way to help support the channel and help us do what we do and all that stuff. Really appreciate it. And also, it's the best way to measure snow. I mean, come on, you're using a ruler, really? Tape measure? Embarrassing. No, I'm just joking. Oh, here it is. This is the meme. When Ryan pronounces a town wrong when you realize it's your town. I love this. This is funny. I do pronounce town names wrong. I'm getting better, though. I'm getting way better. The more like often that we are in these areas and doing severe weather coverage, I feel like I'm almost from this area now. But of course, you know, I've got a long way to go. Got a lot to learn. If I do this until I'm like 60 years old, I'm going to be the most geographically inclined person on earth. I'm going to know. It's like I'm going to be a local from every single region in the United States. Let's see here. Desiree Gonzalez has a little something to cover dinner. You know what? Are you hungry? You are. Right. It's 7. We'll be here for at least another 4 hours. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I definitely want to eat at some point. Okay. All right, we'll probably do another poll at some point. So you guys get ready. You're going to help us determine what we're going to eat today. We're going to get it DoorDashed. And remember, I'm in Kentucky, in the middle of nowhere. We don't have a lot of options, but it'll be fun. We'll narrow it down to 4, and we'll let you guys pick for us. This winter has been pretty lackluster for a lot of us. As far as snow goes. Hey, Paul, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Clarence says, can you say hey to my daughter, Maddie, 6-year-old from Columbus, Georgia? Yeah. Hey, Maddie. You got the 6-year-old watching the weather at 7:13 p.m. Eastern on a, what is it, Tuesday night? That Maddie is probably going to be a meteorologist, just letting you know. Just a heads up. Let's see here. As someone who enjoyed watching lightning from severe thunderstorms as a kid and enjoyed volatile winter weather in college, please tell me Northern Virginia will have something interesting happen to it at some point. Yeah, at some point, Northern Virginia will get some weather. And that is your official forecast. Yeah, hey, there you go. No, but seriously, nothing really interesting in the near future. But I'm sure that we will be doing one of these streams at some point completely focused on Northern Virginia. I just don't know when that's going to happen. And you might not, be careful what you wish for, just to be honest. You might not like it. I am with you. I like weather. I like it whenever the weather's crazy. But doing this for as long as I've done it, I've realized that, sometimes it's just way too much. And whatever like town that I'm talking about or whatever state that I'm focused on that day, you're probably should just be glad you're not in that state. I don't know how many times like people are like, oh, you never talk about Missouri. Ugh. You never talk about like Doodle County, North Carolina. And it's like, I only talk about the worst and the extremes. That's the way the channel's set up. I don't have time to tell you it's going to be sunny and 75. That's what your phone app's for. So I fill in the gaps whenever there's more information that's needed, right? So if I'm not talking about, Hoosier-Watsy County, Georgia very often. It just means that nothing, terrible is happening down there, which is good, right? Unfortunately, at some point, if I do this for a long time, I will talk about your county. But that's why you need to subscribe, so that you'll get the notification when that does happen. Hey, Joe Russell, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. We've got a lot of gifts today. Mike Dean did it too. So I think we've gotten like 50 new members today through gifts. So a lot of just randomly selected new members now. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the team. You get access to members-only live streams and very cool emotes in the chat. And speaking of members-only live streams, we've decided that we're going to do the State of the Y'all once a month now, where we give you some behind the scenes of, like, I don't know, what's going on here at the Weather House and all that stuff. It's going to be really fun. Still no tornado warnings. We got this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm watching this area closely near Crowley. It's rotating. I don't know if it's rotating enough to worry about. It's definitely going to bring some strong winds into the area. Also watching this. There's definitely a lot of kinks in the line down through here that we've got to watch that might cause some problems in the near future, but no immediate concerns as of yet. So that's good. That is very good news. Here's one from Northeast Ohio. Ryan, my son Ryan loves watching you. You have inspired him. You not only provide a life-saving service, but you inspire our youth. You rock. That's awesome, Ryan. That's so cool. If Ryan's watching right now, huge shout out to you. And I hope you get even more snow tonight. Okay, so here's a little bit more, I guess, significant looking damage here from Pasadena once again. The entire neighborhood hit by a tornado today. The damage is extensive. What's it looking like for Tennessee? It's looking like rain, buddy. I'm sorry. Not much going to happen out there in Tennessee. Pasadena is getting closer. Look at the damage. The roof blew off this home, and neighbors are walking around seeing how they can help picking up the pieces over here. So I've seen a lot of roof damage, definitely extensive damage, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. This does not look nearly as bad as what I thought it was going to be, just from those radar images. And everybody that was associated with the warning process would probably agree with me. That's why we had that tornado emergency. Still believe that was the right call, because obviously that was a strong storm and that was a big tornado. But hopefully we don't see anything worse than that. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I just spoke to Brian Allen and he's saying pull up his feed because he has some really, really strong winds. I know he's got an anemometer on top of his car, so in a little bit I'll have a precise reading on how fast those winds are, but you can see on his stream the winds are whipping.
All right. Thank you, Riley. We're looking at storm chaser Brian Allen here in our Acadia Parish, Louisiana. And yeah, this is that severe thunderstorm that's going through Crowley right now. Let's actually get an update from Brian. Brian, we've got you pulled up on YouTube. We're live. Just let us know what you're experiencing out there. Have you got any wind readings? Like what's up, man? Give us an update. Sometimes I just start talking and I don't know where to end the sentence. Okay, we got a new tornado warning. We didn't get any beeps. No beeps. Riley, if you can fix or if you can, or Riley or Ryan, if either of you can fix our beeps, that would be very greatly appreciated, because we do have a tornado warning and we need to draw attention to this area of circulation right here. This includes Gaydon, Andrew, and almost up to Lafayette. So like I said, I don't know, what was it, 20 minutes ago, these areas of rotation looked concerning as they were approaching the western side of Lafayette. And we had a pretty good idea that this would happen. And now we've got new tornado warnings going out. And this one's going to include the western side of Lafayette, Louisiana. So we're watching this closely. Very, good sign of rotation here. And that's going to go all the way up through Andrew and then eventually towards Lafayette. So please take shelter now if you're in Acadia or Vermilion or Lafayette Parish. Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Brian.
I got a pretty good gust a while ago. We got 65. It's getting pretty rough over here. There's stuff flying around everywhere.
Okay, so that's Brian Allen. He's north of Crowley, Louisiana. And just really, really intense winds there as we continue to watch that unfold. Carly, if we can get Brian in a box up here, screen, that'd be great. Can you look at Fort Worth, Texas? We can here in a second. We've got a tornado warning down here. I'll tell you what, I'll just look real fast. It's raining, and it might snow here within the next couple of hours, a little bit. That's unfortunately all the information I have for you from Fort Worth. Not a whole lot going on. A whole lot going on, though, out here in Louisiana, where we've got a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning. We got 65-mile-an-hour winds from our storm chaser there in Crowley. His location's wrong. Are you seeing that? Yeah, I don't know if we need to override the automatic one and put it in, because he's definitely not in Orange County, Texas anymore. But anyways, he's near Crowley in Louisiana, and he saw a gust of 65 miles per hour. Okay, sound is working again. That's good. John, thank you very much for the very generous super chat. Central Ohio, I'll look at that here in a minute. I'm going to zoom out of this tornado warning as soon as it's no longer the most important thing. John says, Ryan, at some point you will say my county and city name wrong. It's Lenawa County, Tecumseh, Michigan. Here's your prepayment. All right, thank you. I'll remember that. You just wait. If you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado warning for Acadia Parish and Vermilion Parish, Louisiana. And my camera died, so we're going to get that back up. Keith M says, I live in Crowley, Louisiana, and it's raining horizontally here. All right, we can take Brian's down now. Oh, it's right? Right. Yeah. Oh man, I do. I just don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to tell you how to fix it. I'll fix it here in a second. Oh, go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just spoke with Brian. So in that recent thunderstorm gust, he measured 69.7 miles per hour. And then he was going back into the data and a past tornado warning. He's going to go back to the GoPro to see if he actually intercepted, but he registered 79.8 miles an hour in a tornado warning polygon under the circulation. So it's possible he intercepted the tornado warning. I want to reiterate that is not the current tornado warning, but it was a past one. And then the overlay is working, but it's frozen for his name.
Okay. So, Riley, for his name on that side, we're using the RTMP. So I don't know if that's got anything to do with anything, but I was thinking about going over there.
Refreshed RTMP, but it's right because I'm looking at RTMP and it's also Acadia Parish. That's where he is now.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Riley. We are going to continue to work on that, and we're going to continue to relay information on this tornado warning that is in effect for Rain and Andrew and Dewson in Louisiana here. That's your circulation. No sign of a tornado actually on the ground, but it could happen at any moment. That's why we want you in your safe spot out here in Acadia, Lafayette, and Vermilion Parish in Louisiana. All right, let's flip the cameras again. Ryan, I was wondering what the snow would be like for central Indiana tomorrow because they have been jumping all over the place. Depends on where you are in central Indiana. The National Weather Service believes that around Indianapolis could see 8 inches of snow. I think the farther north you are, the area between Indianapolis and Chicago is where the sweet spot will end up being. Somewhere in there. I think that you got to go north and west of Indianapolis to get the heaviest snow. TW. This is what an old Hoosier weather granddaddy looks like trying to take his first selfie and attempting to post it on the tweeters. I probably should have put those reading glasses on. At least I already have my milk sandwiches. Bring on the snow. Awesome. TW, that's awesome. He's got a Yolometer, the milk sandwich shirt. He's been around long enough to know what the milk sandwich reference even is. And he's got a weather daddy hat. That's very cool. Thank you for sending that in. T. I'm just going to call you T. This is what's happening right now in West Plains, Missouri. Thanks for sending this in. Eddie Girl, looks like some snow is definitely flying there. Started off as rain, and you're going to see the snow increase in intensity and kind of ferocity as the night goes on. It's going to start snowing pretty heavily through a lot of these places. We're talking about 2-inch per hour rates, maybe even 3-inch per hour. It's going to be a good old-fashioned snowstorm for you, bub. Christopher C. said, I placed a bet that we would get 8 inches or more here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Tell me about the win this bet. Hope everyone down south is safe. I think that you have a good shot of winning that bet. It's not a slam dunk. It's not a slam dunk, but you've got a very good shot. All right, let's look at this. So it is snowing in Fort Worth. I think Dallas, you're going to start to see snow here soon. If it's not already snowing in Dallas, this backside snow in Texas is really doing its thing. And honestly, it's probably going to overperform. So many different pieces of this storm have done what we didn't think they were going to do. This is one of them that I think is probably going to put down maybe even a couple inches here in Fort Worth and Dallas before it's all said and done. Hello, Brandy. Thanks for being a high risker for 3 months. Yeah, we just had tornadoes in and around Houston. I mean, that's what we were talking about not too long ago. And now we're talking about snow in Dallas. What time will the bad weather hit Greensburg, Louisiana? Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know where that is. But let me find it for you. Okay, so Greensburg is north and east of Baton Rouge. I would say you got a couple. It's probably be around 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., somewhere in there. Maybe a little bit earlier than that. You got a couple hours. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, there's a supercell coming on shore on the Louisiana shores toward Vermilion Parish to the east of Creole, well east of that. Yeah, it's a mostly rural area here in the swamps, but in the most recent velocity scans, it seems we've got some pretty rapidly tightening rotation here. So that's the one I'm focused on right now, entering the southwest corner of Vermilion Parish.
Okay. Thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill directing our attention to the next area of interest. There are a couple supercells out here. This is the closest one that's going to come into a pretty rural area of Louisiana here. We're going to see if that actually, ends up producing something here, because if it does, it'll end up moving up towards the intra-coastal city and Abbeville areas. But look at this. We got another big area of rotation right here. We got another one back here, another one right here. These all are essentially going to be pointing themselves towards the Baton Rouge, New Orleans corridor over time. So it's nothing to worry about right now, but definitely got to be watching that as we go forward. Yeah, Lafayette is not under a tornado warning, but you're very close. You're very close to being under one. The storm's going to come through Lafayette. It's going to be strong. Whether you get a tornado or not, we're talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds, and one of our storm chasers just recorded that. So it's coming. Excuse me. Got heavy snow falling in the Ozarks right now, and the roads are a mess in Arkansas. Just snow, Chris, just snow. Yeah, I think it's important to note that this threat's going to carry into the overnight and early morning period. So we're going to have off and on tornado warnings probably through 3 a.m. and not just in like Louisiana, right? This is also going to end up making its way into Mississippi, the the panhandle of Florida, and then also southern Alabama. So we're only technically halfway through this bout of severe weather. It's currently 7 p.m. So we've been streaming for about 7:38 p.m. We've been streaming for about 6 hours now. And we're going to keep going until at least midnight. The incredible B Guy. Thanks for becoming a high risk member. Gone to Tech says, I finally heard from my brother-in-law working at a chemical plant in Deer Park. Said it took a direct hit from the tornado and it's destroyed. Wow. Austin, a lot of people are asking about Ohio. It's going to snow in Ohio. If you're in northwestern Ohio, it's probably going to snow a lot. If you're in central Ohio or northeastern Ohio, it's probably going to snow a lot, but it'll probably melt very quickly. Seriously, as soon as it falls, it's going to start raining for a lot of you. If you're in southern Ohio, southeastern Ohio, it's probably going to snow a little bit and then it's going to melt completely as the rain comes in. Bama Guy 205 says, buy you some dinner. Much love and support. I appreciate it. We're probably going to we'll do a poll here. We'll let you guys decide what I'm going to be eating or what me and Carly will be eating here at the Weather House tonight. Just as soon as this tornado warning is allowed to expire. And I think that's going to happen soon. There is a new area of rotation that's kind of entering the tornado warning polygon. The original area that sparked the tornado warning was this, right? That went on to dissipate, but now there's a new area. So they'll either allow this to expire or they'll issue a new warning. That one might actually include this town of Lafayette too. It's hard to tell what they're going to do, but that's definitely twisty-turny right there. Haley says, always enjoy watching you. I'm watching today while recovering from surgery. Keep up the great work, Ryan. Well, Haley, thank you so much. I hope you recover quickly. Heather Rooks and family are waiting for snow in Kentucky. Same here. Same here. I'm waiting for it. I don't know when we're going to get it. Well, actually tomorrow, especially if, in central and eastern Kentucky, there's a pretty good chance that tomorrow through the day on Thursday, we're going to have off and on snow showers. I don't know if it'll lead to much in the way of accumulation, but it's something. By the way, everybody that's sending in their pictures of snow measurements and even stuff like this counts. Anonymous in Alexandria, Indiana. No y'all's of snow yet, but it should start around 2 a.m. This counts. You are now entered to win $1,000 at the end of the stream. So make sure you're sending in your snow reports so we can log you in our system and we can do that at the end of the stream. It's going to be super fun, super exciting. Okay, I think we're about to get a new
tornado warning
There it
has
is.
been issued.
Lafayette, St. Martin, and Vermilion Parish, Louisiana, are under a new tornado warning, and that's pretty much exactly what we talked about earlier. A new polygon here for that new circulation, and it does include Lafayette. So now Lafayette, Louisiana is under a tornado warning. We want you guys to take shelter immediately, please. As this area of rotation could produce a tornado here as it comes up towards Andrew, and then Maurice, and then Broadmoor, and then right into Lafayette, Louisiana. So take shelter now. This is a dangerous storm. You don't want to play around with it. You don't want to take chances. You just want to abide by the recommendation of the National Weather Service to take shelter. And we're going to get through this one, okay? We got pretty much our whole team of chasers is on this storm. I think we got Brad Arnold out there in and around Lafayette. We got Brian Allen. We got Chris Hall. We've got Brett Adair and multiple other storm chasers out here. So Lafayette, you've got like literally every storm chaser in your town right now. And the reason they're there is because they're trying to see a tornado. So if that doesn't tell you to get to shelter, I don't know what will. Some of these guys like Chris and I definitely know Chris and Brian have driven thousands of miles from, way up in Illinois. I think that's where Brian's from, to go all the way down to Houston, Texas, and then all the way up to where you are just to try to see a tornado. So there's probably something to that. I would take shelter. Yeah, we got a new tornado warning for Acadia, Lafayette, Martin, and Vermilion parishes in Louisiana. It includes Lafayette. We've got no immediate signs of a tornado down, but we do see signs of a tornado forming here. A tornado could be coming together near Andrew, Louisiana right now. It looks like somebody took a bite out of the polygon. Yeah, that's another thing that could be worked on with the warning system. More than likely, there's this parish here is in a different warning area, and there's just a lot of red tape that goes into trying to coordinate to get the box to be fully rounded. That should not be a thing, but usually they work well together, and it all works out. So there's the storm. That's where the potential tornado is coming together here near Andrew. Still don't know if it's on the ground. Doesn't matter though, because it could be, and it could happen very quickly if it's not. But it is going to continue to run up towards Dusson and Lafayette here over the next little bit. We got storm chasers Brian Allen, Brad Arnold, and Brett Adair in the direct path of this thing. You can see their cameras there on the screen. So if there's a tornado or power flashes or anything like that, we'll see it through them. Lafayette, Louisiana needs to be in a safe place now. Do not wait. Oh, we got another tornado warning, but I didn't hear any beeps. Beeps broken again? Man, we got to do some heavy maintenance on our beeps. Anyways, we do have a new tornado warning. This is for Iberia Parish and Vermilion Parish and Lafayette Parish in Louisiana. Let's come over here. How are you getting beeps? Yeah, studio monitor NDI.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. Do you copy?
Yeah. Yeah, Brad, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I'm sitting in the city of Lafayette, Louisiana right now, watching the circulation to our southwest. It's tornado warned. The last scan, it's not there anymore, but the past two scans did have a CC drop just probably north of Abbeville. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but it's headed in. Lafayette's a very populated city, so if anything happens, I'll report back to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Storm chaser Brad Arnold, who is in Lafayette awaiting this storm. What he's talking about with that CC drop is this, and I noticed this too, right near Andrew. You'll see this right here. I'm not sure if that's indicative of a tornado being down, but let's just assume that it is and take shelter. But the rotation is right in here, and it's going to come up into Lafayette within the next little bit. This is a very populated area. We want everybody in that town to take shelter. All right, no excuses. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but it's probably tens of thousands. Everybody should be sharing this, getting the information out there. If you know somebody in Lafayette, let them know what's coming, because this could be turned into a very bad situation quickly. Now, there was a new tornado warning issued down here that includes Abbeville, and that's for this area of rotation right here. That's also going to come in towards Intracoastal City and Henry and Erith and all these places in Louisiana. That's a part of this confluence line, this band of storms that's going to be training up through Louisiana here in the next little bit. And that's just one of the many areas of rotation that we are concerned about. In fact, right here, there's probably a big water spout going on right now. So yeah, that's what we're looking at here. Unfortunately, this is all happening. The tornado situation is kind of getting a little bit more intense as the storms get closer and closer to New Orleans. We've seen 2 big tornadoes go through New Orleans on stream here over the past year. Not saying that's going to happen again today, but hopefully everybody in that town is aware of the risk tonight. Erath. Gotcha. So we got a tornado warning for Lafayette and Abbeville. Please take shelter now. And of course, if there's a tornado out here, we're going to know soon, because every daggone storm chaser and his brother is down there in Lafayette. Brent, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Josie, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Let's see here. Valerie Rogers says, Mississippi. Right now, there's nothing happening in Mississippi other than some rain. However, if you live in southern Mississippi, specifically extremely southern Mississippi, like in Hattiesburg, point south to Gulfport, there is a chance of some significant severe weather tonight. It'll be late, after midnight more than likely. But yes, there is a chance for some severe weather and maybe some isolated tornadoes. Hey, Brent, thank you so much, man. 5 gifted subs. Zachary says, Ryan, you haven't warned the fish of the water spouts like last time. You're right. I'm really off my game tonight. If you know any fish out there in the Gulf of Mexico, let them know about that water spout that could potentially turn into a tornado as it moves inland there. Thanks for the call out. Let's see here. Samantha says, I think I asked this before, but do you have to be awake watching your stream when it ends to win the $1,000 if you're picked? No, you can take a picture of your snow measurement, send it to me, and immediately go to sleep. And then you could wake up tomorrow $1,000 richer. I can't imagine a better experience watching the weather. But the way it'll work is, as long as you send it to me through email or through Twitter, we will reach out to you. We'll respond to your email or DM you on Twitter, whatever it is, and we'll just handle we'll handle the transaction later if we need to. But it would be cool if you were awake, because last time we did it live. We cash apped, I don't remember who it was exactly, but we cash apped them live on the air, and it was super fun, super awesome. Currently, we have 2 tornado warnings. Ooh, this one right here looks nasty now. This one looks nasty. So this is the one down here near Forked Island and Intracoastal City. That might be producing a tornado right now, and that's the storm that's going to eventually move up towards Abbeville in Louisiana. Now, the storm up here near Lafayette is still rotating. Okay, it's still rotating. We had maybe that brief tornado down here near Andrew. The rotation is broad, though. This could change very quickly. That's why we still want the entire city of Lafayette to be in their safe spots. But I'm really concerned about this one specifically. M. Saz says it's doggone cold out there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but no snow yet. It's coming. It's going to snow and then it's going to rain, but it's coming. Thank you so much for sending that in. Will this storm be coming up to Pennsylvania? Yeah. It'll snow first and then it will rain. Most of our storm chasers are located in and around Lafayette right now in Louisiana, as they are under a tornado warning. No tornado being spotted right now, but I'm telling you, just look at the conditions. It's definitely a bad storm out there. This is Brad Arnold. This is Brian Allen. Look at the strong winds here. This is in downtown Lafayette. Very strong winds ripping through this gas station here. So this is a very severe thunderstorm. Let's take a look at Brett Adair, who is also, I believe, maybe at that same gas station, showing us another view of some of the really strong winds that are coming through. Actually, no, they're at separate gas stations. But this is in Lafayette, Louisiana. A strong, severe thunderstorm is coming through right now. It's capable of producing a tornado. You're under a tornado warning. Hopefully you are in your safe spot, because this is going to last for another 10, 15 minutes out here. And certainly there's damage being done right now. Even if there's not a tornado, the strong 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts will do it. Dang. Andrew Young says, I'm watching from Lafayette, Louisiana. Thank you for your expertise. If you ever come down, I'll buy you some crawfish and learn you some Cajun talk. Now that sounds, I think I'll be down there next week. Looks like most of the people out there that have YALA meters are in Illinois and Indiana and Ohio and places like that. Unfortunately, I think that it's not going to start snowing there until after we are done with the stream. So I would go ahead and set up your YALA meter, or just take it outside now and snap a picture of it so that you can still be entered to win. Strong, severe thunderstorm moving through Lafayette right now, capable of producing a tornado. I don't think it is, though. Not right now, anyways. We do need to be in our safe spots regardless. This is doing damage out there for sure. Might even see some power outages. I'm a little bit more concerned about the prospect of a tornado being down here near between Forked Island and Intracoastal City in Louisiana. That's a much stronger rotation signal right there. Don't see any signs of debris being lofted into the air yet, but certainly very strong rotation there. And that's going to be moving up towards Abbeville. So we're watching that closely. Zach gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Marty Thomas says, don't y'all cook? A crock pot on bad weather days works wonders. I think she's talking to us because we're ordering food. No, we cook when there's no severe weather. It's part of the fun. Oh, here's another good one. Here's a submission from Ashwee in Nampa, Idaho. So Iberia, Lafayette, and Vermilion parishes are still under a tornado warning, but I do believe they've allowed the tornado warning for Lafayette to expire. So thank goodness. No more tornado warning there, but you're still getting absolutely slammed by a daggone gully washer down here, and the winds are whipping. Let's see here. So there's a view from Brian Allen in Lafayette. And here's a view from Brett Adair. I mean, it is absolutely coming down there. Obviously, winds are still capable of producing damage, whether we've got a tornado or not. So please be careful out there. I don't know what's going on in front of Brian here. I don't know how he's seeing. I can't even see through the camera. Dang. What do we got here? Jonathan says, oh boy. Jonathan said there's a truck overturned from possible straight line winds on I-10 eastbound in Rain, Louisiana. My goodness. Thanks for sending that in. Also, we got a YALA meter out here from Andrew, waiting to see how much we get starting Wednesday afternoon in northern New York. We've also got about 4 inches of snow, or 4 yalls of snow, I should say, in Winston, or I'm sorry, Huntsville, Arkansas. Then the dog there, that's Winston. Wow, it's coming down good there. 4 whole yalls of snow already. We refer to them as yalls because when I designed this, I forgot to put an inch indicator on there. It just says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, so it doesn't have a unit of measurement. So we've made up our own. It's not inches of snow, it's yalls of snow. We've also got one out there in Rochester, New York. Rochester. There's a good old fashioned ruler. Yeah, you're still in. You're still in. You don't have to have our fancy ruler. You're still in. It just helps. It's just cooler when you got the better ruler. But everybody can play. It's open for everybody. Thank you for that report, though. Really appreciate it. We still have the tornado warning down here for Abbeville. The area of rotation, the area of concern is still there. It's just not, thankfully, unlike some of the earlier storms that we were dealing with, these aren't immediately turning into big PDS tornado warnings. So that's good. We did get a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. It's still an enhanced risk for pretty much the same areas east of the line here, and that's going to give us it's still a 10% hatch risk for tornadoes and 30% wind. Abbeville. Is it Abbeville? I think it sounds like I'm saying Advil, but I'm trying to say Abbeville because I didn't know if it was Abbeville. Just waiting on the next radar scan to kind of tell you what's happening in Abbeville. Obviously, you already got a big storm that just went through, but we're watching an area of rotation to your south that could lift up to the north and impact you here. This is Cornelius. He's here to represent the snow in North Carolina. Love it. I'll tell you what, this area of rotation might not be producing a tornado right now as it moves up towards Abbeville. But buddy, we've got 1, 2 more on the way that might cause some problems near Intercoastal City and New Iberia. And I believe that's why our storm chasers have decided to start moving off to the east here. You see Brad, there's Brad, there's Chris, there's Brett and Brian. They're all going east now on I-10 up towards Baton Rouge, following the storms. Yeah, Abbeville, not Advil. I'll tell you what, I think that we're going to order dinner here soon, but I need to take a really quick break. I've been sitting here for 7 hours straight. I got to stand up for a second, and I'll be right back. Do we have Andy around still? No, we don't. Okay. All right, that's fine. What I'll do is I'll just be right back. The floor is open. If Riley or anybody wants to chime in with anything at any time, you can do that. But otherwise, I'll be right back.
All right, hello guys. Well, Brian's away. I have more information from our storm chaser, Brian Allen. He is in Lafayette Parish, Louisiana, and you can see on his feed that it's still windy. He has the anemometer, which is taking consistent wind speeds on top of his car, and this entire time he's been in this severe warning. He's been getting wind speeds of 55 plus nonstop, and this has been going on for the whole time. He's on the backside of that severe thunderstorm warning, which will most likely be canceled soon. But there's also been a flash flood warning issued. I don't think we've been talking about the flash flood warnings very much throughout this stream, but we need to be taking these seriously, as water is almost more dangerous than tornadoes. And you can see on his feed, he is the upper middle there. It's raining hard, it's windy. He said when he walked outside, he could barely see his hand in front of his face. And he's hydroplaning going around 30 miles an hour. So that's really, really slow. The roads are really hard to drive on. He said there's accidents all around him. You can see hazards on. So he's trying his best to drive, but it's really hard to drive. And if you're in this area, I just wouldn't go out and drive. You just need to stay off these roads. All of our storm chasers right now are in this general vicinity of this severe thunderstorm warning. It's off to the north of our tornado warning right now. There's nothing currently tornadic, but it's still a severe thunderstorm warning. You need to be taking it seriously. Do we have any questions in chat? Where are you all watching from tonight? Andy's in bed. Andy's not in bed. Andy's just getting dinner. We all have to eat. We're all human here. No questions in chat. Come on, give me something to answer. I don't have that much to talk about. Haters always get me in the mood for pizza. That's respectable. Pizza's a really good meal. Everyone loves a good pizza. All right, there's our locations. Sorry, I'm quite ahead of you. I see a lot of people in our risk area today. That's cool to see. It's good to know that we're reaching the audience that we need to reach. Ryan is getting plugged into charge. Contrary to popular belief, Ryan doesn't actually need to charge. He is a real human. So he's probably charging with food right now. Is Carly awake? Carly is awake. I'm covering her right now, but if I'm up on screen, Carly press that button. Carly is a big help for us. She does all the feeds, keeps all the names updated. Edina, Minnesota gang. We love our Minnesota gang. Not a lot of snow up here, but hey, some snow is better than no snow. What's the biggest tornado you have seen on stream? That's a hard question to answer because you can't really know how big a tornado is just looking at it. But I think one of the most serious tornadoes that Ryan's ever covered was probably the Mayfield. We all know Mayfield. 1210. That was a big event. Will you show us the storm? Will you show us a snowstorm as it moves north? I can't actually move the screen. I don't have the ability to do that, but it is snowing to the north. And not even that far north of this, we have the OU campus and Jason Cooley up on screen. They're in Oklahoma. It's snowing in Oklahoma. I see a lot of questions, people asking who I am. I'm Riley. So I go by a few titles here. Ryan calls me assistant. I'm part of what I do for the streams. I communicate with the storm chasers and I get information from them to Ryan. And yes, I am in a college dorm. Pardon my background. There's only so much we can do here in a college dorm. I am in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. I'm going to college here, studying water resources. Do you know what Indiana is going to be like? Indiana is going to see snow throughout the day. There is a chance that we might have a dry slot that would intercept some of that snow, but a good portion of Indiana at least will be getting snow. I think Ryan's almost back, so we'll wrap this up here. You got your shrimp boots on. I don't know what shrimp boots are, but I do not have shrimp boots on.
Oh crap, hold on. I'll be right back.
Oh, we're losing Ryan again. He's didn't completely finish the charging. Do you enjoy songs about the Edmund Fitzgerald? Edmund Fitzgerald is the greatest song of all time, and there's no debate about it. If you've heard the Edmund Fitzgerald, you know it's the best song of all time. Do you not have a roommate? I actually do have a roommate. He's gone right now, but my roommate, when I'm doing things like this, even into like 3 a.m., he just sleeps through anything. He's an amazing roommate. Go Badgers. Yes, go Badgers. What websites do you use to watch the radar? So we don't use websites to watch the radar. We tend to use programs such as Radar Omega. GR2 is a big one. GR2 is what the NWS uses. And that's the one that, that is the one that's on the bottom of the screen right now. I think it's right here. Nope, right there. That's GR2. So that is just an all-around good weather program. It's expensive, but it's the best radar program out there. Does Morgan City look like it will get any bad cells with tornadoes? I do not know where Morgan City is, but luckily enough, it does appear that our tornado threat is waning. It's decreasing. There is still a threat. The SPC does still have a 10 hatched area. Go Packers. Yes, go Packers. Gordon Lightfoot is the beast. Yeah, see, chat knows what's up. We love Gordon Lightfoot. We love the record of Edmund Fitzgerald. That's Omega. Okay, so that is Radar Omega. It looked like GR2, but they're both really good programs. All right, and Ryan's back, and Ryan's muted. Okay, now he's unmuted.
All right, thank you very much, Riley. You killed it. You killed it. So we have decided. By the way, no tornado warnings. All warnings have been allowed to expire. We still have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have a bunch of future potential tornadoes. So we're not done here, but we have another little lull. So me and Carly decided that we are hungry. Therefore, we want to eat. We've picked 4 places. We've randomly selected 4 places or ideas for food. We're going to let you guys vote on that in the chat. So everybody focus on the chat right now. Carly's going to post a poll. Whatever wins is going to get, that's what we're going to order, right? So the 4 options are pizza, Mexican restaurant, Applebee's, or McDonald's. All right, like, hey, that's what we have in good old Kentucky, in our part of Kentucky anyway. So vote on that poll, and it looks to me like Mexican restaurant is winning big time. Man, that does surprise me too. Hold on. to pop this out so you guys can see the results. Yeah, Mexican restaurants got 47%, almost 3,000 votes. Half of them for Mexican restaurant. Pizza's close second. McDonald's has got nothing. You guys do care about us, somewhat. I actually like McDonald's. So it looks like Mexican restaurant it is. I'm very surprised about that, and I wasn't prepared for this, so I don't know what I want from the Mexican restaurant. I thought for sure people would go pizza. I really don't want Mexican restaurant. Order us pizza, Carly. Hey, listen. What we didn't tell you is that I can pick the top from the top two. I forgot to mention that. That was a rule from the beginning. So we are getting pizza. Thank you guys for helping us determine what we're eating tonight. And I haven't eaten anything today except for I had something small before the stream started 7 hours or 8 hours ago, whatever it was. So I did decide that I'm also going to have a little pregame snack here. Just regular, whatever you want. I'm cool with it. Yeah, I just forgot to mention that rule, that part of the rule. It's no big deal. But yeah, pregame intermission snack here. I don't know if you guys have seen this before or not. The Mr. Beast bar Feastables. We've got them in the weather house here, so we figured we might as well try them out. The sea salt chocolate bar. Fantastic. Love it. If you're just now tuning in, this is not a food review. This is weather coverage. But we're eating at the same time because we've had a bunch of tornado warnings today. It's been crazy out there. But it's finally calmed down just a little bit. We think that it's only temporary. So we're trying to take advantage of this while we can. Use the downtime to refuel, replenish our energy levels, because it's 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and we're going to be here till midnight at least. So we're just kind of refreshing here a little bit. Where are we getting pizza from? Pizza Hut? Yeah. Okay, that works. Yeah. Everybody says, come on, man, it's Taco Tuesday. No. I don't know why. I actually love, especially our local Mexican restaurants. They're good. They're like actually really awesome, but something about eating that right now. Yeah. We had a little lunch and it was Moe's. It's kind of like Chipotle, so that's probably what it is. That's probably why we don't want to do that. Oh my God. You guys are like actually funny. That's hilarious. I think that was super hilarious. All right, I've got a lot of new submissions as far as Yalameter stuff goes, so I'm going to go way back in time here. I'm going to go through them. We're going to keep monitoring the radar and all of our storm chaser feeds. But right now, there's nothing really to zoom in on other than the ever-expanding snowfield on the backside of the storm here. So the snow is really starting to break out here. And we've got Sean Thompson out here that says the Yolometer came in after the storm, but there's some left over to break it in. Keep up the great work, Sean. I'm sorry it didn't come in until after the storm, but you have broken it in there. And you are now, just because you sent this in, you are officially entered to win the contest. We're going to be giving somebody $1,000 tonight. And by the way, if some people on my team, if you can throw me some, if we're monitoring picks at ryanhaulyall.com, if you can throw me some of those, I'd like to show those on air as well. Or just point me into the direction of where I need to go to see them in the Discord server there. Oh, this is cool. Simba the cat hanging out in the weather room watching Ryan Hall, y'all. This is just so cool that there's more people than just me that have weather rooms. I thought that that was a uniquely me thing. But, buddy, there's a lot of us out there, isn't there? I love that. Let's see if you are currently watching and following along in your own weather room tonight. I'd love to see it. Already got about 2 yalls of snow, 2.5 yalls of snow there in Madison, Wisconsin. But they're hoping for more from Mr. Thompson. Thank you for sending that in. And here's another one from Ontario, Ohio. Got one of the big ones, the big 42-incher there. Looks like only about 2 inches on the ground right now. You will end up with more. Thanks for sending that in, for real. We got Trixie saying, Deanna, the weather corgi says, please send snow to cover up the poo that my lazy mom hasn't picked up in South Bend, Indiana. Hey, it's on the way. You're not finding it anytime soon in South Bend. You guys are so creative and funny. Got another homemade one here. This is in Mountain Home, Arkansas. This is just on my railing. I'm not willing to venture out past the door right now. I don't blame you. Close to 2 yalls there. Appreciate the report. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is very cool. First of all, we got 16 inches of snow there in St. Germain, Wisconsin. And they've also got it rigged up to where they can monitor the temperature too. This is something that we could do. Like, we could make this, make it look cool, make it match. Yolometer extensions, add-ons, expansion packs. I think that would be cool. And I love the idea. That's awesome. No new snow, but lots of old snow in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Brittany, thanks so much for sending that in. You'll get a little bit of new snow out of this one. Do we have anybody else on the roads out there in Arkansas or anything through LSM like that with a lot of snow on the ground? No. Okay. I know we've got we got Nick Gorman and Bryce Shelton in where? Indiana? Illinois? Okay. Whenever it starts snowing there, we'll go ahead and throw them up. But until then, fine. Ryan, do you have any news for Tennessee? No, not really. It's going to rain tonight. That's about it. It's going to get windy. Most of the snow action is happening out to your north and west. How much snow will southeastern Ohio get? We're talking about 2 to 3 inches for a lot of you guys. But it's going to fall tonight. And then early in the morning tomorrow, it's going to start raining, and a lot of that's going to go away. This is good, by the way. I don't know if have you guys seen these at Walmart? We're also the influencer, the what is it called? The creator economy is important to us here at the Weather House. Not sponsored. Just actually legitimately enjoy both of those things incredibly. Oh, here's an update. Disaster RS Corp says waiting on power crews to isolate lines so we can clear this road in Pasadena, Texas. Lots of damage out there in Pasadena. I'm interested in hearing if what and all is needed, if there's a massive response of like supplies and stuff that are needed. I haven't heard anything so far that it indicates that, but if so, we're going to do what we can to show up for sure. This is hilarious. Heather Rooks. They're doing the snow dance out there in Somerset, Kentucky. Oh boy, that's awesome. Yeah, I think these are the guys that said the no snow-o-meter or something like that. You guys are my neighbors. This is very close to where we live. Got them out there in the middle of the night. Actually, it's just 8:30. But doing the snow dance, I love that. That's fun. I really hope you guys get snow. B77L is prepping his Yolometer for some snow later tonight in Kansas City. Getting it ready, getting it cold. I love it. Oh, this is cool. Officer Snowman reporting for graveyard shift in Columbus, Ohio. On duty, awaiting snowfalls, totals, y'alls. That's awesome. What does it say? Oh, so this is, they've got a paper plate here and they've written Yolometer on it. It does the job. It does the job. And that's a beautiful snowman. I'm not going to critique this one because this is, we're not into that yet. We're not into the snowman critique, but we'll just say that this is a great snowman. Love it. If you're just now tuning in, we've done a lot of severe weather coverage today. We've had several tornadoes, severe weather, flash flooding events that have happened across Texas and Louisiana. Right now, we've got some strong storms that are moving through some of these south central parishes in Louisiana, but no tornado threats. So we're kind of taking a breather and zooming out a little bit and talking about the snow storm that's happening as well. Lots of snow. Lots of stuff like that, getting ready to kind of overtake the South Central and Ohio Valley areas. So we're trying to update you on what's going on with that, on top of the severe weather situation. And of course, as these storms move into Baton Rouge and New Orleans, we're going to zoom in and kind of give you an update on that as well. Kim says, counting the inches Monday in Latham, New York. Look at that. Got about 7 inches there. And of course, he's got his snow shirt on. I'm so jealous of you guys. Really, really want snow. So let's zoom in here and actually look at these severe thunderstorms and just see what's going on real quick before we get back into looking at some of these submissions. I could sit here all day and look at pictures of your all's snow, and we probably will for a significant period of time tonight. But we still do have severe weather happening right now down here in Louisiana. We got a strong line of storms that's getting ready to go through Jeanerette, Cypermort, Rosedale, and Baton Rouge in Louisiana. This is going to have strong 50, 60 mile an hour winds. And then, of course, some small hail. But most importantly, the potential for some tornadoes. Very slight chance right now. We're not looking at any like imminent tornadic threats, I don't think. But definitely something that we're watching closely here. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if we heard those beeps and we got some new tornado warnings here over the next little bit as these storms transition between two radar zones here. So we've got strong storms coming into Baton Rouge within the next hour or so. New Orleans, it'll be a couple hours, but this is still in a kind of atmosphere to where it can produce tornadoes and a very significant severe weather. So we're watching it closely. Thankfully, we don't have like 6, 7 tornadoes going on at the same time like we did earlier. We are just kind of watching this wall of wind move through, and we're watching for maybe some spin-up tornadoes to happen within that. So we're going to keep you updated on that. We still do have some people in the background that are watching and can maybe hopefully direct my attention away from the pictures if need be. But Andy isn't here anymore. Andy had to go to sleep. Andy's on a little bit of a different sleep schedule. And I believe he was just, oh, Andy is here now. Oh, okay. I thought that Andy went to sleep. Andy, do you need to go to sleep? Because if you do, you can, man. You don't feel pressured to stick around. I know
I'm all good, Ryan.
Okay.
I'm all good. Thank you.
All right. I thought that he had retired for the night whenever you said he wasn't here earlier. So, but we do have, oh yeah, probably. But we do have Andy here. All right. Until he needs to not be here. So that's good. We've got the team here. We're watching and we're waiting to see what's going to happen next. So if you're in Baton Rouge, Get ready. You got a strong, severe thunderstorm on the way right now. Prime is a great drink to have while streaming. Yeah, I agree. I like all that stuff, man. The Feastables, the Prime. It's actually good. No snow yet in Dry Hill, Illinois. Just a bit of rain. Hayden loves his Yalla meter. Hey, that's probably going to get a decent coverage tonight. I would say definitely more than 4 or 5 inches possible there in that section of Illinois. So get ready for it. I'm just looking through Twitter to see if there's anything new. Remember, guys, if you want to send anything, including pictures like this, twitter.com/Ryan Hall, y'all, or pics@RyanHallYall.com. From Appleton, Wisconsin, no snow here. I hope it does, but my parents do not. I don't understand why somebody wouldn't like snow. I get it, dangerous on the roads. It's cold. It's annoying. But I mean, that's it. Otherwise, it's awesome. Oh, I think we've got a tornado warning coming down the hatch. We do. Still no sound. Ugh. We got a new tornado warning for Iberia, Martin, and St. Mary Parish in Louisiana. So our beeps are broken again. We'll get those fixed for you. And then we're going to zoom in on our newest tornado warning here, which includes Franklin, Louisiana. There it is. That's your polygon. Franklin and Jeanerette, which is one of the places that we were just talking about not too long ago. Let's see why we have this tornado warning, and I see why right now. Big area of rotation here near Weeks. That's going to move over towards Franklin and Jeanerette here within, like the next little bit. Weeks, we're talking about minutes. And then Franklin, we're talking about maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so. This is a dangerous storm. It's capable of producing a tornado right in here. That's where our rotation's happening. So we want to get into our safe spots now. Okay, audio's working now. Generate. I got close. This is what. Oh boy. My mother made this for you. Everyone loves to watch, but no one wants to hear their city's name. Oh, we got to switch the cameras. Oh, what in the heck? Hold on. I gotta get this camera back. There we go. All right, sweet. Is your golf cart safe? Yes, it's safe and sound. No need to worry about it tonight. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning here. It's for this area of rotation near Weeks, Louisiana. It's moving towards Jeanneret and Franklin in Louisiana. I don't think we have any solid proof that this tornado is down, but we're going to assume that it is, and we're going to take shelter out here because this we've seen it happen a million times today. Very quickly, things go south. And we don't want to take any chances. But also on top of the tornado coverage here, we are also doing snow coverage because it is snowing out there through a lot of Oklahoma, portions of Texas, Arkansas, southern Missouri, and it's going to break out into Indiana and Illinois and western Kentucky a little bit later. So we got a lot of people out there sending in their snow reports as well, which has been really fun. Really fun. Barbara says, I cried. I was so happy to get my Yolometer. This is the snow leftovers from the weekend. I can't wait for more to come to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yes, there will be more coming tonight. I'm excited for you. We're getting close to the edge of the radar beam here. I'm going to see if I can see this better from the New Orleans radar. Not really. This is a little bit of a radar hole down here, y'all. So we're going to lose visibility a little bit of the storm, I think, while it's going over Jeanneret. But we'll be all right.
What are you holding there, buddy?
From Lauren Wilson.
It's that deep.
That deep.
Then it's gonna be this deep.
Oh, yeah?
No. Then it's gonna be that deep.
What are you holding there, buddy?
The centimeter.
Who is it from?
Ryan Hall, y'all.
Future meteorologist Tom
That deep.
reporting from Springfield, Missouri. Tom, that was awesome. Great report. Thank you so much. That's super, super awesome. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, did you already leave a tip? Okay. Can you add an additional one? Or does it not let you do that? We're still watching this tornado warning, by the way, out here near Weeks and Cypremort in Louisiana. The rotation it's hard to tell what's going on with it because we're so far away from the radar beam. It looks pretty broad, but there still could be a tornado under there. And we still got to be concerned about that in Jeanneret, Julian, Bowdoin, Baldwin, Franklin, and Charenton in Louisiana over the next little bit. If you're in that purple polygon, you got to respect it and you got to take shelter now. Okay, that's fine. Am I saying Cypermore completely wrong? Sippermore, really? Sorry. That one's not really my fault. It's definitely not spelled like Sippermore. You guys just need to learn how to spell your town names better. All right, let's switch the cameras. Oh, this is one of our mods. Kazaki. I don't it doesn't meet the 4 monitor criteria as a team member, but close enough. Oh yeah, this works. You're doing a great job, so obviously it works. Some people can just do more with less. People like Riley need 18 monitors to do the same job. I'm just joking. Mm-hmm. Still no casualties, and I believe no injuries reported from any of the tornadoes today, which has been amazing. We've seen the damage. We've seen some of the really populated areas that these tornadoes have went through. So I hope that we continue to get good news like that out of this. Still looking at an area of rotation right here that could be moving into Genret here soon in Baldwin. So please take shelter now. Still not seeing any definite signs of anything to pinpoint. We don't have anything to zoom in on really, other than just this general area of rotation right here. So Masters, Kilgore, Plantation, Farmers, Baldwin, all of you guys. You are in the path of this storm, so please take shelter now. Okay. I don't know what I did with my phone. Oh, okay. Roger Davidson says he's getting his plow truck ready. Ben Smith, thanks for becoming a high risker. Oh, Carly, put the briefly put the pie in front of the studio camera so everybody can see the one up there. Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. We don't have very many pizza options here. Yeah, this strong storm is about to move through Baton Rouge right now. No severe thunderstorm warning or anything for Baton Rouge. There's a severe thunderstorm warning to your north, a tornado warning to your south, but the actual town of Baton Rouge looks to be, maybe you're going to get hit by one of the weaker sections of the storm, but there's still a possibility that something tornadic happens here. So we can't let our guards down. Tornado or not, you're definitely going to get 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. This is in Huntsville, Arkansas. Already 3.5 inches, 3.5 yalls of snow. So a lot of places in Arkansas are already getting a pretty good amount of snow, and it's not even close to being done for a lot of y'all. Felburn Gunnarsson, I hope I said that right. Thank you so much for the very generous super chat, man. You didn't have to do that. Cheddar Roman says, waiting for the storm to hit Hammond, Louisiana. Fingers crossed. The good news is, so far, this part of Louisiana has been, I mean, honestly, dodging a bullet a little bit. The storms were much more intense off to the west earlier. I don't know if that's going to change. I don't know if we're going to see a last minute ramp up here. I hope that doesn't happen, but we've seen it happen before. But so far, so good for this part of Louisiana. We do have a tornado warning. We have severe thunderstorms coming through. It's going to be a loud, long, stormy evening. But like earlier today, we had big, life-threatening, nasty, damaging tornadoes. We haven't seen one of those in a little while tonight, so that's good news. Let's get some updates from our storm chasers. Brad, we're still live on YouTube. Just making our rounds with the storm chasers, wanting to get an update from you. Let us know what you got planned. What are you doing next? What's going on out there? Brett, we are still live on YouTube. We're following along with you. Just wanted to get an update from you real quick. Brian, we're live on YouTube. The audience is waiting for a Brian Allen storm chasing update. So whenever you get a chance, please let us know what's going on up there where you are. And Chris Hall, y'all, please give us an update on what's going on out there and your plan for the rest of the evening.
Hey, Ryan. We are dropping south right now on I-10 from Baton Rouge. There's a tornado warned cell just to our southwest that we're keeping an eye on. Going to be trekking over to the New Orleans area. That's where I'm thinking the tornado potential is really maximized over the next couple of hours on this I-10 corridor, somewhere between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. So we're gonna drop down there, probably put ourselves in position to get that storm that's coming just to the northwest of Morgan City, be able to put our place or be able to put ourselves in a good position to intercept that.
Hey Ryan, we are headed east now on the Atchafalaya River Basin here on I-10, just outside of Grosse Tete, Louisiana, west of Baton Rouge. And we're trying to get across this river here so we can try to get ahead of this line that continues to have circulations ahead of us. Dealing with some stout little wind gusts here, heavy rainfall, but slow go of it at this point. We're going to continue eastbound, tracking toward Hammond and maybe Covington, and stay with this thing for a while tonight. But we see some intense winds with it. It seems like the tornado threat has toned down a little bit, but we may be seeing some of these line segments breaking into more sailor elements over time. So we're going to be out for a while. We'll continue eastbound. We're going to get on I-12, head toward Hammond and Covington, go on the north side of the lake for a little bit, and give some of this stuff time to organize.
Hey, Ryan, we're heading down towards the New Orleans area currently. Going to see if this southern tip of the line right along the Gulf will try to intensify, or maybe a little prefrontal action may start back up. Hopefully not. This area has been run over in the past 2 years, so hopefully it stays downtrending as it moves off to the east. But we're going to go over to New Orleans. That's probably going to be the final stop for the night before we call it a night. Been driving a while now, so.
All right. So that was an update from all of our storm chasers out there who have been literally driving for a while. And they've been driving, Brad Arnold, for example, was in a tornado over here near Houston, Texas earlier. And now he's almost to New Orleans. So these guys are obviously dedicated, but also they're probably getting tired. So that's once again why we will probably have no choice but to end the stream sometime around midnight tonight. And that the tornado threat will probably continue to go down around that time period. It's not going to be over, but the snow portion of the storm is actually going to start picking up during that time period. So it's unfortunate. Wish we could stay awake for 24 hours and do this. Honestly, we could do that, but I think it's just going to be better for everybody involved if we get some sleep tonight and we just come back tomorrow, make some more YouTube videos, and continue to do our thing. Still got a tornado warning? Yes, we do. A big area of rotation down here near Sharonton and Jenrette, but no pinpointed area of where a tornado could be. It's just kind of like a general big rotating precautionary situation. Checking in from Long Island, New York. Thanks for everything you do. Not only is this entertaining and informative, but it helps to remind us we're all neighbors and got to help each other. Much love. Matty Ice, thanks for that. Susan, thank you. Tammy, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. I'm over here in Maysville, Kentucky. What's in store for us? And thank you and the Y'all Squad for everything y'all do. Y'all are awesome. My family is in the Metairie, Louisiana area. Will this affect them? Yes, it will, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that intense. And then as far as what's going to happen in Kentucky, it's mostly rain. Mostly rain is what we're looking for here, unfortunately. It's going to start off as a little bit of snow, but it will, unfortunately, mostly be rain. So that's what's going on there. And, buddy, every other comment on here is about Ohio. It is going to snow tonight in Ohio. In fact, really quick here, let me show you how much it's going to snow. I think some of the places that'll get the heaviest snow are in northwestern Ohio. So we're talking about Defiance, Napoleon, Bowling Green, Van Wert, places like that. We're talking about 8 to 9 inches. Toledo, we're talking about 7 or 8 inches. Now, Columbus, Ohio could get 4 or 5 inches of snow, but it's going to rain, and that's going to melt very quickly tomorrow morning. Cincinnati, we're talking about 2-3 inches of snow. It's going to rain, though. It's going to melt very quick. Same thing down here in Chillicothe, Logan, Athens. A little bit of snow followed by a whole lot of sad rain. And I'm sorry, I don't control the weather. Contrary to popular belief, I don't control the weather. The winners, the big winners, are going to be north and west of Indianapolis. We're talking about close to a foot of snow from Greencastle to Frankfort, all the way up to Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's where the heaviest snow is going to fall. In the purples here, we're talking about more than 6 inches of snow. The closer you get to pink, the closer to a foot we get. So that's what we're talking about there. All right. So Ohio is going to get snow. It's just a lot of Ohio is going to see snow and then immediately followed by rain. See here. Thundercat. Do you feel this is Louisville's last chance at a decent snow this winter? I don't. I feel like there's probably going to be more chances. Unfortunately, we are going to enter February, I think, in returning to a little bit of a warm pattern. But maybe in mid-February, late February, we get another big cold blast. I mean, winter's not over. We definitely can see snow in places like Louisville all the way through February and into March. I just think that this is one of the last like traditional winter, like January type systems. So it's not over. We still have more storms to track, but it would have been nice. It would have been better, I guess, if it would have happened this time. For making my workday fly by, thanks. No snow in Northwest Florida. Alabama, east of New Orleans, looks like we're going to get hit by this. Yes, Alabama, east of New Orleans, is going to get some severe weather tonight. Joni Williams, thank you so much for that. Ryan, is it going to snow near Dallas? It should be snowing in Dallas. Is it not snowing in Dallas? Oh, man, if it's not snowing in Dallas, that sucks because it's snowing in McKinney, in Fort Worth, in Denton, in Plano, in Louisville, and all these places. It's just a tiny little warm bubble down here keeping it rain in Dallas right now. And this moisture is going to get out of here eventually. I hope it's snowing. If you want snow, I hope it's snowing in Dallas right now because there's not much longer left for that to happen. Chillicothe. Like some pretty good snow in Purcell, Oklahoma there from Jason Cooley's camera. Oh yeah, and shout out to Ben Price, the one of the meteorologists that work with us here. He says shout out to him and the student forecasters at Scalia Lab. I hope I'm saying that right. He's saying they forecast for Southeast Ohio. If people want personalized weather forecasts for an NWS office holes, they should follow us. Since you were just talking about Ohio. Awesome, yeah. So meteorologist Ben does some forecasts there for Southeast Ohio. Definitely check that out. This is in Springtown, Texas, and apparently it's already melting. Oh, love that though. Great little tiny snowman. I almost missed it. The snow is inching closer to Dallas Fort Worth. Yes. Absolutely. Somebody in chat says, does anybody else feel like the Chaser videos are in 3D? Do you feel like that? Man, you might need to go to the doctor or something. They look very 2D to me. Kevin says it just started in Frisco, Texas, north of Dallas. So it's inching its way down for sure. What a interesting storm, man. Big one. Yeah. If we can post, do you see that most recent message in stream text from Ben? The link. Post that in the chat once through the Ryan Hall account. So if you live in Southeast Ohio, Ben's forecast lab Twitter here is getting ready to be in the chat. Oh yeah. Riley was ahead of us and put it in there 18,000 times. We've got Nate and Hillary getting ready in Springfield, Illinois. I feel like what we should have done, which obviously we would have never known that this would happen. And the situation could still deteriorate as these storms get closer to New Orleans. We could re-enter a new tornadic period. But if let's say that there is no more like tornado like storms tonight, we could have ended the stream like 3 hours ago, took a nap, and then came back and covered the full snow storm through Indiana and Illinois. But I don't think that that's going to be. I wouldn't feel right doing that now because we need to be here through the tornado risk. That's the most important thing. And it's still there. Like, we still have an elevated risk for tornadoes in New Orleans and southern Mississippi and Alabama tonight. So we want to be here for that as long as possible and just kind of use the snow as, to fill in the gaps whenever we're not actively covering tornado warnings. Now that I know what Ryan's studio looks like, it's all the more amazing. Hey, we're going to do some really cool stuff here at the Weather House. And we'll probably have a video soon going over it. But we're just having fun with it. And I can't wait for you guys to see it. There's already some videos out there. If you search like Ryan Hall on YouTube, there have been a couple people who have came and interviewed me and toured the studio a little bit, but it's always just been a work in progress and just stuff's just laying around everywhere. But we're finally starting to get it cleaned up and organized and all that stuff.
Hey Ryan, I'm just trying to get back through this storm, try to get back in front of it, get over to New Orleans. Traffic and road conditions aren't really helping, but it seems to be letting up, so I'm trying to get back, obviously following the speed limit and everything, but trying to get back in front of these storms.
That was Brian Allen, Storm Chaser Brian Allen. So somebody just sent a message saying, what are the red boxes on the map north and south of Baton Rouge? Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton and Jackson up here. We got a severe thunderstorm warning down here south of Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge is getting ready, like you're minutes away from getting hit by this strong thunderstorm here. But you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning. So that means the National Weather Service thinks that this is probably going to have winds just under severe limits. So maybe we're talking about 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts and some very small hail, but maybe some stronger winds to the north and to the south. Oh, never mind. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Baton Rouge. Look at that. Somebody at the National Weather Service is watching, I think, and they're playing with me. Anyways, but now Baton Rouge is under a severe thunderstorm warning, and let's read the details on it, shall we? Severe thunderstorm warning for Ascension Parish, Central St. James, West Baton Rouge, Livingston, Iberville, Southwestern East Baton Rouge, and Northern Assumption County or Parish in Southern Louisiana until 9 p.m. Central. The hazard's going to be 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and you can expect damage to roofs, sidings, and trees. And that's getting ready to move through Baton Rouge right now. Wonder if we can find a live camera. Baton Rouge. We need, what's their face? What's his name? Birding Peep. We need that map. Because I can't find nothing. Nowhere. Cole Davis says, how much snow for Western Pennsylvania? Do you think that this could drop a lot more snow than forecasted? I do. Western Pennsylvania, though, it's gonna rain. Like after the snow falls, it's gonna rain. The closer you are to the lakes, the better. You could actually end up with a lot of snow if you're really close to Lake Erie. But otherwise, it's you're gonna get some snow, 5 to really 4 to 8 inches, depending on where you are, and then the warm bubble is gonna come through and try to melt some of that. Laura T has been a member for 18 months and says, my parents are getting snow in Dallas, and my brother's girlfriend's family got hit by the Deer Park tornado today. Thankfully, they're okay. But we aren't joking when we say that Texas weather is crazy. Absolutely. Riley is saying that we should do a Q&A. Those are always fun. I'm down. I think that most people are going to ask like what the weather is like in Maryland, though. And as much as like I would love nothing more than to sit here and talk about that, you can only say that there's nothing happening in Maryland so many times. But we can try it. If you see anything good, Riley, you just come over the call here and relay it. Now, what is this? Ryan, no y'all in South Mississippi. So that you're just saying that you're sad that there's no snow, I think. Or you're saying that you hate my YouTube channel. I can't tell.
Hey, Ryan, you have the question that always gets asked. Have you ever seen a tornado?
I have never seen a tornado in person. When I first started this YouTube channel, the idea was like I was going to make like storm chasing a career. Like I've been storm chasing. I do storm chasing often. I've done it a lot, but like I've always had jobs. Like I've always had stuff that I couldn't just go storm chasing whenever. So I started this YouTube channel. I said I'm going to be a storm chaser. I'm going to go see a bunch of tornadoes. And I went out storm chasing once and got in a car accident. It's a terrible situation. And we didn't see a tornado during that storm chase, but we did see the most impressive storm of the day. We saw a funnel cloud, an anticyclonic funnel cloud. And then, while my storm chasing vehicle was getting rebuilt and fixed and everything, this blew up. What I'm doing right now blew up. And by the time I was ready to go storm chasing again, every time there was severe weather, it just made more sense for me to be here doing this. I think that this is way more impactful and useful than me being out there storm chasing, because obviously I can't do the same, things that I can do here from out in the field. Maybe one day we might come up with some really cool, like super futuristic van that like looks like this room that we're storm chasing in. I don't know. But like for now, I am just in my cave in Eastern Kentucky, and I don't have to be storm chasing because we've got all these guys. I am storm chasing through our storm chasers here. So technically, I've seen tons of tornadoes. Anytime Brian, Brad, Brett, Chris, or any of these guys see a tornado, I see it too. All right, I am there in spirit in all of their vehicles.
You want more questions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so how many people are on your team? That one's probably going to be hard to answer, but maybe you could run down what everyone does.
Okay, so Riley, his job is to just ask questions during the live streams. No, I'm just joking. Riley's on the team. He does a lot of stuff. He's just like he's the guy, like Riley, he can do anything. So like whatever needs to be done, Riley's doing it. During live streams, he's our liaison between the chasers and the rest of the team. And he helps out with some production and all that other stuff. Carly, pull your camera up. This is producer Carly. Also wears a lot of hats while we're live. She does producing. And then while we're not live, she does accounting, bookkeeping. She also handles my calendar, meetings, and all kinds of stuff. She orders our Prime and Feastables. And make sure all that's good to go. And then we've actually got a lot of people. We've got, I don't know. How many people do you think we have total? 15? Something like that. Some of them do work here in the Weather House. Most of them work in their home remotely, like Riley and Andy, meteorologist Heidi Oberlin, Ben Price. We've got Frank. We've got Chad. We've got Kinsey, social media manager. We've got Sam, our writer, researcher. Let's see here. We got Brandy, the EMS and scanner master. We've got Austin, our warehouse manager. We got a lot of people, man. It's crazy how many people it takes to run a daggone YouTube channel, son. But yeah, it's a big team. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that help make all this happen, and they're the best people for the job, because you got to be really interested in this to make it work, man, because these jobs that we're all doing on this side of the screen have never existed before. So we're making it up as we go along. So there's no guidebook, there's no rule book or anything. We're winging it, and we hope we're doing a good job. Go ahead, Riley.
All right, so speaking of work, I just spoke with Brian Allen. You can see his stream right there. There's flashing lights, and he's reporting power flashes in downtown Baton Rouge. They don't know if that's a tornado or if that's wind damage, but there is some kind of, okay, there was just another one on his stream off to his left. So there's emergency responders responding to this in Baton Rouge. There is an area of broad rotation. It could possibly be a tornado, but they are reporting power flashes.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. It's hard to tell because we are in a little bit of a radar hole here, but it does look like there's some rotation there. Definitely some increased wind velocities showing up. So we could just be dealing with some straight line damaging winds, but also we might have a quick spin up tornado trying to happen here near Baton Rouge. So we're not under a tornado warning, but regardless, we need to be in a safe spot in and around Baton Rouge, especially over here towards Westminster, Red Oak, Denham Springs, and Shenandoah, because, as we all know, this stuff happens fast. And even if it's not a tornado, just the straight line damaging winds that are happening here could definitely impact a much larger area as the storm moves off to the east. So we're going to continue watching Brian and Chris's live feed here, and also Brett Adair. Brett Adair is pretty much in the same spot as Brian Allen. So we're going to watch that closely as these guys are in the middle of this severe thunderstorm going through Baton Rouge right now. There are some discrete cells sort of in front of the main line here. It's just a really messy. There's not a lot of organization. It's just this. It's not as prolific as maybe what some of the models were predicting. A lot of the action is just happening along this line, which is limiting the tornado factor a little bit. For now, these could start blowing up. So that's why we're sticking with you here throughout the rest of the night. Email for pictures, that's pics@ryanhallyall.com. Delia James, thanks for becoming a slight risker. B, thanks for becoming or thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Still trying to figure out what might have happened there with those power flashes. Less and less convinced that it was a tornado, but certainly strong straight line winds happening out here. But now we do have a tornado warning. No beeps. Still no beeps. So for some reason, we're hearing the beeps on some things, but not others. Anyways, we do have a tornado warning now for Baton Rouge Parish, Livingston, and Helena Parish in Louisiana. So it looks like they are going to go ahead and go forward with that right up here. And we'll show you that polygon as soon as it pops up. But that's probably for what we've been talking about, at least on the northern side there. Yeah, there it is. So what are we looking at here? This. Okay, so the National Weather Service believes this area of rotation is warrants a tornado warning. So therefore, we need to get in our safe spot. And Fred, Bluff Creek, and Pine Grove out here in Louisiana, definitely some rotation for sure. So we need to take shelter now. And now we've got another new tornado warning. This one's for Livingston, Iberville, East Baton Rouge, and Ascension parishes in Louisiana. That's for down here, where we have another area of very broad rotation down here that could bring a tornado into St. Gabriel, Prairiesville, Port Vincent, and French Settlement in Louisiana. So now we're back up to two tornado warnings here. And that's what we are keeping an eye on right now. I really want to inspect these areas of rotation from a couple different radar sites. See here. Well, really the only one worth looking at is going to be over here. So yeah, that's one area of rotation. And then here's the other one that's promoted this other severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. And that's going to include Fred, Plantation Way, Milldale, Blairstown, and McKnight Crossing. That's north of Baton Rouge. South of Baton Rouge, we got that brand new tornado warning that includes White Castle, Sunshine, LeBlanc, Prairieville, Port Vincent, and French Settlement, all the way up to Livingston there. So take shelter now if you're in either of those places. I can't pinpoint exactly where the tornado is. These are broad areas of low location or rotation. So just everybody in those parishes take shelter until those warnings are allowed to expire or until we are able to pinpoint where the tornado is. We do have storm chasers that are pretty close to the Prairieville storm. Brad Arnold is down there close to it. So we might see them turn around to go try to intercept this. But I think that they're probably going to continue to go towards New Orleans because we are going to see these storms come into New Orleans over the next little bit, and there's probably going to be an increased tornado threat there as well. More tornado damage pictures. This has got to be from around Deer Park up there earlier. pretty significant stuff. It's sporadic. I feel like, but definitely I'm seeing some more significant images now from the Pasadena and Deer Park area of Texas from the pretty big tornado that we had earlier that sparked that tornado emergency. Jeanette says, thank you for the phenomenal coverage. Your hard work is greatly appreciated. Janet, you don't have to thank me. Thank you for being a member. If you're just now tuning in, we got 2 tornado warnings here indicated in the purple polygons. If you are in those polygons, you need to take shelter. We have 2 potential tornadoes developing here. One of them is going to be near Highway 1 down here near White Castle in Louisiana. It's going to try to move up past LeBlanc and up through Prairieville over the next little bit. And then the other one's going to be down here near Skistone and Baker in Louisiana, moving up towards Nolia in Louisiana. Neither of those are showing a urgent signature indicating that there's a tornado, but both of them are very strong storms, and they're going to have damaging winds regardless of if there's a spinny tube on the ground or not. We're under a wind advisory in Northeast Georgia until Thursday, and these 90-foot pines surrounding my house pressure me to ask if this is at all concerning. Yeah, maybe somewhat. This is a very strong storm system, so the low pressure center is going to continue to deepen, and it's going to cause some very strong winds for even outside of thunderstorms tonight into tomorrow and into Thursday and Friday. We're going to see strong winds along a lot of the eastern and southeastern portion of the U.S. So yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you if it's going to bring down trees, but it definitely is something that you've got to think about and you've got to maybe prepare for, as some of those winds will be strong enough to maybe do that. Especially if you get some rain and it loosens up that soil a little bit, you can more easily topple trees whenever the ground's saturated. John Andrews, thanks so much for becoming a high risker. What do we got here in Arkansas? Marshall, Arkansas. It's getting close to 3.5, 4 inches of snow there. So it's piling up very quickly out there, y'all. Let's zoom out here and see what's going on. Oh, yeah. A lot of northwestern Arkansas is going to see quite a bit more snow, too. So that's exciting for those of you who like snow. A lot of places already have 4, 6, 7 inches of snow. More is on the way. Make sure you're sending your snow reports, pictures, videos, and all that good stuff to pics@ryanhallyall.com or just Twitter @RyanHallYall. That's the best way. That's my preferred way. We do have 2 tornado warnings in effect right now, so we're kind of keeping an eye on those. But we're also intermittently going back and forth and looking at the snow as well. We got a tape measurer. Oh, they're fine. They're fine. Not everybody even knows about the Yolometer. We still got to, we're constantly spreading the word. We're getting the good word out there. Now, one day, 5 years from now, whenever there's no excuse and somebody's out there still using a tape measure, I mean, we're going to have no choice but to ridicule them. I'm just joking. But right now, I mean, it's in its infancy. It is cool that how many we have out there, though. We've got something, I think, close to 10,000 or over. Well, I don't know. We've got thousands of Yolometers in circulation out there. So we should be getting a lot of snow reports during any and all snowstorms that we do get. There is a chance of continued severe weather threats as we go into tomorrow. And I think we're going to talk about that a little bit here soon. Just don't want to jump the gun. Let me double check here. Yeah, so this is pretty much what the radar looks like right now. As we go, let's say to 2 a.m. tonight, a lot of these storms will be moving between Alabama and Mississippi, and then we'll really start to see the snow breaking out up here in Indiana and Illinois, right? But this line of storms is going to continue to cause problems, severe weather, and tornadoes all the way through, let's say, 6 a.m., where in Florida and eastern Alabama, you guys could continue to see severe weather here. Lots of rain in Kentucky. All this is just rain, okay? If you're north of this line and south of this line, it's all rain. It's just nasty, windy rain. But as you can see, very heavy snow up here in Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. Let's push her forward even farther. 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. This is where some of the heaviest snow is going to be falling in Indiana up into northwestern Ohio. It's going to start snowing pretty hard in Pittsburgh and a lot of Pennsylvania. But look at that warm, dry nose coming in to just kill the vibe here. Unfortunately, tearing the storm in half. The storm is just getting so strong that it's just tearing itself apart with the upper level winds. But anyways, the severe weather threat does continue. Storms might try to reform a little bit down here in southern South Carolina and into southeastern Georgia and into the peninsula of Florida, but nothing like what we've seen today, really. Okay. There's definitely a chance for severe weather, but not like we've seen today. And there's also an increased chance of severe weather and potential tornadoes out here on the outer banks of North Carolina, possibly tomorrow evening. All right, but very sporadic, very isolated, much less intense than what we're dealing with right now. And then look at all those snow squalls starting Thursday morning, 1 a.m. Kentucky, West Virginia, that's going to be fun. Isolated snow squalls that go all the way through 7 p.m. Thursday. So I don't get to go storm chasing very often, but I'm probably going to go snow squall chasing because that's just as fun. These are the kind of situations where it's sunny outside, see a dark cloud in the distance, you drive towards it, and then boom, it's a blizzard for 30 minutes. And then it's sunny again. That's the kind of snow system that we're going to be dealing with here in the Ohio Valley on Thursday. So yeah. Boom. consider the weather forecasted. What is this? An accident on the exit ramp bridge in Greenland, Arkansas. Oh man, the roads look terrible out there. Oof, that's that thick, heavy, wet snow. Doesn't look like the roads are being treated, or if they are, the snow's just coming down so hard, it's overwhelming the treatment. But yeah, big accident up there. I would definitely stay off the road in Arkansas tonight. That's going to be it's only going to get worse. And you got to think a lot of these places don't have the infrastructure to clear snow as efficiently as some of us do a little bit farther north. Looks like we got about 6 inches, 5-6 inches of snow out here from Nancy in Nevada. I don't know where exactly you are, but thanks for sending that in, guys. If you send in a picture, please try to remember to include your town, at least your county or your town name. Just helps us kind of figure out where we're looking at here. One of the things that we're going to start doing is we're going to start putting everybody on a map. So like if you send a picture from a Yalameter picture from Edwardsville, Kentucky or something, we're going to put your picture on a map, and it'll be interactive. If you accept, like if you are okay with us doing that, you can submit it a certain way and it'll be on a map. And hopefully at the end of winter, we'll just have this big map of the United States and all these different snow reports. It'll also, we'll be able to organize them by storm as well, which will be very cool. I think we got a new tornado warning here. Still not getting sound, unfortunately. But we do have a new tornado warning. And that's going to include this area down here. Actually, is that a new tornado warning?
That is not a new tornado warning.
Okay, I saw something pop up on the console, but I guess it just refreshed. So no new tornado warning. Sorry about that. But we do have 2 existing tornado warnings, and honestly, this one right here looks the most impressive that I've seen in a while. I don't know if there's a tornado down there, and this is a completely separate circulation as to what started that tornado warning. But north of Watson in Louisiana, there's some rotation here that could be producing a tornado. That's going to move on up towards Greensburg here soon. So we're watching that closely. We'll see if we get any sort of debris signature or anything like that. Regardless, though, you need to be in your safe spot if you're in Bluff Creek or Pine Grove. Same thing with this down here. There was a pretty good area of rotation near Village St. George and Shenandoah in Louisiana. Please take shelter now. Brian Allen and Brett Adair are pretty close to that one. This is from Levon in Louisiana. We don't get snow down here, but we are ready to measure some rain. Oh, I love it. So you got the Yalla bucket, and you dip the Yalla meter in the Yalla bucket, and that's how you measure your rain. Maybe. I mean, it might be inefficient, but it might also work. That's what we just need to be. We need to sell big, clear buckets. And you put your Yalla meter inside of it, and that's how you measure your rain. I don't know. But anyways, this homeschool mama is happy that he is interested in the weather and makes science enjoyable. That's awesome. And I'm glad that he's into weather. And I think that he's going to be, if he wants to be a meteorologist one day, he's going to be a great one. Because honestly, I don't know whose idea it was to do the Yalla bucket, but that's genius. That's the kind of innovation this industry needs, to be honest. And I'm losing my ability to talk slowly but surely. We've been going now for, I don't know, nine hours, I think. I've had a prime, a candy bar, and a half a piece of pizza. You'll get some more snow up there in Connecticut for sure. Oh, it's snowing heavily in North Texas near Prosper. We have absolutely no snow plows. That's going to be a sticky situation there, Jeff. Make sure you get home, get off them roads, because it is not going to be pretty when the temperatures start coming down even more than where they are now. B, thanks for the 5 gifted. Joni Williams, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. All right, that sounds good. We've still got 2 active tornado warnings here. I'm going to leave those up on the screen so you guys can see them. We're going to look at the storm chasers. I'm going to take a quick step away from the computer here, and we'll have Riley take over and maybe ask questions for Andy and Ben or Carly, whoever wants to join the conversation. Just give me a quick second, and I'm going to be right back, guys.
All right, so the first question we have is a question for Andy. How does dew point relate to tornadoes?
Dew point to tornadoes, huh? Okay, it's a bit loose, but the dew point is a measure of the amount of moisture in the air, the amount of water vapor in the air. And in order for a storm to produce a tornado, it has to be a rather healthy one, which means it has to exist in an area of pretty high moisture, to get your classic supercell or be supported in a sort of an environment like this one where we have a line of storms and some embedded structures. It's really related to like storm structure, and healthy storm structure for like a mature supercell or a storm that could produce a tornado is going to rely on higher dew points, anywhere from mid 50 degrees Fahrenheit dew points to your more classic in the 60s Fahrenheit, even 70s Fahrenheit dew points. It's just about moisture, I would say. In general, that's your primary tie between dew point and tornado.
All right, and then Ben, what is Emerson's method?
Yeah, so Emerson's method is kind of like a loose estimation that we can use to kind of estimate how strong a tornado might be, just based on the radar data. So it kind of combines an estimated wind speed from the velocity data and combines it with how high we can detect the CC drop, or TDS, or debris ball. So basically, if your debris ball gets really high in the atmosphere, and debris can be pretty heavy at times, so a very strong tornado will be able to loft debris much higher into the atmosphere than a weaker tornado. So using some statistical methods and stuff, we can kind of estimate if this is between like an EF2 or through an EF4, or more like an EF0 to EF2, as a quick estimation.
Okay, and then the rest of these questions aren't to anyone specific, so you two can fight over them. But what causes heavy snow and what causes light snow?
Wow, we're fighting. heavy and light. Okay, I could take a stab at this. Something we look at for snow growth and how it reaches the surface. Well, it'll be modified as it falls through the cloud to the surface pretty heavily. But what we look at primarily for snow growth is an area called the dendritic growth zone, the DGZ, and that is it's maximized around, what is it, negative 13 degrees Fahrenheit, I think, or Celsius. I can't remember which. But that's where snow growth is maximized in a layer. So wherever it is that temperature in the atmosphere, that's where you're going to have your maximized snow growth rates. And if the snow is falling through that layer, like if it's a large layer for dendritic growth zone, it can be negative 13 for quite some time. Then we call those snow crystals aggregates. They can grow quite heavily for quite some time as they fall, and then they become wet as they may melt a little bit, and then more can stick to them. So that could cause the snowflakes to, be much larger as they hit the ground. And that's much opposite of your usual, like perfect hexagonal snowflakes structure, though. So there's a ton of different temperature profiles in the atmosphere that would lead to little light flakes or very heavy aggregates like that. I think that's about half the story. Did I miss anything, Ben?
Going off of more like a synoptic standpoint, like because you were talking about the microphysics, which of course the DGZ is big for, light and heavy snow, but we can also look at where there might be fronts or forcing in the atmosphere. So where winds are converging, if we're looking at like a warm front or something, where there's a lot of winds converging, there's obviously going to be air going up. And where there's more rising air, you can generally get more precipitation forming, and so you'll generally have heavier snow focus along those bands of where winds are converging. So that's more of like a larger scale look of where you can find heavy snow versus more light snow.
Perfect. Look at that. See, we crossed the two of our brains. I'm in the microphysics regime, and then he goes to like, hey, you forgot about the large scale. I'm like, oh, I'm too invested in cloud physics right now at 9 p.m. after being awake for like 20 hours. This is great. Perfect dynamic duo. What else you got, Riley?
Oh, well, Ryan's back, so we might as well hit Ryan with questions. A lot of questions about, did you expect your YouTube channel to go this far?
Yes, I knew it from the beginning. Like I manifested it. No, I'm joking. Like I said, whenever I first started doing this, it was going to be like a part-time extra hobby thing. I was going to try to be a storm chaser, and never once in a million years did I think the channel would get more than 100,000 subscribers, let alone a million in less than a year and a half or 2 years, however long it's been. So, yeah, this took me by surprise, but I'm so happy about it. It's the best thing that's ever happened. So very cool.
Right. You want more questions?
Sure. Yeah, guys, we're still watching the weather here. We're watching the radar. As soon as there's an update for you on either of these tornado warnings, we're going to relay that to you. But in the meantime, we'll keep doing this. Go ahead.
Will you ever do international coverage?
Probably not live. But I think that we're working on making meteorologist Andy Hill his own YouTube channel. And I think that's one of the things that he's going to try to tackle is talking more about international events and storms in a similar way that I do on the regular YouTube videos. And I think that's going to be really cool. I'm excited about that.
Another reoccurring one is, how can I support the channel?
Just being here, watching the stream. The most important and like most helpful thing you can do right now, if you haven't already done it, is hit the like button. And then subscribe. I think we're almost at 1,070,000 subscribers. So, yeah, hit the subscribe button. Nobody ever in a million years has to become a member or send a super chat or buy something off our merch store or anything like that. But those are all options that keep us from having to rely too much on outside forces to keep this thing funded. Once again, we got 15 people on the payroll. Like we pay storm chasers. It's very expensive to do all of this. And we do it without having to cut to commercial break. And one of the ways that we do that is by you guys buying my Yalla meters. So you can do that on shopryanhall.com, or you can just simply watch these videos. That also helps more than you could possibly know. Awesome. That's fun. If you build up a couple more, we can continue doing that in the future. But for now, let's give you a quick update on some of these tornado warnings. Still have a lingering warning for just a little bit of like Bluff Creek and Ramir Crossing up here. There's no rotation left with that, but we want to stay in our safe spot until that warning's allowed to kind of expire. This one down here near Prairieville, there's a little bit of rotation, so we'll watch that, see if it tries to tighten up as it comes up towards Walker. So, and in fact, I think, yeah, we just got a new tornado warning for this area of rotation too. And this is going to include Multiplier and Amite City and Georgeville in Louisiana. So that's what's going on there. Riley, can you send a mod message just to see if that's working, or if it's specifically the tornado warnings that I'm not hearing?
Yeah, I'll do that, but I've had noise the entire time on RTMP, so I really don't know what's going on.
It's like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so that did not work.
It worked for me on RTMP, so it's something with NDI. We already had Ryan Tech Guy reset that a few times.
Yeah, it's definitely something messed up on my end. I don't know if Ryan Tech Guy is still watching or not, or if he's still standing by, but you get it one more refresh, man. I really think that's going to be it. I know I keep saying that, but I really believe it this time. It doesn't matter though. Thankfully, we're not having like a ton of tornado warnings coming out right now. That could change here in a little bit, but it's pretty manageable. We do have some rotation here north of Walker, and that's going to be our newest tornado warning that goes all the way out towards Amite City. So take shelter now. If you're in Livingston, Helena, or Tangipahoa Parish in Louisiana. Oh man. What a terrifying day at the school pickup line. This is in Pasadena. In the school pickup line. Shoot. You imagine if the kids were still like just walking out, like, listen, I know it's bad out here, but we're ready to go home. No, that's crazy. Pasadena definitely. I think Pasadena and Deer Park got it worse today out of anybody. Ameet. Okay, sorry, Ameet. This is a great advertisement. Who uses tape measures anymore? They're so lame and old, as Ryan Hall says. Go buy a Yalameter. They're so much better and more cooler. 100%. Storm Chaser Ace, that was awesome. I think we need to hire him for the marketing team for sure. Yeah, I'm really sorry if I pronounce your town name wrong. It is inevitable, though. It will happen. It's at no disrespect is meant out of it. I'm just hoping that you get the gist, and I think that we do, because any time I say a town name wrong, everybody knows what town I'm talking about. So that's the most important thing. Like you know I'm talking about the town, or you wouldn't be correcting me. So as long as you know where the storm is and where it's going. That's the most important thing. I am working on, anytime I am corrected, I work on making sure that, I try to, learn and not let it happen again. Look at this. US 65 south of Leslie, this is in Arkansas, I believe, is nearly impassable. Jeez. This is another thing that's like, really, if you don't need to be out on the roads out here in Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, any of these places that are getting heavy snow right now, please don't do it, because these people are stuck here for a while. And I don't know how far away they are from being able to get an Uber or a taxi or somebody to come pick them up. But man, wouldn't you hate to spend the night just on the side of the road in a snowstorm in your vehicle? So stay home. Don't be out on the roads. If you do have to be out on the roads for whatever reason, make sure you're prepared. Make sure you're packing something that'll help you get through the night, just in case something like this does happen to you. And I don't care how big of a truck you got. I don't care how big of a four-wheel drive son of a gun that you're operating out there. If enough 18-wheelers get stuck like this, you're not getting by. Like it's like a blood clot. Like the whole system shuts down. And you're not going to be able to get around them in a lot of cases. So just be ready for that. Dude, that is a cool design. That would be so cool. We got to figure out how to make that happen. I mean, this would undoubtedly be a lot harder to make, but this would work, and this would be cool. This would be better than just a regular old rain gauge. That's cool. I'm following you. DM me, because we might be able to use that mock-up to actually try to make something. That'd be a great way to do a rain gauge. Yeah, go ahead, Riley.
More questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. What got you into weather?
I was just born that way. I don't remember. I don't think it was anything in particular. Carly's my sister, so you've been around me my whole life. Do you think that there was a specific event that made me like weather, or it's just the way it's always been? Yeah. Right. Yeah, I wish I had a really cool story about how like one time I was struck by lightning and then, I woke up the next day and I had like weather superpowers but no, like I just don't remember a time where I wasn't obsessed with the weather. I watched the Weather Channel as a kid instead of the Disney Channel. I read books about the weather and drew maps and stuff instead of like normal kid stuff. Like everybody always was really fascinated by how much I loved weather as a youngin, and it kind of became my identity. But yeah, I don't know why. I don't know how to explain it or anything like that, but it's just the way it's been.
Another one is, how many monitors do you have and how many monitors do you actually use?
So man, there's a lot in here. I don't know if there's even a way to show them. I need a way to show the studio camera full. I don't know how to do that. I don't think I can. Anyways, in this room, in front of me right now, there's only 4 screens. Used to there was 8, but now Carly has taken 4 of them. But she actually has 6 in front of her total. So there's 6, 10. You guys can't see these, but there's 1, 2, 3. That's 13, 17, 18. There's 18 in the studio total. The only ones that I actually use are the 4 in front of me, and Carly uses all 6 of hers. So there's 8 in here that aren't technically used. Some of them are just for show, I guess. Like this is a part of the backdrop behind me here. So yeah.
All right, and then another one, I'm not sure if you can be able to answer this, but I know you had your car at one point, but what do storm chasers use in their cars to track storms on the road?
So most of them are using like radar apps. A lot of them are using, some of them will like bring a laptop along. This is what I always used to do, is bring a laptop along and use the same programs that we're using here on this show. Radar Omega, Radar Scope, GR2. A lot of them are using laptops to run these radar programs, and that's how they're using like cellular data bonding receptors to make sure that they have as much cell service as possible, and that's how they're getting internet and data. And yeah, it's basically just reading the radar and following the warnings and stuff. And that's what most of them are doing.
All right, and then now this is the last one I have for now, unless chat sends more. But what is the worst weather event you personally experienced, and what was it like?
Probably just earlier last year in what was it, July 30th, the Eastern Kentucky floods. I was storm chasing that night, and we just happened to be where some of the worst of it happened. We were in Perry County near Hazard, Kentucky, and I mean, it was just bad. It was really bad. I think 30, 40 something people died that night. And I don't even know how to explain it. It was chaos. It was, I went like 36 hours without sleeping. We did a lot of good. We helped a lot of people. I'm sure some of you guys have seen some of the stuff that we were able to do, but being there while it was happening, and the local fire departments, the local EMS, like they were just, nobody knew what to do because it was so chaotic. It was so bad. There were people, houses, trailers floating away, and nobody could do anything about it. That was that was probably the worst thing that I've ever experienced, and hopefully I never have to go through, or anybody ever has to go through anything like that again. That was probably a 1 in 1,000 year kind of event, especially here in Kentucky. But yeah, that was terrible. Who was that just came through there? Brian.
Hey, Ryan.
Ryan, do you copy?
Okay, that's Brett. Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
We have kind of got out in front of these storms just a little bit. We took a pounding back in Scott, Louisiana a little while ago trying to get fuel, and we're a bit soaking wet, so we're going to stop. We got a hotel here in Covington, Louisiana out in the front. We're going to change clothes and grab some food here really quick, but I don't know how long you're planning to stay on, but we're going to try to track some of this stuff up through southern Mississippi as it looks like these at least embedded circulations with tornado warnings looks to continue.
All right, sounds good. I think we're going to go until at least 1 a.m. Eastern or so. YouTube usually tries to cut us off at 12 hours, so we started at 1:30. So we're just going to go until we can't go anymore. So you just let us know what you're doing.
Copy that. We'll be back soon.
All right. So we got one tornado warning out there right now. It's not, it's still not showing any great signs of tornadic activity, which is good news, but it's still a very strong storm. And these things are getting really close to New Orleans, and that's where a lot of our storm chasers are now. Brad Arnold, Chris Hall, they're all down here around New Orleans. Probably going to continue to move off to the east, or at least wait and see what's going to happen with these things. Little curved beans down here that are going to try to turn into maybe mature storms that produce tornadoes as they move into the New Orleans area. Not 100% sure that that's going to happen, but it is a possibility. So we are going to be with you here while we watch that unfold. Also, another setup from one of our team members, Kinsey, social media extraordinaire, with one of the cleanest setups, I believe, of the whole Ryan Hall y'all team. I think this is a really good looking setup. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monitors working. You got the iPad, you got the TV up there. It's not on right now, but beautiful setup from Kinsey there. Bash says, no snow in San Francisco, but I encountered several y'alls of shopping this evening. Now, I know that we are not selling y'all meters at Target, but that's what it looks like. It looks like you got one at Target. If Target's selling y'all meters, somebody tell me where to send the cease and desist to. Because that ain't even right. Cat. Killing it. Killing the game. Why is everybody saying that Chris is in a bad area? What does that even mean? What are you guys talking about? He's at a gas station. This guy goes out and fights tornadoes. You think he's afraid of a gas station? He's probably he's there like very briefly. He's just looking at radar, and he'll be on his way shortly, I'm sure. Stephanie, my wife, said, Ryan, you should tell them about PC Closed and how you were famous for weather at our high school and our teachers promoted your website. Yeah, so whenever I was in 8th grade or freshman in high school, I created a website called like Pike County Closed or East Kentucky Closed, something like that. And the idea was I made weather forecasts, but not about how often or how likely it would snow or rain or whatever. It was simply of like, how likely is it that we're going to have school tomorrow? So, I would look at the models and I would make forecasts and be like, okay, it looks like it's going to snow like 3 or 4 inches. And typically this county closes if there's 3 inches. This county doesn't close unless there's 6 inches. And I would create a forecast. It's like, okay, if you're in this county, you've got a 40% chance of school closure, 60% chance of school closure. And it blew up, man. Like for like a freshman in high school. And like all the teachers in my school and all the schools around the county would like show it in class. And I think that was another thing that probably solidified me as wanting to do this, because that was fun. That was cool. So yeah, thanks for reminding me of that, Stephanie. I don't know if anybody really cares about this stuff, but it's fun to talk about. This has been like something that I've always wanted to do. And we've always done it different. So I'm just happy that people are interested in it and we're able to, do useful stuff for people. But yeah, it was huge. Oh yeah, I called it school closure probability, the SCP. There's a play on the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center. I had the SCP, school closure probability. That's something that we should we could do that now. We could do that. We could bring that back. I bet that would get kids into like weather big time, because that was something that happened at our school. Like kids would like just love talking about the weather as if there was a chance of school being closed because of snow. And it was just it felt like a big deal in high school. We're talking about, a couple thousand people going to the site, which is a big deal. But it was fun. How about a Y'all Hall Meteorology Scholarship? Oh, that's a good idea too. Like we should definitely do that. How do you do that? Can we just do that? I guess you can just do that. We could do that. That's something that I would love to do. All right, yeah, make a note of it. Y'allership. I don't know how that works, but I would love that. I would support it. And how you get it is you have to build a snowman perfectly. Full ride. Actually, I don't know. We'll come up with something good though, if we actually do that. I'm sure like Ben and Andy would probably be able to help figure something out like that out. What was the worst tornado you tracked? Probably Mayfield. If you're talking about tracked while having this channel, definitely Mayfield. Chris Hall said, I got advised to leave the area by the police department or something. So he is on the road again. I told y'all he's just going to be there temporarily anyways. We still got this one tornado warning out here, but once again, guys, it's there's nothing to really talk about with it. It's the rotation's weakening. We will see if the new warning is issued here within the next little bit. In the meantime, let's talk about what else is going on out here. Everybody in Mississippi pretty much is getting heavy rain right now, especially between Yazoo City and Columbus. We got a big area of heavy rain getting ready to make it into Nashville, Tennessee. Memphis is getting heavy rain. We're starting to see the snow make it into the boot heel of Missouri. We're going to see this kind of break out into Evansville and this area next. But right now it's all rain, even up there in Indianapolis, Bloomington, St. Louis, a little bit of rain. That's going to turn into a lot of snow over the next little bit. Still snowing back here in Oklahoma. Looks like some reports are coming in. 6 inches of snow. Let's see here, 2 inches. 6 inches of snow along I-40 between Oklahoma City and Fort Smith. I think some of the bigger totals are coming in from the northwestern side of Arkansas. I've got 8 inches of snow up there, east of Fayetteville. Just to the south and west of Mountain Home, got 6 inches of snow. Already, we got an inch of snow to 2 inches of snow down here in southern Missouri. And we're going to continue to see that stuff pile up as we go through the rest of the evening. Exo Cam, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Caden Purcell says Kentucky has been a target for bad situations from the Mayfield tornado to the eastern Kentucky floods. Yeah, two of the like worst disasters in like Kentucky history happened in a 1 year period, which is just terrible, obviously. Prairieville, Louisiana, something blew through about 15 minutes ago. Power's out across half the town. Yeah, you had a big storm come through. I think that was one of the places that had a tornado warning. I don't think it was a tornado, but definitely strong straight line damaging winds took out the power. More than likely, hopefully they'll be able to restore that soon because the worst of the weather is definitely moving out of that area now. We set up a memorial scholarship once. You can either just give the money to the winner, or sometimes groups will send money to the winners. You can make your own rules. Yeah, that's something that we'll definitely look into. Joe says, if Ryan is legit about the scholarship, it's super easy. You can just make an application and advertise it. You can either send it to the student direct or to the college. Oh, well, it's that easy then. You don't even have to, like, it's just like giving somebody money. Like, that's it. Oh, Right. Yeah. Got a new tornado watch. Tornado watch has been issued for parts of Alabama, Florida, and Mississippi until 5 a.m. Central. A couple strong tornadoes possible. 2.5 million people, or I'm sorry, 2.195 million people are included in this. Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, all in this tornado watch. You got to be weather aware tonight. You got to be weather aware. I know you want to go to sleep, but sometimes, well, actually, you know what? You should go to sleep, but make sure you have a way of getting woke up. If, the storm comes through and you've got a warning, I never advise people to obsess over the weather and stay up all night and all that stuff. Odds are you're going to be fine, but definitely make sure you have a way of getting warnings. One of the best ways, and I always talk about this, one of the best ways is a weather radio. I've got them in every room in the weather house, just sitting somewhere everywhere. You can get those at Target, Walmart. They run off batteries. You can plug them into the wall. They work whether the power's on or not. And what it does is it'll beep. And unlike my beeps, it works all the time. But whenever there's a tornado warning for your county or however you want it to be set up, it'll wake you up. It's like an alarm, but instead of like setting it for a time, it's like if there's a tornado warning, it wakes you up. It's very cool. I think it's as important for people to have as like fire or smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. I'm so appalled that it's not standard to have these in your house like those are. So yeah, it's a NOAA weather radio. We've got them on my site, but like I said, you can get them at daggone Walgreens, I think. Let's see here. Aspen's first snow day in Denton, Texas. Look at that. Precious. Thank you for sending that in. What do we got here? Sitting steady at 0 y'alls, just the way I like it. I'll update again tomorrow when there's snow in Southwest Chicago. Yeah, let us know if you get the snow. Have you ever thought of doing a weather podcast? No, yeah, I've thought about it. I just don't know. I don't know if it would be. I don't know if it would be good. I could try it. Would anybody be willing to listen to a weather podcast? I just feel like there's so many podcasts. Like everybody thinks that they need a podcast. I don't think that I need a podcast. But if enough people would be interested in that, we would definitely do it. I think we originally thought about doing it when I was storm chasing a little bit more often, and like on the rides back to the house, we could do like an impromptu podcast. But that didn't work out. We never ended up doing that. I feel like these live streams are kind of like a podcast, especially whenever we're not actively covering a tornado warning or something like that. Like right now, there are no tornado warnings. We're just kind of watching the severe weather warnings come in. We're watching the snow. We're just kind of looking at the general situation, and then we're filling in the blank spots with conversation. It's kind of like a podcast, right? Wrigley is patiently awaiting snow in Dayton, Ohio. She's definitely going to get it. Going to get washed away by some rain, unfortunately, but it's coming. Let's see here. No sleep in southern Mississippi tonight. We need a weather radio with a bright light. Oh, I see. So no sleep in southern Mississippi tonight for the deaf and hard of hearing. We need a weather radio with a bright light. Beyond the channel reporting the scholarship is the best outcome of the day. I think that this, so like, I don't know if it's a bright light, but these things definitely light up and go nuts whenever there's a warning. Now, the one that we have on our site has a big flashlight on it. I don't know if it automatically comes on if there's a warning. That's a good idea, though, if that's not already a feature. Oh, now we got even more people making marketing material for us. You guys don't have to do this. This is cool, though. Still using a ruler for snow? No more. No more. Yalameter 2.0. That's a good one. I mean, honestly, put it on. We could put that on a billboard. What do you foresee for the Northwest Chicago burbs tomorrow? Some reports say rain and others say snow showers. Oh, it's definitely going to snow. It might start off as some rain, but it's going to snow. You'll get 2, 3, maybe 4 inches of snow accumulation. Holy smokes. So there's literally an accessory. There's literally accessories that you can plug into these. And one of them is a strobe light. And another one is a pillow shaker. So like you can plug in to your weather radio a strobe light and a pillow shaker. So whenever it goes off, not only is it making the sound, but it shakes your pillow and it flashes a strobe light. They have really thought of everything. We have to get those. We have to get those on our site. Because I doubt, like, you can get this stuff at Walgreens and Walmart and stuff. I doubt you can get that. I doubt the regular retail stores are stocking those accessories. I did not know that that existed. We need to get all the accessories. Thank you to whoever brought that up. Like, this is important stuff. Podcast can consist of interviews with other online meteorologists, comparing mainstream to solo, interviews with storm chasers, interviews with community leaders impacted by storms. I mean, I like it. I just feel like we don't need to do it in a podcast. Like, I just need to make more videos and do more live streams. I just don't feel like, I don't know. I don't feel like it's podcastable or podcast worthy even. I could be wrong. We're really gonna take the videos and stuff to the next level though, especially with what we're doing with the Y'all Squad. So for those of you who don't know, anytime there's a tornado that hits a town, and especially if the local officials are requesting help, we try to go down there and help. So a lot of times we already have storm chasers in the area. So we can kind of just have them go around and see what's needed. And then, like, thanks to you guys and your amazing generosity through the super chats, through watching the videos, through buying Yolometers, all this, like, because of everything that you guys do, we are able to, sometimes deploy tens of thousands of dollars worth of resources to these communities that are impacted by severe weather. And a lot of times we're there before anybody else. Red Cross shows up, all these other places show up, and they do amazing stuff. But we're there sometimes directly afterwards. And I love that we can do that. And I want to expand on that as we go into this year. So we've actually.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. Do you copy?
We're teaming up with a 501c, a nationwide nonprofit, and basically instead of just the storm chasers being able to help people, we're going to have like big teams of volunteers that are immediately deployable in pretty much any region across the U.S. We're going to have kitchens. We're going to have food. We're going to be able to feed people and get supplies to people when it's needed, because inevitably there will always be more storms. So we just want to make sure we can continue to do that. Let's see here. That was Brad Arnold. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, we are watching a strengthening circulation just to our west on Interstate 10. We're at the intersection of Interstate 10 and Interstate 55. Just to the west of New Orleans right now, watching a very intense circulation, about it really ramping up. I would not be surprised at all if we see a tornado warning very soon on that cell.
Amazing. That is a good call out from Brad Arnold, who's right here. He's talking about this storm. You can see the inflow. You can see the rotation here. We might have a developing tornado here. There's no warning or anything like that just yet, but we could see one here in the next little bit. And guys, this is close to New Orleans. We know for whatever reason, New Orleans is like a magnet, or at least the surrounding areas. It's like a magnet for tornadoes here recently. So we're watching this closely. And would not be surprised if we see a tornado warning here soon. So, yeah, we're looking at it now, and yeah, it looks like you're already in the perfect position to see what happens with it, if anything does. So, keep us updated, and we're watching you. And just let us know if there's any more updates. Carly, can you put him in the number one, Brad Arnold?
Copy that.
So we got a developing circulation here west of New Orleans. We're not sure what that's going to mean, 10, 20, 30 minutes from now, but it looks like a situation where we might have a tornado. We don't know for sure, but we're going to watch it just in case. Mike James, the one that's making our, or one of the many Yolometer time lapses that are happening tonight. It's finally snowing out there. So you can see this is the box where his camera's in. He's got the flat surface here. It's going to be a great time lapse. Can't wait to see it.
Hey, Ryan, we may have just had a power flash. I'm waiting to get confirmation on that, just to our southwest.
All right. If that's the case, I mean, that's in the direction of where the tornado would be. A little bit of a suspicious little bloop right there, too. So this might have had a tornado down. It might have a tornado down. I can't confirm that. Come over here to this terminal radar. It's hard to see anything from this. Definitely a strong storm. Definitely have some rotation right here. Also looking at this, that could be that could actually be what Brad is seeing there as well.
Hey, Ryan, we just lost power. The whole city's without power.
All right, so Brad Arnold here.
Field interaction power's back on. It's flashing right now.
Okay, so we're having intermittent power losses where Brad Arnold is, and he is very close. What is that? To Laplace. He's pretty much in Laplace, to the west of New Orleans here, and he's seeing maybe like potential power flashes in the distance. We've seen the power go off a couple of times here. And there's definitely a couple of really interesting areas of rotation near him. So I don't know exactly what's going on out here, but we might have either just a really strong storm with damaging winds moving in, or we could have a potential tornado moving in. So we're watching this closely. That was lightning. There's two areas. Let's come back to radar here. This is the original area of rotation that I believe Brad brought to our attention. That's what's kind of moving over his area right now, but this is also catching my eye because if you look at this, you can really see the supercell structure here. So very interesting stuff going on. No tornado warning out here. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Laplace. Okay, there we go. New tornado warning for St. Charles Parish and Terrebonne Parish, Louisiana. And that's way down yonder. For places closer to Houma. So, Houma, Louisiana. Hello. Last time I believe we talked to you guys directly was during Hurricane Ida.
That cell that we're on right now just went tornado warning.
All right. So it looks like could be a potential tornado coming together here just to the south and west of Houma, Louisiana. And it's going to come up towards Ellendale, Gray, Raceland, and Matthews as well. We want to take shelter now for that. And then also, I would say that a warning is probably going to come for this as well. That may include Laplace. So we're going to watch that closely. So these storms are closing in on New Orleans, and unfortunately, the one that's tornado warned down here by Houma, this storm is going to go right through New Orleans. Now, I don't know. I have no idea if it's going to still have a tornado warning on it or a potential tornado rotation on it by the time it gets to New Orleans. But I'm just calling it how I see it here. That is the direction that this storm is going. So hopefully everybody in New Orleans is weather aware and prepared for what's getting ready to happen tonight. Hope we don't want anybody to get surprised. There's absolutely no excuse for it because it'll be an hour or so before it gets there. Plenty of time for word to spread about what could potentially happen here. Tornado warning, including Houma, Louisiana, Bayou Cane, Louisiana, and Bayou Blue, Louisiana, until 10:30 p.m. Central. And we're hopefully giving you an early heads up in New Orleans, as this storm will eventually affect y'all. Don't know what it's going to look like by the time it gets there, though. Okay, so these are really good. Yes, this will eventually affect the Florida Panhandle tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. If you're just now tuning in, this is live sphere weather coverage. We got a tornado warning for Houma, Louisiana, and Des Allemands and Raceland, Louisiana. And that's going to go until 10:30 p.m. Central. We are watching this part of the storm for rotation. It's near Ellendale. It's going to continue to move up this way. And if it's got a tornado on it, it's going to be passing between Ellendale and Houma within the next couple of minutes. And then it'll be coming up through Raceland and Matthews right after that. Sorry, I'm reading Twitter. Waiting for the next radar scan. Still, I mean, there's nothing else I can tell you other than the rotation's right there, and it's going this way. It doesn't seem to be getting a lot worse or any better. So we need to stay in our safe spots in Homa and Raceland. If you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. We've been going now for 10 hours. So we're going to be going for probably another 2.5, something like that. Chimes, Arkansas is at a foot of snow, and boy, is that fluffy, wet snow right there. Dang. Now that is like literally perfect snowman making snow. Tuscaloosa is fine. It's just raining up there. Snow coming to New Hampshire from this mess? More than likely, yeah. I hope Slidell will be okay. Slidell is definitely in the path of some of these dangerous storms. We really won't know until a couple hours from now how the town will fare, I guess. But I think it's going to be okay. I don't think that anything terrible is going to happen. You're just you're in the zone for potential bad weather here. So once that line gets by you, you can go to sleep. By the way, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, you can go to sleep. Who else? I'm not going to sit here and say every town in America that can go to sleep, because that would take forever. But if you're north of this line and west of this one and east of this one, you can go to sleep. Okay, so we're just kind of concerned about the areas right in through here. So Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Lafayette, Alexandria, Louisiana, go to sleep. It's over. Beaumont, Texas, Houston, all these places, the whole state of Texas, go to sleep. In Mississippi, Macomb, Kentwood, go to sleep. Brookhaven, go to sleep. Franklin, Abbeville, Lake Charles, Cameron, go to sleep. It's all good. We're still watching these storms approach New Orleans. We're still, concerned about Mobile, Biloxi. But very, very small area of impact here as far as severe weather goes. Chris Hall says, I believe this will be the final shot of the night near Slidell, Louisiana. Let this squall line slap me. I'm killed. Time to head back to Kentucky soon. Yeah, so Chris Hall has stationed himself in, near Slidell, Louisiana, and he's just going to let the storms come to him. He's no longer chasing them, son. He said, come chase me. And then he's going to go to sleep, just like we all should here soon. I am, I'm watching these. I'm kind of concerned about that. I saw somebody ask about this in the chat. These will likely grow and probably become a problem as they go up toward the Gulfport in Mobile. So we'll keep watching that. I don't know if we'll be live by the time they get there. Once again, it's important that we keep this the live stream up afterwards. I like to archive these events. But like if we go beyond 11 and a half or 12 hours, YouTube prevents us from being able to do that. Oh boy, Birding Peep. Birding Peep is awesome, by the way. If you guys don't know who this is just somebody who has built a Google map that has like every live traffic camera on Earth on it or something. And then they just like watch it while storms are happening. And then they post clips of interesting things. I really want access to this map. Birding Peep WX. If you're watching this right now, what does it take? What does it take? I've got Prime. I've got Mr. Beast Feastable bars. What does it take? I would love to have access to this map. But anyways, this is a live traffic camera from Houma, Louisiana, just now during the tornado warning. So you can see that whether or not we've got an actual tornado in this thing, the winds are absolutely ripping. And this is now next in line. We've got Raceland. And after that, Des Allemands. And it looks like meteorologist Andy Hill is going to go to bed now. He's going to go to sleep. So everybody say good night, Andy. Thank you for your help today. You've been awesome. And yeah, I think that's a good idea. We should start going through submissions and pick a winner. So my team is going to start right now doing the work of randomizing the submissions for the Yalla meter, and then we're going to pick one, and we're hopefully going to send you $1,000 live on the air. I would love nothing more than to do that. So remember, we do have a tornado warning out here. We're going to continue to do this coverage, but at some point tonight, we have to get this, I guess, out of the way. So that's what we're going to do. So if you submitted a snow report picture today, you were entered to our contest, and we're going to randomly pick one of you to win $1,000. Also, if you sent in one yesterday or the other day, I'm thinking pretty much everybody is included in this. So keep that in mind in the future. If it snows and I'm not live, still send me a picture of you measuring the snow, especially if you got your Yolometer, and we'll throw that in we'll throw you in the next pot when we do this. And every time there's a snowstorm, every time I'm live and there's a snowstorm, we are going to give at least one person $1,000 each time. Sometimes we'll do even more than that, especially if we get a lot of submissions. And if you want a Yolometer for yourself, we are shipping them here from the Weather House. And there, you can get them on my website. The mods are going to post the link in the chat right now, and you can click the link in the top of the description, or you can just go to ryanhallyall.com, and you're going to love it. The kids love it. It looks good. You can put it out in the yard, use it as a mobile meter. And of course, you might get $1,000 next time you watch the weather. Very fun stuff. If you're just now tuning in, we are covering snow and tornadoes at the same time. Got one tornado warning down here in Louisiana. I don't think it's producing a tornado, but it's definitely producing damaging winds here near Raceland. That could maybe even produce damage, similar to what you would find in a weak tornado. So you definitely want to be indoors. You want to be in a safe spot. You want to be underground, preferably, if you can. I know a lot of people in this area can't. It's completely understandable. So you just want to get into the most interior room of your home. But this is going to go towards Des Allemands and Bayou Gauche. I know I'm not saying that right. But and then Paradise right after that. This is all in Louisiana, in St. Charles Parish, Louisiana. So please take shelter now. This storm is unfortunately going right up into New Orleans. Right up into New Orleans. So there's no tornado warning for New Orleans, but the storm that is producing the current tornado warning will go through New Orleans. These are all rotating. All these little shrimps are rotating right here. Bayou Gauche, gotcha. Really do appreciate everybody that sent in their snow reports, pictures, and videos today, with or without a Yolometer. It really helps us tell the weather story. It really honestly does. And just for anybody that missed it earlier today, this is live from Jefferson County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road.
Hey, Ryan, we got a tornado on the ground right now, right in front of me.
Wow, there it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. This is live from Jefferson County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road right in front of Brad Arnold here. This is Highway 73. Holy smokes, Brad, you are way too close to that. Daggone. Okay, that is going to continue to go up towards LaBelle and Taylor Landing. Did y'all see that? That was a big tornado, and it's still on the ground. That was probably the I don't want to say highlight. That was definitely one of the more intense moments of the stream today. Huge shout out to Brad Arnold, who has driven, just all over creation from Houston to New Orleans intercepting multiple tornado warned storm, literally getting inside of pretty much one actual tornado, recording data with his cyclone port. I mean, man, quite the successful storm chase from Brad Arnold, and also has, allowed us to get an early heads up on some warnings for people. I mean, y'all, Brad Arnold is the definition of a good storm chaser out there. So super glad to have him on Team Y'all today, as well as all the storm chasers. They all do good. Chris Hall, Brian Allen, Brett Adair, all these guys. We are very lucky to have some of the best storm chasers on earth, in my opinion. Just always talking with us and sharing their feeds with us. So, during situations like this, it's very, very helpful. It's vitally important. My wife doesn't believe me. Will you tell Candace how much snow Indiana will be getting? Candace, Indiana, well, it depends on where you are in Indiana. If you're way down here in southern Indiana, it's not looking great. But if you're up here near Bloomington, we're talking about 4 or 5 inches. Indianapolis, 8 inches. North and west of Indianapolis, we're talking about close to a foot. Over here up towards Fort Wayne, 9-10 inches. South of Fort Wayne, between Muncie and Fort Wayne, 11 inches or so. Back here towards Chicago, 4 or 5 inches. But pretty much all of this area is like 6 to 12 inches right in through here. Just keep that in mind, Candace. That was funny. What about St. Louis? Yeah, St. Louis is going to get some snow. Possibly about 5-6 inches of snow there. Okay, let's see. Still got the tornado warning here. No updates on the location or anything like that. So stay in your safe spot in Des Allemands and Paradis. I think I said that right. But in the meantime, while we are waiting on an update there, let's go ahead and announce the winner of today's $1,000. Yeehaw! I'm telling you right now, there's no other place that you can watch the weather and have a chance in heck to get money from it. So we're changing the game here. We're going to give somebody $1,000 today for watching the weather. I do have to see the chat. One of the rules, one of the things that we do is the chat has to move really fast. We have to it's been a long day. There's been tornadoes and rain and ugly weather. We got to bring the mood up a little bit. Let's see some hype in the chat. Super huge shout out to everybody who has liked the video today and shared and sent in snow reports, whether it's with a tape measure or a ruler or what. We like to joke around and say that, you're lame if you're using a tape measure. But for real, thanks to everybody. This is a big community. We're doing something crazy here, and we're getting a lot of people interested in weather, and we're collecting useful information, and it's just awesome. Couldn't do it without you, whether you've got a Yalameter or not. So, there we go. All right, it's going crazy now. It's got to go crazier though. This is not nearly crazy enough. What happened? I used to have music for this. Okay, this is a little bit better. Okay, so what we're doing now is we're going to pick the winner. The team has picked somebody. I'm going to pull them up, and we're going to check it out. Who won the $1,000 from our competition. I need a drum roll. We need sound effects or something. I don't know. Well, we don't have a drum roll, but I'm going to come over here and I am going to open the web page in a couple of seconds because I'm trying to build suspense. Okay, so what this person has done is they have submitted their snow report, and our team has kind of gone through and randomly selected the winner out of all the people that have submitted over the past little bit. And it all comes to this person. Drum roll. Lauren Wilson. Lauren Wilson and future meteorologist Tom that's the link that I got from the team here. That's who is winning the 1,000 buckaroos tonight. Lauren, I'm gonna follow you on Twitter. Please DM me, and if you're watching right now still, we will send that $1,000 to you right now. Cash App, PayPal. If you don't have either of those, we can do it any way you want. But yeah, there you go. Fun stuff. Let's see. I mean, where else? Seriously, is the Weather Channel doing that? I don't think they are. I don't watch. They could be, but I don't think they are. All right, for real. Thank you all so much. And if you want to be a part of this next time there's a big snowstorm in your area, make sure you go to get you a Yalameter. ShopRyanHall.com. Link in the description. Very fun. The next time that there is a snowstorm and like it's snowing and we're not talking about tornadoes, we're going to focus a lot more on some of the fun stuff that we do. And we'll probably do more than one person. We'll do like this big thing. But today was mostly a severe weather situation, to be honest. Oh, and by the way, I want to show this again because it's crazy that this is the one that won. Because this is such a good submission. This is Tom, very cute video. Let's see what Tom, future meteorologist Tom, has to say.
It's that deep. Then it's gonna be this deep.
Oh, yeah?
That's great.
And it's gonna be that deep.
What are you holding there, buddy?
The snow meter.
Who is it from?
Ryan Hall, y'all.
Oh, I love that. That's awesome. And that's super cool that you guys won. So hopefully that was sent in like when did they send that? Hours ago. So they might have went to sleep. So I don't know if they're still watching. I'm waiting. If I get a message from them, I am going to live send them the money here. But if we got to wait till tomorrow, we'll wait till tomorrow. And look, future meteorologist Tom was also with us during the last time it snowed, January 12th. Submitted this awesome picture as well. So I'm super happy that they won. Love that kid. No Yalameter yet. Settled for the next best thing. Flat Ryan stick, 6.5 inches at Table Rock Lake, Missouri. Love it. It does the trick. Thank you for sending that in. Christopher, thanks for being a high risker for 10 months. Ross, thank you for the very generous super chat. Lay Waste, thank you for being a high risker. Justin Thompson, thanks for being a member for 10 months. You guys are awesome. We still do have a tornado warning. Ugh. We have a tornado warning out here, moving into Des Solomons. Still no direct signs of imminent tornado genesis there, but we want to stay in our safe spots. It'll be interesting to see what happens here, because when this storm makes it out of this box, the National Weather Service will either just allow this warning to expire, or they will expand it, and it will probably include New Orleans proper. So if they do decide to expand it, we'll stay with you. Sorry. We'll stay with you until the storm has passed New Orleans. But after that, we're probably going to have to call it a night. And I didn't get to do any snowman ratings. So that's something that honestly, I thought we would have more time to focus on the snow today. I didn't realize that the tornado stuff was going to pop off so much. But I promise we will do snowman ratings in the next snowstorm where we're completely focused on snow. Reports, if you have any sort of weather reports at all that you're sending to me, I really appreciate that, and we do need it here, and I encourage you to do that. But if you can, if you know who your local National Weather Service office is, if you know their handle on Twitter, I would look into that, and I would also ping them. I would also tag them because they obviously need the information, reminder that if you have damage, sorry for being quiet. I'm reading Twitter again. We got 5 inches in Arkansas, in Marshall, Arkansas here. Deep snow, really thick. Look at that. Look at how heavy it is on the trees there. I'm surprised. I don't know. Are we seeing power outages out there? That's the kind of snow that around here it knocks out the power, because you get the tree branches falling under the weight of the snow onto power lines and stuff like that. Dixie, thanks for becoming a member. Would you be willing to tell the radar software you use? Yeah, we use tons of different radar software here. The one that I use most of the time, the one that you see on the screen, or at least today, the one that you saw on the screen mostly, I believe, is GR2. This is Gibson Ridge. This is pretty much the same software that the National Weather Service uses. to monitor radar. I think it costs money. I don't know how much. Like $80, I think, or something like that. It's not cheap. And then this one, the really fancy looking one. This is great if you want to do your own presentation. If you ever wanted to make videos or, talk about the weather in front of an audience, this is a very pretty looking one, and you can make it look even better than what this does. But this is WSV3. It's like $250 a year or something, which is also expensive. And then beyond that, we got Radar Omega, which you guys have heard me talk about that a bunch. And you pretty much know what that is, but that's going to be your most affordable one, and you can get it on your phone and everything like that. So those are the three big ones that I've been using today. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, there's another tornado warning, but you didn't get the sound. They did extend that polygon into New Orleans proper.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. So as suspected, more than an hour ago, when that storm first popped up down there near Homa, or to the south and west of Homa, we talked about how this thing could eventually impact New Orleans. So now the western side of New Orleans is under a tornado warning. This includes Kenner, as this area of rotation is going to come right up in through this area. So take shelter now. If you are in Jefferson or St. Charles Parish, Louisiana, this is a dangerous situation. It doesn't include downtown New Orleans, but it does include the western side of New Orleans. So please take shelter now. If there's a tornado, if there is a tornado, it's somewhere right in here, or the new circulation down in here. It's very hard to pinpoint because there's not a very obvious area where a tornado is occurring. There's just a lot of broad rotation right here, and a spin-up tornado could happen at any point along it. Also, GR2, that software is $250 one time purchase. WSV3 is $250 a year. Jason Murray, thanks for becoming a slight risker. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, talking about how the squall line is continuing to advance to the east. And I really want to thank Gabriel Harbor, Crazy Gaby. I think this is probably the biggest Ryan Hall y'all fan on earth, because he's been tagging me in everything. So huge shout out to Gabriel. Everybody say thank you to Gabriel on Twitter here. You can find him. But it really does help when you guys tag me and stuff. Ryan, will you be live for the snow tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like most of the intense snow is going to happen tonight. Literally, the moment we end this stream until the time we wake up tomorrow, that's when the heaviest snow is going to fall. And unfortunately, that's just the way we had to do it. Because I think it's more important that we were here during the tornado situation. Ryan, what would you do if you were tracking tornadoes and they came into your area? Probably just let Andy or, Riley or somebody like that take over and then use myself as a storm chaser camera. We've done this before. But like I would just be you would see out my windshield as one of the storm chasers, and then we would have somebody else operating the radar. That's if like it was like really close. If it was like within a 2 hour drive, 1 hour drive. Once a year or twice a year, I do go storm chasing still, but usually it's on a slight risk day in Kansas. Got an interesting supercell coming together up here. Looks a little sus. South of Mandeville, Louisiana. Not seeing much on velocity, so this could just be nothing, but that also could be rotating right there. So we'll watch that closely on the next couple of scans. The tornado warned storm that's moving into New Orleans right now is most of the rotation is right in here. So that's actually going to come into places like Huron. I hope I'm saying that right. In Westwego, Wagaman, Jefferson, River Ridge, and Metairie. Sorry. And guess what? There he is, Brad Arnold. Literally right in front of this thing. So the tornado is going to hit Brad Arnold again, if there is a tornado. So yeah, just make sure you're prepared. Make sure you're getting ready with or without an actual tornado, even without a condensation tube funnel on the ground. This is going to cause damage out here with strong winds as this thing comes through. Arahan. Arahan and Metairie. Arahan and Metairie. Would you ever consider making a rap song about weather? Actually, yeah, I would definitely do that. If I could. Unfortunately, I'm not very talented. Hair a hand. Still watching this very mean looking storm up here near Mandeville. And I believe that's getting ready to cross the Causeway Bridge soon. If there's a tornado in that, that's going to cross that bridge, honestly, here within the next little bit. But I don't think that there is. I mean, just looking at radar, it doesn't seem like there is. Definitely some strong winds though. This thing, it looks mean. It's gonna try, I think. So we're watching that one closely. No tornado warning for it yet. The only tornado warning that we have is for this down here. Very broad area of rotation. Strong damaging winds moving into the western New Orleans area here very soon. Mark Keller, thanks so much for the very generous super chat. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, this is your beep. We have another new tornado warning, but the audio did not work again.
Okay. All right. Thank you. New tornado warning for St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana. I think that's for the one that we've been watching. That's for the new dangly bit that we've been concerned about up here. So now we have a tornado warning for this storm. It includes Lacombe. And guess what? We've got another storm chaser on this one as well. Brett Adair is going to come over here and intercept this just to the north and west of Lacombe, I believe. So we've got Brad Arnold on our storm coming into New Orleans. And we have Brett Adair on our storm that's coming up through Mandeville. Ooh. I mean, it just looks so weird. Like there's not a lot of rotation, but there's definitely something going on right in here. So definitely want to get this shelter in Lacombe in Louisiana, and also in western New Orleans. Both of these storms are going to pack a punch as they come through. Snowing pretty heavily in Tulsa right now. Oh boy. Sorry for yawning. Pratt Mitz, thanks for becoming a member. Guys, we've got 2 tornado warnings now in and around the New Orleans area. One of them includes western New Orleans proper. Whether or not there's actually a tornado in that, it doesn't really matter because it's just going to be really strong winds that come through here. So that's what we're keeping an eye on there. The one that has a better chance of actually having a tornado, I think, is this one up here that includes St. Tammany Corner and Florinville. But still not like there's no obvious signs of a tornado here on Velocity. So these are both precautionary tornado warnings. So we need to be, taking precautions and getting into our safe spot. But nevertheless, in New Orleans, it is getting ready to rain very hard. The wind's going to blow hard. There's going to be some damage, more than likely, power outages, and maybe even some small hail. Man, a bunch of you sent me links to cameras in New Orleans, and I've lost them already. Here's one. This is in I believe downtown New Orleans. Yeah, so the wind's going to pick up big time here and quick, more than likely. You can see the trees and the power lines moving around. You see the big buildings back here. So I don't know if we're north of Louisiana or New Orleans looking south, or if we're south looking north. But the storm's moving in from the west. You see the clouds coming in this way. So we're probably south looking north. Right. Anyways, we'll see the winds really start to pick up here in just a minute. We also have a great view of this through Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's feed, who is in New Orleans as well. He's on Interstate 10 there, and he's driving towards the storm right now, actually, I think. I believe he's going westbound, yeah. Shoot, let's just ask him. Oh, never mind. He's not going west. Oh, will you move the
Hey, Ryan, did you say something cut out there after about a second?
I just didn't see an update on your spotter dot there for a minute. I was going to ask you if you were going westbound or eastbound, but as soon as I hit the button, I saw. So I see what you're doing now. Just keep us updated if you see anything.
Gotcha. Okay, copy that.
So Brad Arnold is in New Orleans. If we're looking at Chris Hall and Brett Adair, they are up there on the other tornado warning near Mandeville, north of Slidell. So lots of storm chasers out there today have driven, just unfathomable distances and intercepted so many tornado warnings today. This will probably be the last one of the night for them, as we're probably all going to call it a night here very soon. It's almost midnight Eastern. This really tried to ramp up. Wow. That area of rotation really tried to ramp up right here. But I think that it's kind of calmed down. I'm just trying to analyze that because, man, that would be something else if we had another tornado come through here. I mean, this is the West Wago, Gretna. This area has just been hit by countless tornadoes this year, or over the past year, I should say. Yeah, in Indiana tonight, there's going to be like absolutely insane snowfall rates. You're going to see snow falling in excess of 2 inches per hour. And I really wish that I could stay live for it and get all the pictures and videos of you guys out there enjoying it. But I'm glad that we stayed awake throughout the day and covered these tornadoes. Ugh. I don't like what I'm seeing here. I don't like the direction that we're heading in right before this thing goes into New Orleans. We're definitely seeing an increase in activity. And the storm, more than ever, I think, wants to rotate here. So West Wago up through New Orleans, I would watch out. You're not under a warning yet in downtown New Orleans, but I bet they'll issue a new one that includes downtown New Orleans. The storm up here to the north that was looking, interesting. It got tornado warned, but as soon as the warning was issued, it started bowing out. So I don't see much of a tornado threat with this one now. Most impressed, I guess, with the storm that's moving into New Orleans. It's just, how many times have we been here this year? West Wego. Okay, so this is facing northeast, and the bright lights in the distance here, this is the Superdome. So that really helps me. That really helps me figure out what in the heck we're looking at here. So you see how quickly the clouds are moving there. The strongest part of the storm is about to hit where this camera is, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But the rotating portion of the storm might go very close to where this camera is.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Just want to give you a quick report real quick. We're sitting on I-10, just north of downtown New Orleans. I can actually see the skyline or downtown out by passenger side window. Not seeing anything suspicious right yet. It does look like it's starting to kind of ramp up again right south of downtown. Just a lot of kinks in the line. Nothing looks really organized. So just kind of keeping an eye on things, and I'll let you know if I see anything else.
All right. Thank you. Storm chaser Brad Arnold, who is in New Orleans on I-10, looking down to the south and west at New Orleans. And then we also are looking at this webcam in New Orleans looking to the northeast. So they're both kind of pointing in the same direction, or they're pointing at New Orleans just from different directions. The wind's really starting to pick up here in New Orleans. Weather Service, I don't think has issued a new warning yet that includes downtown. They haven't. So we'll see if they do. But they might not. This is just going to be a very strong storm. I'm surprised there's no severe thunderstorm warning with it. Brad must have put 1,500 miles on his car today. It's probably something like that.
This is Chris. Hopefully I'm not interrupting. I'm heading north with this tornado warning cell. Can't really get a good visual on it, but it is close to the radar. We went under where the rotation would be just a minute ago. Definitely shifting the winds may have a good inflow on it as well. So once it comes back out of that little radar hole there, we should get a pretty good visual on that storm. It may actually try as it moves on off to the northeast.
And 4, buddy, just keep us updated. Oh boy. Oh no. Look at this guy. Guy on a bike, and the storm is hitting hard now. Poor dude. I would say that, like, if you're not paying attention to the weather, this probably is a surprise. I mean, I'm sure you see the lightning and stuff in the distance, but this is definitely a kind of an abrupt start to the storm here on the front end of the squall line coming through. So yeah, we're looking at a live view from New Orleans. We're looking to the north and east towards New Orleans. The bright lights right here that's the Superdome, I believe. And we're just watching a very strong thunderstorm move through right now. No tornado warning or anything like that. Not even a severe thunderstorm warning, surprisingly. But definitely a strong storm moving through. The tornado warning, it's still in effect, I think, but that it's over. There is no more tornado warning for the New Orleans storm. But there is also a tornado warning up here to the north in St. Tammany Parish. That one's also like completely. There is no more tornado or tornadic rotation with that one. And we want to stay in our safe spots in places like Hickory and Florenville, just in case. But that was a close lightning strike there. But yeah, the tornado threat with both of those storms has decreased significantly here in the past little bit. Now, might have a new area of interest right here. Yeah. Yeah, so that right there There might be a new tornado trying to form right here. That would be just to the north of New Orleans, and that would kind of ride the lake up towards Slidell if it decided to do something. But that's really the only area that I see that is of interest. And we do have a new tornado warning. Man, we really need our beeps. Holy smokes. Okay. So this is the new tornado warning. It's like as big as Louisiana. Hold on. I'll wait until it pops up on a different. Okay. Look at this. This whole thing here is the new tornado warning. So everybody in the polygon needs to take shelter. This does include places like Stella and Calmette. But I am watching, I think most intensely, the area where Brad Arnold is right now. That's where I see the biggest signs of actual rotation. That could actually become something. But it's important to know the reason why they did this, the reason why they issued this big warning is because there's multiple areas where rotation is actually happening or where it's about to happen. Like this little spin up right here. This could be producing a tornado near Crown Point here that might last a couple minutes and then it'll go away. And then you'll have another one like that up here near Woodmere. That'll might last a couple minutes. So good move on the National Weather Service's part to issue a big warning like this. That right there looks sus. Chalmette. My bad. Got 3 inches of snow on the University of Arkansas campus in Fayetteville. Vicky, thank you so much for the super chat. Mark, thank you. Y'all have been super supportive today. Oh boy. It's the snow has started in southern Illinois. 1 inch already in parts of southern Illinois. This is from Cody Simmerman. And that is some heavy snow already breaking out there. No snow yet in central Indiana. It's coming. Don't worry. It's coming. Sean says, I've got my milk and bread and I'm ready for tomorrow. Awesome. Yeah, we're just kind of like what Brad was saying earlier. We're watching these little kinks in the line and just watching and waiting to see what's going to happen here. Definitely something is going on down here near Oakville in Louisiana, south of New Orleans. I can't say that that's a tornado, but I mean, everybody from Chalmette to Violet all the way up towards close to Slidell needs to be taking shelter, because I mean, this whole line's going to have strong winds with it. It's hard to pinpoint where these little spin up tornadoes are going to happen.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to pass this along to you. Just got a text from a Gretna, Louisiana police officer. He got a call about a potential tornado near Estelle, I think. Anyway, that's south of New Orleans.
Okay. Stale. Maybe he was saying Stella? Because that might make sense if there is something going on down here with this rotation, and somebody in Stella saw a lowering or something like that. That would make sense, because this is kind of the most intense area of rotation that we have right now. Not seeing any signs of a debris signature. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, you're under a tornado warning in Stella, Chalmette, and Violet, and Toka anyways, and this is where this is heading. So go ahead and remain in your safe spot until the storm has completely passed. Does that include Kenner? No, Kenner is no longer under a tornado warning. Kenner can go to sleep. Okay, I see the town of Estelle now. The storm is way past there, so no concerns about that. I'm more concerned about Stella, as that would be, in my opinion, where between Stella and Scarsdale, that's if there's a tornado, that's where it would be. There might have been something over here near Estelle earlier. This is what we're watching now. Yo, Joel in PA, thanks for gifting 10 memberships. if you're just now tuning in, we are watching a tornado warned storm move out of New Orleans now. Downtown New Orleans, you're out of the woods here. Metairie, River Ridge, Westwego. You guys are all out. This is over for you. Gretna, this is over for you. Chalmette, it's still happening. For you, Violet, you need to stay in your safe spot. Toka, you as well. But I mean, we're getting done. Like this is just about over here in the New Orleans area. And we've just got this little area of rotation here that's bugging me. It's I can't tell what's going on with it. It's almost certainly not producing a tornado, but it's right on the verge of doing so. So, Chalmette, Violet, you're next in line of getting in on this. So you want to be in your safe spot just in case. But there's a chance it doesn't do anything. There's also a chance that it turns into a big tornado. Jennifer Hill just became an official sponsor. Jennifer, that's a big move. I can't even tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Is that TSM or whatever? What's it? TMSY? Does that have velocity?
Riley, are you talking to me?
Yeah, go ahead and use TMSY.
TMSY?
Yeah. It's updating quicker.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I see. A little bit of rotation right here between Scarsdale and Braithwaite. I hope I'm saying that right. Moving it up to Lexington Place, St. Bernard Grove, and Versailles Chalmette. So that's where we potentially have a tornado. And it's moving up in this direction right here. I'm not going to go to sleep until the snow starts. How much longer do I have to stay up? And how much will we end up with in Alexandria, Indiana? I don't know where Alexandria, Indiana is. But if you're in central Indiana, if you're north and west of Indianapolis, there's a good chance you're going to get more than 7 inches. If you're in Indianapolis or parallel with Indianapolis across the state, you're probably going to get 5-6 inches. If you're south and east of Indianapolis towards Louisville, you're going to get significantly less snow. Sorry, I'm just doing some stuff trying to fix my audio just in case we do get an upgrade on this. I would love for that to audibly alert me. But it looks like that's not going to happen. Anime North America has been a high-risk member for 20 months. Hi, Ryan. Thanks for the live coverage today. Hoping the snow doesn't get too bad here in Toronto, Canada. Have a good night, and thanks again. Thank you for being here for so long. That's awesome. And hope it doesn't get too bad for you either. Riley says, I can be your tornado siren. I appreciate it. We might need it. How's my ride home going to be at 5 a.m. in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? It'd probably be a little bit snowy. Probably a little bit snowy. Let me see here. Actually, you know what? No, it's gonna be fine. 5 a.m. You might have flurries on the northern side of town. The snow's really not going to start in Pittsburgh till 9 or 10 a.m. Then it's very quickly going to turn into rain. I'm telling you, man, like right in here, you guys are going to get clobbered. You're going to get absolutely clobbered by snow. I am jealous. Oh, okay, I got to see. This is probably overdone a little bit, but I got to see how much snow this is saying. Oh, actually, this is actually really reasonable. 5-6 inches out through here. You're getting more than that for sure. But honestly, that's probably a good middle of the road kind of prediction there. About 6 inches of snow in and around Indianapolis. Yeah, New Orleans is fine. The storm has passed New Orleans now. How's the St. Louis area doing? It's doing fine. I don't think it started snowing there yet. I could be wrong. Hold up. Oh yeah, it definitely has started snowing there. Yeah, it's snowing in southern Illinois. It might even be snowing in some of Indiana. Ooh, that's gonna be heavy snow. Whenever that switches over, that's gonna be nuts. Just north of Evansville. Wow, there's so much moisture coming up here. This is gonna overperform. Right in through here, right around Indianapolis, but somewhere between St. Louis, Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, and Bloomington, Springfield, somewhere in that circle there is going to end up with a foot of snow or more, and it's going to come down fast. Look at that. Interesting. This is no longer producing tornadic looking signatures, in my opinion. Only thing we got is this little bit of something right here near Violet. stay in your safe spot over there. But for the most part, that warning is probably going to be allowed to expire. The storm is now past Slidell for the most part. It's past New Orleans. So I think it's about time we call it. We've been going for almost 11 hours, or officially 11 hours in like 9 minutes, I think. So I think that that's it. I think that's it. I hope that you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope that we helped some people out, and I am very happy to be in the position to be able to sit here and do this and have so many people watch and share and help us get the word out. So thank you all so much. Please, like some of you are going to get buried in snow tonight. Okay, some of you have little 12-inch YALA meters that are going to get buried. Please continue to send me your pictures and your videos and your reports overnight. Send them to me in the morning tomorrow. I don't want to miss them. Just because I'm not live doesn't mean that I don't exist. I'll still be looking through Twitter. And of course, if I might go live tomorrow, I'm still not sure on that yet. If I do, we'll show them tomorrow. But if I don't, then we'll definitely be doing a video tomorrow, and we'll show your reports and your videos and everything tomorrow in the video. So I am going to get some rest. A lot of the chasers are going to get some rest. Everybody else on the team is going to get some rest. And just know that the severe weather threat isn't over. The tornado watch is going to extend all the way over to southern Mississippi, into southern Alabama, and the extreme western panhandle of Florida until 5 a.m. tomorrow. And then it's probably going to continue to be a problem even after that. So there's going to be intermittent tornado warnings and stuff all night long, even while I'm not live. So make sure you are weather aware despite what I'm doing. All right. And follow me on Twitter. I'll have intermittent updates over there, even when I'm not live. And yeah, that's it. I really appreciate y'all. Thanks for sharing. We've had over 1 million people tune in today, which is nuts. Like, this used to be something that, you know, like, we freaked out whenever we had 100,000 people and then 200,000. And those were during big severe weather events. On a day like today, which, don't get me wrong, there was some big storms today. But on a day like today, the fact that we can reach 1 million people is just absolutely crazy, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much, Wendy B, and everybody else who's showing support right now in the chat. Also, huge shout out to Carly for producing, Andy for meteorologically in, and Ben for and Heidi for doing the meteorologist stuff as well. All the storm chasers, Riley, Frank, all the moderators in the chat, all the researchers, all the people who are making memes on Twitter, every single person that's just been like shown on screen here in the chat. You guys have all been a huge part of making all this happen and making it work. So thank you all for being here. I am done. Enjoy your snow. Good night.